Okay, welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mike Benazek. I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Kamper and the accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of small business, lands and property, multiculturalism and sport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing the evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, so I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I now welcome and thank everyone for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll begin with our first witness on my left. It's you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Stuart McLaughlin, Chief Executive Officer of Value New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Joseph Laposta, Chief Executive Officer of Multicultural New South Wales. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, Karen Jones, the Chief Executive of the New South Wales Office of Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Hawes. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Leon Walker, Deputy Secretary of Property Development and Valuation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning everyone. Tommy Gellibrand, Chief Executive, Infrastructure New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Just invite witnesses that are in the gallery to come up with their name tag. I've got a Miss Hickey first on my list.
Good morning everyone. My name is Graham Head. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Customer Service. I take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chris Lamont, New South Wales Small Business Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning, Jennifer Hickey, CEO of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Kirsten Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Greg Wells, Managing Director, Service New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Cassandra Gibbons, Executive Director of the Service New South Wales Business Bureau. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. I'm Kerry Mather, the CEO of the SCG and Venues New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Okay, just double checking I haven't missed anyone. I've got everyone on my list ticked off. I think we're good. Excellent. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30. And during these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. Before we begin with questions from the crossbench, I'd just like to acknowledge it's the Minister's 60th birthday today and wish him a happy birthday.
Thank you, Chair.
Glad that you can join us here for such an occasion.
Couldn't have thought of a better thing to be doing on my birthday, Chair. I can assure you, there's so many friends around me.
Oh, absolutely. I'll start with questions from Ms Hurst, I believe.
Good morning, Minister. Happy birthday.
Morning, Deputy Chair.
I wanted to ask, last budget estimates, you told me that the government was considering extending the licence for Wentworth Park Greyhound Racing Track beyond that 2027, despite the decision made by the coalition government to return that to green space and housing for the community. Can you tell me where your decision making on Wentworth Park is up to?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure if I said I was considering. I said there was nothing on the table. There was everything, but we were just looking at a variety of options. But we've been very clear as a government. We want to see greater utilisation of this facility. I said that on the last occasion, and with this facility, and we need the facility to be working for the entire community. It can just be, it can't, not just for dog racing once or twice a week, but when we have the metro coming, the new Sydney fish markets, the Blackwattle revitalisation, and the light rail already in place. So we really need to consider deeply of what we want there in the future. There's a current lease there in place at the moment.
That's right.
But as we'll make that decision as a whole of government. We'll look
and what's
at
your
that.
decision? What's your timeline on making that decision?
Well, I don't have a timeline at this stage, but
do you have any next steps planned in regards to making that decision?
We'll be reviewing it in due course. That's about all I've.
And what does that review involve?
Well, we'll make that decision. I won't be committed to making a decision this morning.
No, I'm asking
we'll
you
make
when.
That time.
What's the timeline? What are the next steps?
There's no next
plans.
step at this moment. There'll be discussions and there'll be decisions made moving forward. And but at this stage, there's still a lease, I think, till 2027.
Mm-hmm.
So it's.
Have you spoken with the Premier or the Minister for Planning about the possible extension?
I have had many conversations with many ministers and with the Premier on a variety of things. I can't.
No, I'm only asking about this, not a variety of things.
I can't give you a definitive. There's been just brief conversations, but we haven't sat down at this stage.
So you haven't spoken to the Minister for Planning about the potential lost homes if that was to be extended for the greyhound racing track?
Potential lost homes? What do you mean by that?
So my understanding is that when the coalition was in government, the agreement was not to renew the release in 2027, and that space would be used for housing and green space for the community. My understanding was that it would be around 200 homes that were going to be built, apartment blocks built into that site, which is now under threat. If the lease is renewed to allow it to remain as a greyhound racing track.
I haven't specifically had that conversation. I can't recall having a conversation like that with the Minister.
So you aren't aware of the potential loss of homes if this is renewed as a greyhound racing track?
I'm saying that we haven't made a decision at this stage. I mean, I don't know how much more I can tell you than that.
No, I understand you haven't made a decision, but you're aware of the threat of the loss of potentially 200 homes being built into that site if the lease is renewed, but you haven't actually had a conversation.
Potentially there could be more homes. I mean, we haven't had a discussion, so we haven't gone into that detail yet. Well, obviously it's something that we need to start looking at now and start working towards coming up with a position, and we'll do that in due course.
I mean, obviously we've got a housing crisis. I'm assuming that will weigh heavily on a decision as to whether to renew that release or not.
We're working, it's quite obvious we've got a housing crisis. It's at the forefront of the government at the moment, is to try and solve the housing issue. And we're, as you're aware, we're looking to do whatever we can do to provide the housing needs for our community.
So that will weigh heavily on your decision.
Could be part of it. I don't know how heavy it is. I'm not going to pass comment on it. I'm saying we will look at those. We will look at that site. Closer over the next near future. Given the fact that the lease is expiring in 2027, we need to start working towards that, and we will.
In correspondence that you sent to the Lord Mayor of Sydney on the 8th of August, you said that you'd consider options for the site subject to more detailed proposal and a business case. Have you received a business case at this point from the Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Trainers Association?
Oh, there was a preliminary proposal there, but they was going to come back with more. It really hasn't gone too much further than that.
Do you know when they're planning to come back with more? Is there a deadline?
No, I don't have.
For that?
I don't have any.
So there's no time frame.
There's no time frame. But as I said, it's that's one in many concepts that might be available for consideration. But
you can understand why people would want some sort of certainty going forward, or an idea of when a decision might be made, given that 2027 is actually not too far away when you're talking about building developments, housing.
Absolutely, but the precinct there's a lot of activity going on there, and it's going to be a real vibrant spot. We want to look at a variety of options. We want to think about it. We don't want to be rushed into it.
Have you met with anyone from the Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Trainers Association about the decision and their unsolicited proposal?
I had one meeting with them, and they were going to provide their concept or their proposal. Haven't had anything second meeting.
So you haven't had anything further?
No.
Will you be taking into account animal welfare issues, the safety of that particular track in regards to the number of animals killed or injured on that track? Will that be a consideration?
Very important consideration, absolutely.
And is that something you'll speak with the Racing Minister about when the time is right?
Well, as I said earlier, there's a number of us that will be looking at it, and it'll be a whole of government type approach to it. So it's an important site, got to get it right, and what it will look like, and whether we work with the local government representation there. That's something we'll do in due course.
A couple of weeks ago, I was actually at an event and some children approached me, and they'd actually had quite a few people sign some get well cards for some of the greyhounds from Wentworth Greyhound Racing Track. I know it's somewhat unprecedented, but I'm hoping that I can give those to you today from these children that have passed it on to me.
Excellent.
Thank you. I'll ask the Secretariat to hand those to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that, so these are for the greyhounds that have been injured over the last couple of months at Wentworth Park. And I believe that there's some sympathy cards for the deaths as well. I believe that there's been 3 recent deaths at Wentworth Park Greyhound Racing Track. You can understand why there's a lot of nervousness around the community that this particular track might remain open, and that there's going to be further dogs injured and died.
Absolutely, as you're well aware, Deputy Chair, I have an enormous affection for dogs, and I've got two of my own. So yeah, it's definitely something that plays on my mind.
Thank you. Talking about dogs, according to your ministerial diary disclosure, on the 28th of May 2024, you met with Dogs New South Wales and the Royal New South Wales Canine Council Limited about the Companion Animals Amendment Bill 2024 in regards to puppy farming. I asked Minister Moriarty about this yesterday, who had no idea that this meeting had taken place. She's planning legislation around puppy farming. Why didn't you speak to her about that meeting that you had?
Well, I met them in the capacity of the Minister for Small Business, and what we're talking is about a lot of small and micro businesses that were very concerned about, I think, a bill that you'll bring to the House. And very much as soon as I explained that it was not a government bill, it wasn't our position, that was pretty much the end of it.
So how did the meeting come about? Did they reach out to you?
Yeah, they did reach out to me. They did reach out, and they went through the process and come to me. I mean, I met with them in the past when I was a shadow minister, and you know, in relation to matters of their business activity in the past, and
what was that? Sorry, in relation to?
Well, back then it was in relation to a similar type worries that they were looking to be cancelled out, and my experience with the smaller breeders is that they do an exceptional job in terms of delivering really good quality puppies to people that want a pet, and that's been my personal experience as well. So I do.
I know that Dogs New South Wales specifically has been really sort of publicly opposed to any legislation to outlaw puppy farming. Is that the position that they brought and hoped that you would advocate
That's not the
for?
impression that's not the impression I got. It was more about the boutique, smaller operators who do a fantastic job, and I speak from personal experience too there. I've got 9 grandkids, but if you look at the picture on my phone, it's my little flat-faced dog. So so it more comes from that, and essentially when I understood what they were concerned about, I let them know that wasn't the government's bill at that time, and that was pretty much the end of the meeting. Had a nice cup of tea. Yeah.
I'll pass to Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I have a few questions about the Southern Highlands Regional Shooting Complex. So I understand it was only completed about 4 years ago, but because of COVID, it's only been operational for about 2 years, but the government has recently announced it's planning to divest it. What would you say is the main reason that decision has been made?
Look, the Office of Sport has been investigating the Southern Highlands Regional Shooting Complex through a targeted EOI process focused on the sports shooting sector. The Office of Sport has engaged Property and Development New South Wales to manage the EOI process, and a due diligence process is now underway, and that will inform the next steps. But I can assure you that the New South Wales Government does not intend to take steps as part of the divestment process to ensure that a future owner or lessor of the facility does continue to operate it as a shooting complex into the future. The Office of Sport briefed stakeholders on the planned EOI process during a monthly venue stakeholder meeting, which was held on Wednesday the 12th of June 2024, and is committed to a further briefing just prior to the opening of the EOI process. I expect to be able to provide an update on this matter before the end. I don't know, Karen, if you've got anything further to say in relation to that.
Thank you, Minister, and through the Minister, I don't know if you can hear me there. Yes, the Office of Sport is actually investigating options to divest the Southern Highlands Regional Shooting Complex. What I will say, and just correct your information there, is that the actual regional shooting complex has been in operational now for a number of years. There were some construction works that were undertaken pre-COVID. That was primarily focused on the 50 metre and the 500 metre range, and the upgrade works have been complete in that facility, both the 50 metre, the 500 metre, and also the 800 metre range have been operational for some time now. We are looking at divesting the shooting complex, but what I will say, and just to reiterate what the Minister has said, is that we are looking at going through an expression of interest or an EOI process, and that EOI process will be specifically targeting members of the shooting community with a view to ensuring the long-term use of that facility as a shooting centre.
Okay, well, I'm pleased to hear that. So have financial accounts been independently audited?
So through the Minister, so the Office of Sport undertakes regular audits as required for the auditing process of government. So, and details around our financials are published in our annual report.
Oh, very good. So they are publicly available.
Details around the Office of Sport's financials are in our annual report.
Okay, so is it mainly? I understand that the centre is not running at a profit, and it has recently been significantly improved. So I understand it is very popular. So have there been efforts to try and make it profitable under its current arrangement by reducing costs?
It is, sorry, through the...
No, yeah, no, well,
So it is a centre operated by the Office of Sport. In terms of its popularity, the popularity is obviously targeted at the shooting community. The actual demand for that facility is such that it is only opened on Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. It's not open 7 days a week, simply because there's not the demand there for it to open for 7 days.
I see. So prior to the public announcement that the centre was to be divested, did the department approach any shooting organisations, or was there any lobbying from shooting organisations attempting to procure the site?
Through you, Minister?
yes, yeah.
No, not to the Office of Sport.
Okay, but we can have certainty that however this process ends up, that it will remain a shooting complex.
Through you, Minister. That is the absolute intention through the expression of interest process. What I will add, just to temper everybody's expectations, is that we're still doing our due diligence around the expression of interest process. And once that due diligence is complete, then we will be liaising with the stakeholders to let them know that the EOI process is about to commence. So we will continue to consult with our stakeholders.
And what type of organisations do you expect will be interested in bidding for this?
As I mentioned before, we are looking at a targeted expression of interest, specifically looking at the shooting community.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
You don't have any more?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Minister, I'll just take the remaining 5 minutes. Can I just ask, obviously, we've already touched on the issue about the desperate need for housing, but more particularly in regional areas, Minister, what is your department doing to make land available for residential activation in our regions? Particularly, I'm looking at land that's, I guess, under Aboriginal land claim processes. I'm aware that many of these land councils want to actually activate that land, use it for a good purpose. What are we doing to help them activate that land under that land claim process?
Yeah, I think it's important that it's probably relevant to the Housing Minister as well, this question. It's probably more relevant there, but maximising the use of government land for critical housing supply is a key priority of this government. I think that's pretty well known with our the land audit and everything that we've been working on in the last year. But Crown Land has a role to play in improving housing outcomes in regional New South Wales, and this is balanced against the other important benefits Crown Land provides to New South Wales communities and takes into account the rights and interests of native title holders and Aboriginal land councils. While Crown Land makes up a substantial proportion of New South Wales, only a small fraction of this land is suitable for housing. And it's important to be clear about when and how Crown Land is best used to address housing supply gaps. Now, in late 21, Crown Lands and the Land and Housing Corporation, now Homes New South Wales, signed a historic memorandum of understanding to support the identification of suitable Crown Land in regional areas that could be used for housing development. Now, to date, Crown Land parcels in Cooma and Forbes have been activated for housing development. Work is also underway to explore the suitability of Crown Land sites in the Albury region through a partnership between Crown Lands, Homes New South Wales and the local council. A partnership to explore housing opportunities in Tamworth has also been established between Crown Lands, Homes New South Wales, Landcom and the Land Council.
Thanks for that, Minister. In those locations that you've just listed, and you might have to take this on notice, how many homes are we looking at potentially creating?
Well, I might throw that to Mel, who'd have the detail on that. Yep.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair. So in terms of the Crown Land's role in this, obviously we've provided input into the audit conducted by colleagues about land that may be suitable for housing. But as the Minister said, we do have a partnership arrangement with Homes, and that has involved generally negotiating outcomes with local Aboriginal land councils on land that may be suitable but is currently under claim. We have a number of those projects underway at the moment, and as an example, you spoke about the number of homes they may be able to bring online. In Cooma, the partnership approach there is likely to bring online up to 300 homes. We have other partnerships. In Cooma, those are mixed tenure dwellings, which also includes a component of social, affordable and private homes. That's being progressed through this partnership with Homes and with the local Aboriginal Land Council. Similarly, we have a project in Forbes that we are hoping will be able to deliver up to 101 housing lots, again with a mix of social, affordable, private and key worker housing. So they're two examples of regional projects that are more progressed, and we have a number of others that are undergoing due diligence work and assessment as to the feasibility and the number of lots that may be able to be yielded.
And the ones that are obviously more progressed, Cooma and Forbes, is the aim to build those 300 homes or 100 homes in reasonably quick succession?
Yep.
So they'll be delivered close to being simultaneous in terms of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a matter best addressed to my colleagues in Homes,
Yep.
but our role has been bringing in the land, the relationships and the ability to broker a negotiated outcome across the Land Council, the local council, Crown Lands and Homes. The actual speed and process of the DA through to building is a question best put to my colleagues in Homes.
Yeah. So if I was to summarise, you're really trying to fast track those land claims that might be suitable for housing activation, so we can also fast track those claims, but also allow them to be actually utilised and activated quicker. Is that a good summary?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the past there was a kind of a view that land under claim wasn't able to be developed. It was going to take too long, be too slow. But actually, what shifts that is the ability to sit down and broker outcomes. And quite often we find that the land councils are looking for development partners to assist them to activate some of their land. So it's just a different environment now. The relationships are different, there's more trust, and we have land councils actively coming to us looking for partners to build homes.
Excellent, thank you. I will pass to the opposition.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Minister.
Thank you, Scott.
Minister, what's the definition of a small business?
Well, that's a pretty good question, but generally, the problem we've had is a whole heap of different definitions depending on what type of funding arrangements or grants have been historically around. But a small business, up to 20 employees, $2 million in turnover.
2 million?
2 million, could be 5, it depends on,
So not 10 million, which is the...
It could be 10 million, but you can have travel agencies with, $20 million turnover.
Yeah, but the threshold, effectively.
Yeah, well, the threshold is 10 million.
Okay. And Minister, how many businesses were insolvent in the last financial year in New South Wales?
I think I've got some numbers on that. Okay. 4,634 companies entered external administration last year.
Yep. And Minister, how many of those were small businesses?
I'll take that on notice. I haven't got the exact number or percentile in my head. I don't carry that in my head.
Okay. And Minister, so have you made any inquiries before as to how many of those businesses?
Yes, we have, but I
businesses?
don't hold numbers like that in my head, So take
and
on notice if you
Minister,
like.
with respect to those figures,
yep.
What those figures look like compared to the previous financial year?
Look, there was an increase of 41%.
41%.
That's 23 year, but a lot of that had to do with a lot of businesses that were being that were held together during the COVID period with government funding and whatever, and it's gotten to the point where they, I think in many respects, the Australian Taxation Office really stepped up its debt recovery processes and.
So that's the advice that you've received as to why businesses have gone under at record rates last year?
That is one of the major reasons that why there was a lot of insolvencies in that period.
Does it concern you, this increase?
Of course it concerns me. Of course it concerns me. We're going through difficult times. The business community is going through a difficult time. It's a tough gig at the moment, and that's why we're focusing on servicing the business community in the best way possible. It's important that we, as a government, that we offer services where we can help them through difficult situations. And the Small Business Commission is doing a fantastic job, but we need to be doing even more, especially in for start-up businesses or businesses going through a growth phase or going through particular difficulties. That's why we've set up the Business Bureau, and we're operating the Business Bureau through the
So Minister, with this 41% increase in business insolvencies, of which I would assume many would be small businesses, what are you doing to help small business in New South Wales?
Well, I just said to you, we're providing service delivery. We're delivering services to them.
Like
we're
what?
there to support them. Through the Business Bureau, there's an enormous amount of services that are coming that are delivered through the Business Bureau. But the notion that when there's difficult economic times that we're going to sit there and throw funding towards the general business community, that's not what government should be doing. What we should be doing is providing the support to help them through the difficult times. But when you've got a situation
but it
where
seems
you've
with
got high interest
41%
rates,
increase, the
when you've got
support's
high
not there,
interest rates and you've got,
So what's the cash rate, Minister?
is this? I don't know. Is this a
No, you're talking about high interest rates.
Tony Barber or something?
No, Minister.
You know,
Minister, you're
ask
Tony
the
Barber's a
Treasurer.
little bit
Ask
dated,
the-
Minister.
Ask
but-
the Treasurer what the cash
Well,
rate
you're
is.
the small business minister, and you don't know what the cash rate is.
No, I do.
Well, tell us.
I'm not going to answer. This isn't a quiz show. If you want to
You're
talk
the
about the
small
cash rate,
business minister and you
speak to
don't
the
know what the
Treasurer.
cash
No,
rate is.
don't try and talk over me. Right? Ask sensible questions.
It is a sensible question.
It's not necessary for me to have percentiles or numbers on insolvency issues. They're stuff that's outside of my control. As a small business minister, what we've done, we've been at the forefront of working very hard for our small business community, while the previous government did nothing for 12 years.
That
did
is
nothing for 12 years,
completely-
other than during the COVID period. Other than during the COVID period when they needed support,
So
and I was
why
sitting
are
there
small businesses
every
going to the
single
wall
day.
at
Let
a
me
record
finish.
rate, Minister?
Order.
I just told you why.
And what are you doing
There's a
about
backlog
it?
of businesses that were struggling for a long period of time. Well, I ask you, what do you think I ask you, what do you think we should be doing? Funding
Minister, in a couple of years'
pumping
time,
cash
maybe you
into their
can come into
balance
the upper
sheets?
house and ask some questions.
Pumping cash. No, well, you're asking a stupid question. Really.
Well, the cash rate is a stupid question,
I'm telling you
according
what
to you,
we're
Minister.
doing, and you don't want to listen to that, but you just want to.
You won't tell us
you
what
want
you're
me
doing.
to answer. I'm telling you what we're doing. I've told you.
Well, tell me. Come on, Minister. You don't know the cash
I've
rate.
answered
What's the
this
inflation
question.
rate then, Minister?
3.7, something around there.
It's 3.8, Minister.
Yeah,
You're
well, it's close enough.
You're in the ballpark.
Yeah.
And what about
But
the
I mean,
unemployment rate in New South Wales?
Tony Barber.
What about
I'm not going to continue with this. Ask me a specific question about my
Specific
portfolio.
question, what is
it's
the
not about
unemployment rate in New
the
South
economic
Wales,
rate. It's not. Ask the Treasurer and talk about that stuff with the Treasurer.
Okay, so the small business
I
minister
refer-
doesn't need to know what the unemployment rate is in New South Wales.
I just really don't understand what you're trying to say. That because if I can't quote a percentile off my head, that's going to make a difference in terms of how we manage small business. Is that what it
Well, small businesses
It's
across
really-
the state want to know that you actually understand what's
Yeah,
going on.
no,
in small
I'm
business.
across, and I'm across, but I'm not going to give you an exact percentile. I'll be off by 0.1 or 0.2 or 0.3, just so you can have a little gotcha moment for your camera. Let's ask sensible questions. Ask questions about small business. I represented small business for 30 years, right, at a high level. For many, many years.
Okay.
I know how to look after small business.
Minister, I know-
the last
Minister,
thing I'm
I
going
know
to
you've worked in
take is
small
advice
business,
from
but
you.
the question
last
is
thing
about
I'm going
what
to take
you're
is
doing
advice
as a
from
small
you
business
on how to
minister.
look after small business. Small business community knows what I'm about and knows what I'm doing for them. And I go to a
what are
lot
you
of
doing,
events,
Minister?
and they understand. They know that we're looking to service them. That's what they know, and remove red tape. And we've got
So
a
what red
delivery
tape
agent.
have you removed,
We've
Minister?
never had a delivery agent.
Minister, what red tape have you removed?
Never ever.
Minister,
had
what
a-
red tape have you removed?
Sorry, there's been a point of order. Yes, the Honourable Greg Donnelly.
I just think important that there be the exchange in a respectful way with the question followed by the answer and back and forth. I think that's how we understand to proceed. So.
Yeah, and I would also remind both the Minister, and the members here to be respectful of Hansard as well. When people are talking over the top of each other, it's not possible for them to be able to transcribe two voices at the same time. So please keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, Deputy Chair, I'm just, as I've said a number of occasions, it's not a quiz show. If you want to ask specific things we're doing business, but trying to get me to quote percentages.
A specific question, what red tape have you removed? You cited that you were removing red tape. What red tape have you removed?
Let's have a look at what we're doing here. I can give you some numbers too, if you like.
Oh, good.
And just overall, what we've been doing for small business, we've hit the ground running when it comes to delivering to small business. We want to make doing business easier, and we want to make help more accessible to the small business community. That's something that's been very important from day dot, and it's a commitment we made before the election. We also, what's to be clear is that we're delivering for the business community of New South Wales, which is why we developed the Charter for Small Business to track our progress. The Charter focuses on 6 key points. 1, clear and strong focal point to support small business to start, grow and thrive. Now, the delivery of the Business Bureau has provided one front door for the business community. Since its inception in October 23, it has dealt with 160,000 business inquiries and delivered more than 24 hours in personalised advice. The Bureau will deliver key programs and services, including supporting businesses to navigate regulations, tackle unproductive red tape, provide businesses with personalised support to grow their business, and greater access to government contracts and overseas markets. Now, the second key point was stronger engagement on new policy and regulation. One example is the ban on the manufacture, supply, processing or installation of engineered stone for bench tops, panels and slabs with safeguards workers from harmful silica dust, and came into effect on the 1st of July 24. The Bureau supported Safe Work New South Wales to raise awareness of these regulatory changes by issuing social media posts that included summaries of Safe Work's education materials and referred businesses to Safe Work's resources for more information. The third point was to listen and respond to red tape and other pain points. A key pain point for small business was the requirement to obtain insurance prior to landing a government contract. This made the process expensive and onerous for small businesses. In response to this, we changed the requirement for small businesses to have insurance only once they have been deemed successful. This has removed barriers for small business to access government contracts. Fourth point was to boost government procurement for small business. In addition to simplifying the insurance process for small businesses, we've also increased the small business direct procurement thresholds from 150,000 to 250,000. This means more government money can flow directly into small businesses, and we're also adding a local supplier element to tender weighting to ensure we're supporting our local businesses. And the fifth point was to introduce and report on metrics and identify opportunities for supporting small business policy, regulatory and economic settings. The New South Wales Government now requires government agencies to develop and apply metrics on how they will support small businesses. And the sixth and last point was to deliver key actions and commitments to timelines. So we're ensuring that our promises to the small business community are being delivered in a timely manner. We must also.
I've given you about 2.5 minutes. Minister, I've given you 2.5 minutes to answer that question, and you still have not told me.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of where the Business Bureau has been effective. We had that situation with the sinkhole.
Okay, Minister, the question is about red tape. What red tape? You cited red tape. You said you're cutting red tape. What red tape have you cut?
Well, I've just read it out to you.
No, you've read me 2.5 minutes of talking points, but you haven't actually told me what red tape you've cut.
We've made it easier for business to procure government contracts. We've got the Business Bureau to service people, to help people navigate through whatever issues and challenges that they have. That helps them through the red tape and cut the red tape. And we're looking to whatever we're doing as a government, we're taking consideration. We're considering the needs of small business and making sure that we're where in the past that wasn't
Minister,
the case. Yet,
if I may, to consider the needs of small business, I presume you would have to meet with them. I'm just wondering, could you share with the committee how many times you've met with small businesses from April to June, for example?
I think you should refer to my diary for that. I'll take that on notice.
Well, I can tell you...
Many small businesses.
I believe... Well, it's not actually many small businesses. It looks like you had a small business roundtable with Mr Donato and perhaps 2 other small business meetings. Do you think that that's enough meetings with the small business community, given the challenging economic times that we're in?
That doesn't include all of the events that I attend and where I meet with small businesses at those events.
Well, your meetings should be disclosed in your diary
No,
disclosures.
not when I go to events.
So what
those
events?
meetings are specific meetings in my office.
So when you're meeting with these businesses, are they letting you know that they're concerned about interest rates, for example?
But interest rates, it's a problem across the board. There's that we all know. It's not a big secret that interest rates are high and are putting pressure on all business.
Do you think that small businesses expect you to be across the detail so that you can advocate for them effectively in Cabinet and with your department?
What detail? What the point one of what the point
well,
of
the details about how many businesses are going insolvent, are going into administration, the pressure that they're facing to borrow money to keep their businesses alive.
This is a really cheap line of questioning.
Well, I don't think it is, because I think small business owners understand that you need to be across the detail to actually operate effectively.
Yeah, the problem. So you think you go into a small business function and just talking about interest rates is all they want to hear and all they want to know?
Well, I think they want to know that their minister is across the detail so that he can advocate for them effectively.
And it's not hard to say that there's higher interest rates. It's not a hard thing to say or to acknowledge or to know.
So how do you plan to prioritise and address the concerns of businesses, given the limited engagement that you have and obviously limited understanding of the detail?
I reject that. They're your words. I'm talking to...
You can't even tell us what measures you've taken to cut red tape, Minister.
Of course I have.
You just read out 6 points that gave me no detail about actual measures to cut red tape.
I don't know how you interpreted that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think when you're talking about support that the government could be giving, I'm wondering how you can justify demanding the repayment of the COVID-19 grants from small businesses, given companies like Qantas have been able to keep their taxpayer subsidised money.
Yeah, so the COVID-19 grants, these are the grants that, are you referring to the backlog that was identified? I mean, there was Service New South Wales. I'm referring to
grants that your government, that you as Minister are responsible for administering, and that they're being demanded, small businesses are being demanded to give back that money to government after it was agreed upon by this Parliament that those kinds of measures were necessary during the COVID-19.
Yeah, and those funds were granted during the previous government. And
which your
Service New South
party
Wales
agreed to
are conducting
in opposition.
A fraud monitoring and compliance activity. There was high level. There was evidence of systemic fraud there. So I mean, the previous government said from the start. We're being told that
small businesses are doing it tough, and you're telling me that they're being asked to give back money.
Let me give you a complete answer on where it stands. Let me give you a complete answer on where it stands. Service New South Wales are conducting fraud monitoring and compliance activity on the COVID-19 micro business grants. High levels of fraud and inability continue to be discovered. Compliance activity resumed on the 10th of April 24 with guidance for the treatment of customers experiencing hardship and updated procedures to allow 90 days for customers to provide documentation evidence. Compliance and fraud detection activities are funded through carryover funding for the 2024-25 year, with these tasks expected to be finalised within this period.
So did you
the Minister for Customer Service, Jihad Dib, is the Minister responsible for this.
Did you advocate for that 90-day period, for example?
Well, it's been administered through the Minister for Customer Service. And are you offended by the 90 days? Is that what you're saying? Or
No, I'm asking
No.
if you
Well, there's
actually
been
had
discussions.
any role
We've had
in advocating for that
we have
kind
discussions.
of thing.
I don't administer it. We've had discussions about easing the pain on. Look, I fought fairly hard for the in opposition for the micro business grants. If I remember, the previous government
what are you doing
didn't
as
want.
minister
Didn't no
in
no no no.
government?
Let me finish. The previous government didn't even want to consider micro business grants at the start. And that was
We're
through...
just talking about COVID-19 micro business grants.
No, you produced them in the end under pressure. You produced them under pressure because we kept running... No, we're not taking them away, but where there's been... Do you truly believe that where there's been fraudulent activity, that we're not going to look to recover that money? Is that what you're saying?
We're wondering
Yeah,
how
and
you've
where
been
there's
able
true
to
hardship, there's
determine the
consideration,
difference
and they've been
between,
managing-
sure, genuinely fraudulent
It's 2024,
activity
it's been a number of
and
years.
actual grants that were administered properly through this process. What have you been doing to ensure that there is a differentiation between fraudulent activity, for example, and the actual proper administration of those grants, so that small businesses aren't targeted unfairly?
Yeah, look, and I've been advocating for them to be very careful with how aggressive they are in terms of the recovery process.
Okay, so you've given that advice to your
and I've
department.
got from my electoral office many examples where I've written on behalf of small businesses in my community, where I've helped them with pitching their argument as to why.
I suppose the problem is, though, that you're not meeting with them as minister, according to your diary disclosures, to sit down and actually understand what is going on in the small business community. Like, where are the meetings with stakeholder groups? Where are the meetings with representative organisations and advocacy bodies?
Yeah, look, formal meetings through my ministerial office is one thing, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
a
am
pretty important thing.
No, but I'm on the road. But no, it's pretty important to get out there, Ms. Munro.
I totally agree, but
It's very important to get out there and
can you
engage
walk
with the
and chew
business
gum?
community.
Hear the point of
So
order.
this suggestion that
Sorry, Mr. Kamper,
I talk to
sorry.
small business every day.
Your colleagues have just taken a point of order, sorry.
I just think it's really important to go back to the previous point that the questions posed, you must let the minister answer it. I mean, you can't just talk over the answer being provided by the minister. This is back and forth, and the minister must be provided with an opportunity to answer the question posed to him.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I acknowledge that point of order, but I also acknowledge that Minister Kamper was handling himself quite well, and there probably was a bit of talking over the top of each other, going back and forth. So I just remind people, let's give each other a couple of seconds breath.
They're upset at my birthday party.
I can't control.
We'll sing your song later.
We'll sing
Steve.
it later. We'll make up after. We'll hug on that.
Okay.
Let's say it's your birthday. We're going to have a good time.
We'll now go, aren't we? We now go to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, have you read the Sports Climate Change and Legal Liability 2024 report, or have you been briefed on it?
I can't say I have. No, I can't say I have.
You're not aware of it?
No.
So the New South Wales Office of Sport actually received an F ranking when it comes to climate change initiatives, and it was actually one of the 3 worst performing sports agencies around Australia in relation to climate change initiatives. Were you aware of that?
No, I can't say I am.
Does that concern you to receive an F rating?
F sounds pretty bad, yeah. But I mean, I think I could pass it on to Karen to actually.
I mean, I might
that,
speak
but-
further to Karen later, but you know,
Yeah.
my questions at the moment is to, as the minister, does it concern you that we've had an F ranking and it's one of the 3 worst sports agencies around Australia for climate change initiatives?
Yeah, why the F ranking did you?
Sorry?
Why the F ranking? Can you detail me why? Where we're failing, or as a state?
Is that why I'm
I'm
asking you?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Just so I can get a better understanding of what the because if you don't want Karen to respond to it.
No, I'm asking you, if Minister, if you're concerned about it.
I said yes. I said yes.
You are concerned about it. Thank you. What steps are you taking to ensure that the Office of Sport doesn't receive an F rating again in 2025?
That's
That's probably a fair one to throw to Ms Jones. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why they're here for.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, I am aware of our ranking, and I think the comparison between us and other states is a little bit different because the Office of Sport does have a number of government assets. In fact, we've got 20 locations around the state, so we do have a fairly large asset portfolio in comparison to other sporting agencies around the state, which don't have the same level of assets. So for us, our assets are ageing and we are investing in them, and we are actually looking at improving particularly the environmental sustainability of those assets and looking at specific climate change initiatives, and I would hope that there would be an improvement in coming years.
Thank you. Minister, some of the metrics in the report are actually looking at some pretty basic things. I can actually hand you a copy of it if that's going to be of use.
You'll take a bit of time to read it. Yeah.
Thank you. Some of the metrics are pretty basic. So we're looking at things like mentioning climate change in the office's annual report, mentioning climate change in the strategic plan or on the website. Surely they're things, given that the government is committed to addressing the climate emergency as a priority, that are easy fixes. Is that something that you're would be open to looking at changing some of the...
Absolutely.
Will you be directing the Office of Sport to prioritise some of the changes that are needed urgently in this space?
Yes.
And this one might be to Ms Jones. Does the Office of Sport currently have any climate change initiatives?
Through the Minister, not specifically at this stage. However, we have commenced some research work. In fact, we've done a partnership with a university in the tertiary sector around climate change and climate change impact on sport. And that work is actually sort of has two streams, if you like. The first stream is what sort of leadership can we actually show to the sports sector, in particular around sort of the 96 state sporting organisations that we recognise, and what can we do as the government agency or as the lead government agency for sport and active recreation in the state to actually start showing some leadership in climate change action for sport. The second stream of that work is something I've alluded to already, which is our current asset portfolio and what it is that we can actually do to start building in and instilling good environmental and sustainable practices into our own assets.
Thank you. So, Minister, have you been sort of briefed in on any of the work that's being done in this space within the sport?
Not at this stage, no. But I'll look now that you've
You're going to
brought it to my
prioritise
attention. I will focus on that.
Thank you. As you know, there's been a significant community concern around the impact of that synthetic turf, and we've talked about it previously at budget estimates, particularly in respect to climate change, human safety, animals, and the environment generally. The Chief Scientist report on synthetic turf came out in 2022, and we're still waiting for the Labor government's response. Have you sought any updates from the Minister of Planning about this response and when it will be finalised?
I've had brief conversations with the Minister in relation to the impact of that report. And keep in mind there's enormous community pressure within the sporting communities to deliver more and more of these synthetic pitches, and I think there were so many matches that were rained out last year, and it's putting a lot of pressure on sport. So it's problematic if we're going to continue to provide facilities and services for a growing community. We need to get it right if we're going to go down that path. But synthetic surfaces are used by councils and facility owners and managers in place of natural grass to accommodate demands on sporting fields and open space. And
Minister, I'm just wondering if you've spoken with the Minister for Planning about the Labor government's response to that report, rather than what synthetic turf is actually used for.
Yep, I have had a conversation, and I do understand that there's an enormous cost impact on future surfaces, and it's I might ask Karen whether they've had any dialogue with the
Sure.
with the Minister for Planning's office in relation to it?
Sure, thank you, Minister. Obviously, the Office of Sport, we look at it from the sport lens and the use of synthetic turf, particularly for our sporting fields. And I think it's really important from the sport lens anyway that we acknowledge that that some sports are moving towards synthetic surfaces given the environmental impacts and environmental events that have occurred of late. But we also need to acknowledge that there are some sports out there that have traditionally been played on synthetic surfaces. I call out sports like tennis, like hockey, like lawn bowls, for instance. And so we acknowledge the Chief Scientist's report. We also welcome the draft guidelines that were issued by the Department of Planning, and there was consultation done earlier this year around those guidelines. As the sporting agency, we have participated both in the development of those guidelines, and we still remain consulted and engaged on the issue. However, I do feel that if there's any updates to be provided on the government response and also the final release of the final guidelines, then those questions are best direct to the Minister for Planning.
Thank you. Minister, in regards to those, the synthetic turf in public open spaces guidelines for decision makers, have you also been consulted on that, or is it just the office that's looking into it?
The officers, I haven't had any further consultation in relation to it now.
Are you aware where we're up to with those?
In what respect?
In regards to sort of how far along we are in seeing where those guidelines are going to land?
It's the Minister for Planning. I'd probably maybe ask him.
While we're all waiting for the Minister of Planning and a whole of government response to this, what are you and your office doing to address the real concerns that are about the use of synthetic turf, particularly around the environment?
Oh. Yeah, I think I'll pass that on to Karen. I'm not really sure.
Thank you, Minister. In relation to what we are doing or what we have done, I think I've mentioned this in budget estimates hearings previously. We are not retrospectively applying any of the guidelines. The guidelines are still in draft form, and we are still awaiting the government position on the Chief Scientist's recommendations. Once we have those, and of course, as an agency, we would fully respect that. And we would go about enforcing those guidelines, obviously through the mechanisms that we have available to us. For the Office of Sport, that means our existing assets as well as any sort of funding opportunities through any of our grant programs.
Thank you. Minister, do you think that we'll see any kind of change around the grants and funding from the Office of Sport around synthetic turf and where it's being used? And the government actually, providing grants for the use of synthetic turf?
Yeah, that's a good question. And possibly, I think there's been, in terms of funding, I think I'd say this out loud, Karen, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've been more focused on facilities and amenities over the recent year. We've got. Keep it in mind that we could have to have a greater look now at how synthetic pitches are rolled out in the future. So it is front and centre when we're looking at applications, and I think a lot of them are already on foot, and you're providing the supplementary support to finish the job off. So. It gets a bit tricky because there's in progress, but we are obviously concerned that we may have to change our approach moving forward in terms of funding.
If I can add to that, as I mentioned in my previous answer, we absolutely would look at the guidelines once they are in final form and look at implementing those in relation to future grant programs or future developments around synthetic surfaces. Also, in addition, many of our former grant programs around infrastructure have not just been around what surfaces might be provided, as the Minister's alluded to. There has also been around amenities, particularly female-friendly amenities, to try and encourage women and girls' participation in sport. But also other eligible projects have included things like infrastructure upgrades and also drainage upgrades to help improve the durability and sustainability of existing turf fields. So I think it's safe to say that once the guidelines are finalised, then the Office of Sport would look at enforcing those guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I just wondered whether you could provide an update from your perspective on the Trooper Island issue. I know I raised this with you in the previous estimates, and the answer I received back, I noticed, was that Crown Lands met with DPI Fisheries on the 22nd of January, and there was discussions around safety issues present at Troopers Island Causeway, and Crown Lands had installed signage restricting access. Do you have an update as to whether access for recreational fishermen has been restored?
Well, thanks for that question. Eurobodalla Shire Council, New South Wales Police and Crown Lands have been working together to resolve conflict over access and use of the Coopers Island Causeway by recreational fishers, and a local landowner who uses the causeway for vehicle and stock access. And I might ask Mel to give us some greater detail on where we've progressed in that regard.
Thank you, Minister, and thanks, Chair. This one was a complex one because it's actually relates to a very narrow causeway, which is tricky.
I've been there.
Yeah. What we found is that we were required to do a fairly detailed search to establish ownership of the land. And the causeway is actually a fixture attached to a privately held block. So it is actually private land. In lieu of that, we will be addressing, the signage issue, because it's essentially private land, but we're also working with the fishers out there to find alternative spots for them to be able to access more safely, areas where they can fish. So it was a complex one. We had to do a fair bit of archival kind of searching and get Crown Solicitor's advice to establish ownership. Now that we have, we're going to continue to work with Council, but also the recreational fishers, to look for alternate spots that are in fact actually safer for them to access and use.
Excellent, thank you. I might just change tact. Minister, obviously anecdotally we're hearing a lot about volunteering sort of being on the decline, less people volunteering, whether that's a symptom of COVID or a hangover from COVID, it's unclear. But is there any work being done by your departments around how do we, re-kickstart people volunteering for local sporting clubs, etc.? Because, local sport doesn't run without mums and dads and people volunteering, and if it's on the decline, that's not good for kids' local sport.
Yeah, no, look, there's absolutely, without volunteers, we don't have, really, grassroots, especially at grassroots level, community sport level, we, just won't function. It won't happen. And I'm very grateful to all of the volunteers that are out there, and it's very important that we work together with all of the state sporting organisations to provide whatever support we can to look after the interests of the volunteers and protect the volunteers from undue risk or abuse that comes that we hear in terms of in and around sporting venues. So if we get that, I've got a bit of a note in terms of what we've done in relation to referees and volunteer safety. Yeah, the work that we've done in and around that, I think it's important that I give you a really complete answer on that. And a lot of the reasons why, you spoke about COVID being one of the reasons why volunteers were dropping off, but there's also there's violent incidents around sport and community sport, and such as attacks even on referees, and brawls in car parks, antisocial behaviour that leads to violence and other criminal acts is dealt with under our laws and by our law enforcement agencies, but the New South Wales government's position is that violence and crime are matters to be dealt with by the police. I've had too many people who have volunteered in the past who come up to me and say, look, I just can't put up with this type of behaviour or these types of incidents anymore. So our sporting organisations have, they have a responsibility to deal with all of that antisocial behaviour which occurs at their sport through robust codes of conduct, policies and disciplinary processes. I've held 2 round tables on addressing unacceptable conduct at sport. These led to the formation of a fair play network where sports regularly come together to discuss ideas and strategies to address poor behaviour. This fair play network is chaired by Sports New South Wales and supported by the Office of Sport, and in partnership with the Office of Sport, it recently piloted de-escalation workshops that saw over 70 people from the sector gain skills in de-escalating heightened situations to reduce the risk of aggression and violence occurring at sport. The network met 3 times in early 2024 and developed an action plan. I recently approved $500,000 for key elements of this plan that will be delivered over the next 3 years, including further de-escalation training for people in the sector, especially ground managers and club presidents, piloting a software solution for incident and case management. It's very important that our volunteers feel safe, Mr. Chair, and developing new fair play resources for use at local sports grounds, such as audio and video messages, developing a campaign to promote fair play across community sport, campaigns such as Shush for the kids and Play by the Rules also assists in promoting positive spectator behaviour. I look forward to reporting further on the work that we're doing. It's very important that we continue to honour our volunteers at events throughout the year and I'm very proud to say that our sporting codes do that, and I do try and attend to as many of those events as possible.
Is that plan that you mentioned, is that public facing at all, or is it something internal?
Well, the campaigns have been public facing. I mean, we've promoted them throughout the process. I've gone.
But your actual plan, where you said you're attributing $500,000, is that public facing at all? Or?
So, as the Minister said, the Fair Play Network was established after 2 round tables hosted by the Minister with the sports sector, and in identifying any sort of bad behaviour at our sporting events, particularly at our community sporting events, and how we might be able to address those. That Fair Play Network is actually chaired by the peak body, which is Sport New South Wales, and it is attended by several sports, of which they are members of Sport New South Wales, but they are also representatives of the, as I mentioned before, the 96 state sporting organisations that we have in the state. It is also supported by the Office of Sport, and there, as the Minister has gone through, there's a number of initiatives that are coming out of that network. I think it's really important to say at this point, though, that the vast majority of sport, community sport that's played on the weekend is harmonious and it is incredibly beneficial to the members of our community. And to your point earlier, Chair, in relation to volunteering and the decline in volunteering numbers, we've alluded today that sideline bad behaviour is one thing that does detract away from volunteers. But the sports sector, not just the Office of Sport, but more nationally, particularly through the Australian Sports Commission, there are strong volunteering initiatives to try and retain volunteers in sport. In fact, if you actually go to their website, you'll see their actual volunteering plan, of which we contributed to and which we actually actively participate in, along with all the broader volunteering initiatives that are coming out of the Department of Communities and Justice in trying to retain our volunteers, not just in sport, but all throughout our community and not-for-profit activities.
Thank you. I've only got 30 seconds. I'll pass to the opposition.
Thank you very much. Minister, you spoke about Service New South Wales. I know some of the ministers have it. Can I just pause for 1 second as a point of order? I think the clock has been reset incorrectly.
No, no, it's the remaining.
Oh, is it the remaining time? We've gone that much. Okay, cool. No worries. Minister, you spoke about the Service New South Wales Business Bureau, which you launched in October of last year. A new structure, of course, was meant to be announced by Service New South Wales staff, including the Business Bureau, last week. That announcement has now been delayed. Did you or anyone from your office instruct Service New South Wales to delay that announcement?
Well, I haven't, so...
You haven't? Nobody from your office?
I can't. I'm not sure. I mean...
Okay.
No.
Delayed?
Sorry?
Do you know why that announcement's delayed?
No, I've got no idea.
Okay.
So, sorry. You haven't been briefed as to why the announcement hasn't been delayed on quite a big change to something that you've lauded as one of your major achievements?
It's just a timing. It's just a timing thing. Let's not get too worked up about this.
So, Minister, we'll take it that it's just a timing thing. But, Minister, when will you give staff in the Business Bureau certainty about whether or not that they're being retrenched at Service New South Wales?
Well, they're not being retrenched. I've got the Business Bureau fully funded. So there's...
So there'll be no impacts at all on the Business Bureau at Service New South Wales as part of this restructure?
The Business Bureau budget allocation for 24-25 is $30 million, including $25 million base budget, plus $5 million additional funding for frontline staff to maintain essential services. This provides the business concierge, frontline support, business digital tools, delivery of a small business charter, and business communications and awareness channels.
Okay. So no changes at all?
No.
Heard it here first?
Yep, there it is.
Okay. We'll see if that ends up being the case, Minister.
Minister, has the business case for a roof at Accor Stadium been completed?
There was a business case completed. Kerry, I think, has got some greater detail on that.
Have you seen the business case, Minister? We can ask questions of the bureaucrats in the afternoon, but I'm just wondering if you've seen a business case, Minister.
I've seen some information. I can't say.
So you haven't seen a business case?
The whole business case? No.
You haven't seen a whole business case?
No.
It hasn't been completed.
It hasn't been completed,
So the business case will be completed later this year and actually submitted through the government processes.
Is there a date or a timeline?
It will be probably in the next 2 months, and then it will progress through the Infrastructure New South Wales Treasury Gateway process.
Okay, thank you. Minister, have you asked for that business case to be complete at a particular time?
From what I understand, and Kerry can correct me if I'm misinformed, that was commissioned prior. Was there a request for a business case for a roof on Accor? Was that prior to my engagement as Minister, or was it something that was in the pipeline, or was it?
It was something, it was an allocation from the prior government, a grant to complete the business case. As a result of the commencement, so a business case was partially completed in consultation with Infrastructure New South Wales. We were initially thinking it was going to be a lower tier rated project. They decided, because it would be the first retractable roof completed in New South Wales, that it required a higher tier rating, which means additional requirements to be included in the business case, which then went through a process to do that. During the course of that process, as a result of media commentary following the NRL season opening in Allegiant Stadium earlier this year, there was a lot of commentary about a fixed roof option as opposed to a retractable roof. So we decided it would be prudent to actually consider a fixed roof option as well. So that was.
So is that on direction of the Minister?
No, it was a judgment call by the management on the basis that Infrastructure New South Wales appoint an independent panel, and one of the things that the panel looks at through these processes is what options have you considered, and given the very extensive commentary around a fixed roof option, we felt it would be prudent to include that so that we weren't
the business case wasn't delayed by their request to actually consider that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm asking the Minister questions first and foremost. Could you please provide me with the cost of the business case?
Well, I've got that in my head. I mean, it was, as we said earlier, it was only an allocation from the previous
It was a grant of $5 million.
So, I mean, if Kerry's got that on,
So,
or
so
take that on notice if you
so
like.
you approved the $5 million as part of your budget?
It was a carryover from there, so it was an allocation from the prior government, and it continues to carry over. So it's mostly technical assessments that actually are included in that amount.
So are you drafting a cabinet submission to put that business case to cabinet, Minister?
Well, business case hasn't been completed yet.
That's right.
So I'm not drafting anything at the moment.
Okay, so you won't, depending on what the business case says, then you'll make a judgment, because you've said
Look, this is a
already
decision I'm
you would
making.
like to have.
It's something that I think we'll consider and make it in due course, but there hasn't been a real desire to pursue that as a priority at this stage.
Well, you came after Vegas, but then the Premier sort of...
Yeah, I mean, it was
nice
Vegas was very impressive. Look, Vegas was quite impressive when you were out there. I think it was about 120-mile winds out there, and it was pouring rain, and then we saw how there was no interruption to the matches on the day, and how good it was to have a covered facility. And of course, you know, we want lots of things in life. I was quite impressed with.
Minister, when
it was just
you
a comment.
Back, when you came back, you said you were very keen about it, as has been alluded to. There was lots of media. The Premier very quickly said that there were no plans right now, and he essentially kiboshed the plan. So I'm wondering if you've spoken to the Premier about that, and why the business case is continuing if he has said that there aren't any plans for it to occur.
I speak to the Premier on a lot of things. You said that I commented on how good it was in Vegas to have had a covered stadium. Mm-hmm. You know, at no stage did I say that I was going to sit there and fight to the death to get a cover on the stadium. It's something a decision that's made with a lot of consideration, given the economic settings that we inherited. We inherited some pretty tough economic settings.
You've chosen to continue spending money on this business case, despite the Premier saying that there are no plans right now.
There's no plans right now, but a business case, it can be still valuable if we do have plans tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, so these figures are around 150 to 250 million that were reported in the media. Then there's 300 million as well that was spoken about. Can I just clarify what figures we're expecting in this business case?
Well,
to come out?
I don't know
where did these figures come
I don't know
from?
where you got your figures. So there's people speculating out there.
The Premier
it's
in
not my
February said
statement.
that he got an estimate in the range of 150 to 250 million dollars. So where did he get that estimate?
I got no idea.
So is your
It
department
wasn't a
talking
discussion
to the
with
Premier?
me. It wasn't a discussion with me.
Okay, so he's making it up.
No, I didn't say he made it up. I don't know where he got it from. You're asking me a question. I can't
Okay,
answer.
so you didn't give him that figure?
Answer. It's, you know, like.
You
Do
didn't
you want me to make something up to reply to that?
No, I'm just confirming that you didn't speak to him about that figure.
No.
Okay.
Because I've had no idea what the final cost would be.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you might remember last time round, despite my love of the West Tigers, who've had a couple of wins, which is good and unusual, but we discussed about whether Souths had approached you at all to move to Allianz Stadium. Just wondering, subsequent to that budget estimates hearings, have Souths approached you to move, or Venues New South Wales for that matter,
Well,
to move to Allianz Stadium?
They haven't approached me. I don't know whether they've approached Venues New South Wales or it's something.
What we have talked to them about is they have 3 or 4 uncontracted games, which we'd love to host in the network, and we've talked to them about a couple of games at Allianz, but they're still under discussion.
Okay, so that's the status at the moment. We might return to that this afternoon then. And Minister, what is the status of the NRL Grand Final beyond 2024?
Oh, well, we're working on that. We're working on that in conjunction with Minister Graham. That's John Graham's responsibility to secure that. So maybe.
So, Minister,
you
can't confirm.
You can ask him what the conversations are.
So
I don't really want to openly discuss whatever dealings or conversations have been held there.
Okay. So at this stage, we can't confirm the NRL Grand Final in Sydney in 2025.
No, we can't confirm it in 25. No.
Okay. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, are you aware that during the winter sports season that Sydney broke the record for weekend rainfall and that children's sport was cancelled across Sydney thousands of times?
Yes, I was aware. I discussed that earlier.
Do you have an understanding of how many times? Have you asked the department for briefings on that?
Oh, there's been conversations. There's been conversations in relation to, a horrific loss of games and weekends that kids had to make up, and there's a lot of stress on parents, and it's an issue. I mean, unfortunately, it goes back into the conversations that we were having earlier in relation to synthetic pitches and how synthetic pitches, in many respects, provide a solution.
Okay.
But whatever the Office of Sports, whatever other conversations have been held through the Office of Sports.
Yeah, it's okay.
I
can ask that later this afternoon. Thank you. Minister, are you aware that many associations like the North West Sydney Football Association are not refunded by councils for field hire when fields are closed?
It's an agreement between them and the council. So,
yeah, I'm asking if you are aware of that.
No, it's not.
You're not. So this season there were 6 or 7 weekends that were missed, and you weren't aware that sporting clubs were not able to use the fields but still being charged?
I had a general understanding that there was a lot of games that were missed, but it wasn't.
But you didn't understand that those clubs were
they didn't. I don't think they've written to me, or I'm not sure whether the Office of Sport has had any dealings with it. Karen, have you had any?
So, through the Minister, the Office of Sport is absolutely aware of the weather impacts that it's had on community sport.
And have you briefed the Minister on that?
So, I think the important thing in this case, the answer is no. I haven't specifically briefed the Minister on the weather impacts. Okay. I think anecdotally we all know what the impacts are, and there has been very limited representation to us on those issues. Okay. And I'd say the reason for that is because the vast majority, in fact, of community sport facilities out there across New South Wales are owned and controlled by local government and local councils. Mm-hmm. And the issue that you raise in relation to the North West Football Association, that is an agreement that's achieved between the council and between them. It does not involve the state government.
So, thank you. Minister, now that you are aware of this, are you going to look at providing some support for local sporting organisations that have been left worse off as a result of these field closures?
I'm very happy to have the conversation with them.
All right, that's excellent to hear. And, I mean, if you're just finding out about this now...
I didn't. I understood that there was a lot of clubs that were...
so will you offer support
were cancelled?
to impacted communities?
If they if I could... a request to look at specific hardships or problems, I'm happy to assist.
Okay, well, better playing surfaces we've spoken about, but also drainage would avoid field closures in some instances. Have you taken any steps to rectify the situation around playing surfaces and drainage to provide better access to communities who are using these facilities?
No, I'll look at see what the Office of Sport's been done through Karen. It's an operational.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Yep. Like I've said before already in my evidence this morning, drainage projects have been eligible under our grant programs that we've had. In fact, with all the grant programs that we've run in former years, there's around about 400 odd projects that are currently in delivery across the state as we speak. Mm-hmm. And of those projects, a number of those, I can take the number on notice if you like, the number of those that refer to drainage.
Yep, that would be helpful, thank you.
We can provide that figure.
Could you also please provide on notice the number of games that you're aware of that have been cancelled
through the Minister, we can do that. That would take significant time. We don't actually have collected data on the draws of every sporting organisation across the state every weekend. I think at the last count, roughly, there's around 12,000 clubs across the state. So to actually draw that figure out would actually take the Office of Sport some time. By all means, as the Minister's already alluded to, we are happy to have those conversations with state sporting organisations as their peak bodies in this state to talk about the weather impacts on sport. Unfortunately, I don't think there is a quick solution, but for us, again, there is very limited impact that the state government can have at this stage, given that the majority of those fields, the vast majority, as I've already said, are actually owned and controlled by local councils, and they're the ones who make the decisions around closures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Minister, Penrith Stadium. So, first the Minns Labor government promised a new stadium at Penrith to match the Coalition's commitment. Then it became only a refurbished stadium. We now know that it's in fact 1.5 grandstands, and on the 19th of August a further 200 seats were slashed from the eastern grandstand due to a residential property developer and their concerns. Will you admit that you're delivering the wrong stadium for Penrith on the wrong site, and that the people of Penrith are ultimately the ones that are going to miss out?
Absolutely not admit that. As soon as I became the Minister for Sport, one of the, and also developments, I engaged with the Penrith Panthers, and it was clearly understood from David Dott there was a $308 million commitment to rebuild Penrith Stadium. And we've worked in with that cost envelope, and there's a scheme that everyone's happy with. Has been put in place. Yeah, there's been a few adjustments here and there to accommodate certain planning glitches, but yeah, I think it's all going.
You think it's a winner?
It's a winner. It's all going as per schedule, and we're looking to deliver that for the 2026 season. And I think Venues New South Wales and projects have done a very good job in consulting with the Panthers and putting the whole scheme together in a very short period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Kamper. Minister Kamper, is Penrith Stadium below the probable maximum flood level?
No, I'm not sure. I'll have to throw that to Tom Gellibrand, who probably have some greater knowledge in relation to that technical question.
I don't believe so.
Well, the EIS...
Oh, sorry, did you say below?
Below,
yes.
Yes,
it is below.
And Minister, do you think that the probable maximum flood level is an appropriate flood planning level in that case?
I can't comment on that. I think... Tom, would you have...
Your question goes to floodplain management and planning decisions within floodplains, which is obviously a really important question. My engagement in this area is in relation to the Penrith Football Stadium, which is proposed to house people during events. It's not a hospital. It's not for permanent accommodation. The extent to which that's a suitable use within a floodplain or in areas in and around the probable maximum flood is a matter that planning would take into consideration in assessing a development application. It's an existing stadium at the moment, and the planning process that we go through to get approval for the stadium will no doubt address the potential impacts of flooding.
Thank you.
The bill.
We've only got a couple of minutes left. I'll just keep opposition until 10:45.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in supplementary budget estimates, earlier in the year indicated that you were concerned about postcodes being ineligible to access the local sport defibrillator program and undertook to review your future approach. Has this review occurred?
Yeah, I'll put some notes on that one. Okay. Yeah, I might just go on a little bit of a history there. It's
I don't need the history. I actually am just wondering if you've reviewed the approach for your
reviews
plans?
on the way. It's in progress.
It's in progress. So you haven't made any findings yet as part of a review?
Not as yet, because it's in progress.
Okay, so do you have a timeline or a date that you've asked
How
the department
much longer
to
we got,
report on?
Karen? Maybe Karen can tell us the times and dates.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Yes, we have heard what the concerns were around the local defibrillator program, and in particular the use of postcodes related to CIFA indexes, and we are actually currently reviewing that component, as the Minister has said. That review is underway right now, and we are actually looking forward to opening the program and releasing the revised guidelines later this year.
So will those revised guidelines relate to postcodes?
We are looking at addressing that issue, yes.
Okay, so Minister, has funding been set aside for the continuation of that program for 24-25?
Yes, it has. $500,000 has been set aside to continue the program.
And when's the next round opening?
Sorry? Oh, look, yeah, let Karen go. I can't remember.
Through the Minister, like I've just given my evidence on, we are reviewing the guidelines, last year's guidelines, with a view to reopening the program later this year.
So Minister, have you set up any sort of directive related to how the program should be funded, specifically related to postcodes? Can people be assured that no matter where they live, in what postcode, they will have access to a defibrillator?
Yeah, no, I've asked for a review, and that was because
But
I did say at the last.
What do you want to achieve through this program?
I want to try and make sure that the communities that really need a defib or that haven't got a defib or haven't got access to funds, that they get them. It's look, I want to call out the heartbeat of football for the work that they've done to promote the culture, to get this happening within our community.
The problem was that the program didn't work in the first place because the postcode
Yeah, you're saying, what am I doing
unfair.
in relation to that space? And I have supported and worked with Heartbeat of Football to continue the good work that they're doing in the space. So I am focused on it. I've had two people that are close to me that passed away on a bench. Okay, so and there was one quite recently. So it's important that we get it out there, but it's also important that we get it to the communities. That so a lot of the poorer communities that really haven't had the ability to haven't been really solid in terms of.
As you obviously know, unfortunately, heart attacks don't discriminate.
No, I
socioeconomic
appreciate that,
status.
but we don't want communities missing out because they don't have the necessary personnel or the ability to put together applications or whatever. So I want to make sure we're hitting them with all of them. So the review will look to cover all those situations.
That's correct, Minister. So the review, as I said before, we have heard the concerns around the CIFA indexing, and that is the key component of the review around the last year's guidelines in comparison to this year's. There is a budget allocation, as the Minister has already alluded to, and as I've already said, the revised program will open before the end of this year.
Thank you.
Throw to the government for. I'm shocked. Cover up. We'll now break for morning tea and we'll return at 11:15.
Panini? Can I get a panini for my birthday?
Panini?
Have I got time to get a panini or?
Yeah, I got you. I got you a muffin. All right, welcome back after that brief interlude. I'll now throw back to Ms Hurst to start off questioning from the crossbench.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I've just got one follow-up question in regards to our discussion around synthetic turf. Minister, sorry, you said that you were concerned that you might need to have to change the approach around funding. Can you just expand what you mean by what your concerns are?
Well, if we have a situation where we need to comply with the guidelines, it's going to be much more expensive. So obviously,
expensive
to deliver a synthetic pitch in accordance with the guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they are concerns, and it's going to put greater cost burden if we were to continue to roll out a synthetic pitch. If it has an extra 50 or 60, just throwing numbers around, 50 or 60% cost to address issues that are brought up within the guidelines, well, that is a concern. So, yeah.
And so, sorry, with the increased cost, is that coming from using alternatives to synthetic, or are you thinking of using a synthetic turf that's more environmentally friendly, or what is this increase?
A synthetic turf that's more environmentally friendly and that would address the issues.
Okay.
According to the guidelines.
Thank you, Minister. Your ministerial diary shows that you met with Mr. Peter V'landys and Premier Chris Minns on the 25th of January this year. Can I ask what the purpose of that meeting was?
25th of January. It should be recorded in the.
I don't think that there was much details actually. You don't recall that meeting at all?
Oh, not specifically on that day. Whatever's in the diary is what we would have met on. I'm not really sure whether it was with the. I can't really recall. Yeah.
You don't recall what that meeting was, and you don't recall what was discussed?
No, it was 8-9 months ago. Yes.
Do you recall who sought to arrange that meeting? Did Mr. V'landys reach out to you to organise that meeting?
I'd have to have a look at the diary entry. I can't. Have you got the copy of the diary entry, or what the purpose of the meeting was? Generally, has the purpose of a meeting.
I mean, the purposes of some of these other meetings are very broad. Portfolio matters is usually often what it says, so that doesn't really give us much detail.
In relation to the NRL, was it? I'm not sure. I really can't. I take it on notice if I can.
If you can take that on notice in regards to who actually sought to arrange the meeting, that would be really useful.
Yeah, okay.
Was that the first time that you've met with Mr. Peter V'landys, or have you met with him prior to that meeting in January?
Oh, I've met Peter on a number of occasions during events. I'm invited to NRL events. So
you've met him several times before that meeting?
Yeah, I've met up with Peter.
And just to confirm, Minister, the diary says portfolio matters in regards to that meeting.
Yeah, well,
on the 25th of January. So you don't recall what was discussed?
The sports minister, he's head of NRL, so I suppose.
So probably NRL?
Yeah, probably NRL.
Then in February this year, you went to Las Vegas. Yes. Was that at the invitation of Mr. Peter V'landys?
I was asked if I was going, whether I'd go along, but look, at the end of the day, it was. I discussed it with the Premier, and I thought it was a good event to attend, a good initiative. It was a really real milestone in terms of breaking through internationally for NRL. So that was. Yeah, there was a request whether I'd come, but I chose to do that, and I chose to do a lot of other things in Vegas in relation to where I could, gain some ideas, understand how to promote our greater content into our stadiums here and our in in New South Wales. I had some great meetings with a whole heap of organisations.
Can you tell me a little bit about some of the other meetings that you had while you were there?
Yeah, well, I went to. Let me see. In order. I went to. I think the first meeting I had was with the Golden Knights, the ice hockey there at Las Vegas, to have a look at how. It was a really interesting exercise because you saw a sport that was pretty non-existent in Las Vegas, in Nevada, had very, very small grassroots participation, something like 90 or so grassroots players.
Yep.
And in a period of 5 years, they won the major cup.
So you met with ice hockey, yep.
And looked at the way they promote. They've promoted the game, how they've increased the popularity of the sport, and gained ideas of the way they conduct themselves, and see how we could how those some of their the way they operate, how we could possibly transfer or get some ideas in terms of improving venues content.
Okay. And who else did you meet with other than ice
went
hockey?
Went to the Las Vegas Raceway there. That was really interesting. I don't want to say too much about that meeting because.
So was that what was that horse racing or was that?
No, that's
cars?
motor racing.
Motor racing, yeah.
And well, we compete against Queensland and Victoria for content and for opportunities.
And who else did you meet with?
Too much into that, but that was quite an exciting, quite an interesting meeting. I went to the UFC.
Yep.
We visited the UFC.
Yep.
That was great, and it was quite valuable. Spoke to them about how to look at the way they operate, and actually touched on a concept of maybe partnering with PCYC. Combat that type of sport is pretty much PCYC's grassroots. If you remember, I remember as a young kid, which was all combat sport was.
Can I sort of move you along to get
and that progressed,
what the other meetings were with?
Yeah, that progressed to the point where they, a number of months later, they established a partnership here.
Minister, sorry, I just asked you who you've had the meetings with.
With the UFC.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to
so ice hockey, motor racing, UFC.
UFC. I met with the tourism agency there in Las Vegas. That was a really interesting meeting to understand how they encourage content and events in their state, and look to see, got ideas from there.
Yeah.
I think it was quite valuable. I mean, just that outcome with the UFC and PCYC in itself, I think was
so that they were the
really
main
worthy,
meetings that you had.
Really worthy, and then also there to support NRL. I mean, I'm 60 years of age as of today.
Yep.
I can't remember a greater year for the NRL. It's my birthday today. Yeah. So keep it in mind, Sue. Keep it in mind, Sue, when you jump in.
Minister, your
sorry.
ministerial diary disclosure shows that you attended also the NRL chairman's welcome on the 29th of February.
Yeah. You asked me what did I do there. I'm going to go through it. Yeah, and I attended the NRL events. There was the big street fair, which I got to a little bit late because I finished late from the UFC.
You got to the NRL chairman's welcome late, you say, sorry?
Yeah, we went to the chairman's welcome lunch. I'm just doing this off my head now. Maybe I can refer to my notes if you want. But
do you have any other meetings or events that you attended with Mr. Volandis, or was it just the NRL lunch?
It was the NRL lunch, the street event, which was the street activation. That was a fantastic experience. And it was great, and I was really proud to be there supporting wonderful NRL on behalf of the New South Wales community.
Any other events? So it was the lunch and the street activation event.
I also went to the stadium and inspected the stadium. That was separately. I also...
That was with Mr. Volandis, was it?
No, I don't believe so. No, he may have been there separately, and we might have crossed paths I can't properly recall there, but I specifically went there with my chief of staff, and we were guests of the stadium, and who took us through and had a look at all the different, the way the roof works, and the moving floor.
So just to clarify, the only two events that you attended where Mr. Volandis was also there was the NRL Chairman's Welcome and the street activation event.
And the games as well. I was there on the games day. We were there also. There was also an event, another street event earlier on, where I saw him there. And when I say saw him, I said hello, and and I just jumped into the. Just got into the event. What else was there? I went.
Do you want to maybe take it on notice to give a list?
I went for dinner with a went for dinner one night together with a whole heap of other NRL personalities.
And racing?
No, I don't have really any connection with racing. It's not.
Yeah. Oh no, I just know that they both attended there at those events.
I don't know
you weren't
any
aware.
racing. I just knew NRL people that were there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Stevenson.
Thank you. Hello, Minister. Thank you. I just want to ask you a few questions about Crown lands and conservation, if that's okay. Are you open to Crown lands being identified for conservation purposes and being added to the protected area network, transferred over to a conservation agency?
I'm not really across any movement that way, but it would...
But as Minister, just as a kind of proposition, as Minister, do you have kind of interests in, seeing lands in the Crown land system for which you're responsible for being transferred to the protected area network of New South Wales?
Yeah, I think I'd look at that on a case-by-case basis.
So what would that... If the community was to nominate to you and say, hey, this land's currently under your care and control, but we think it's got high conservation value, it would be better under a different tenure system, is that something that you're open to?
Well, not offended by it, let's put it that way.
No,
yeah.
Well, I would hope not, but yeah. And is that the process, is that the only process open to do that?
If I could ask Mel to give some great
Thanks,
information on what
Minister.
the process is.
So we do have areas of the Crown estate that are directly managed for conservation purposes already. So, for example, Urunga Wetlands was restored from a previously quite contaminated former mine and is now a wetland site.
So can I just ask about that? Is Crown lands really the best and most appropriate body to be managing those lands? Is there a view within Crown lands that they should be transferred to national parks and have that kind of, conservation status elevated?
Well, I think Crown lands is an incredibly diverse estate. So in some circumstances, we have done transfers to national parks. So we do them. We've done them in the past, and we'll no doubt do them again.
And what is the view in terms of internally? When would you do that, and why, and what drives that process?
So the whole portfolio is managed from a perspective of delivering community value in context. So there are times when there's land that's recognised as having high conservation value, might be neighbouring a national park, and there have been situations where that makes more sense for it to belong and be managed as part of the reserve estate, and we've done that in the past. I don't have a list here, but I can provide a list on notice. Similarly, for example, former forestry sites come into the Crown estate when they're no longer being used for forestry. It's a diverse and dynamic portfolio, but where there's a merit-based case, and there's an area with really strong conservation values that the national parks colleagues are interested in as well, then we can work collaboratively around.
So is it more they would contact you? Or?
It can be both. There are examples both ways.
So it's flexible and agile.
Yeah.
Is that a good process, Minister? You're happy with that?
Well, I think so. I can't see why.
And do you support...
Flexible and agile's a good thing.
Sorry, I should also say we also have areas that are under stewardship arrangements, which is, again, managed by the environment portfolio, but we have parts of Crown land that have been dedicated to that purpose too.
So you mean stewardship in terms of
The conservation,
the
yeah,
biodiversity conservation
yeah,
stewardship agreements? How many of those are happening on
I would
Crown
need to take, if you want me to provide some more examples, I might get that and come back in the afternoon.
Yeah, that would
So
be
I didn't
great.
bring that in
Thank
today.
you. That would be really good. Thank you. Minister, are you committed to the goal of protecting 30% of New South Wales land and water by 2030? Or, protecting land and water by 2030. It's a Commonwealth goal.
Yeah, well, of course.
Is it a goal you're familiar with?
Not overly familiar with, but I mean, in principle, of course, I support that.
Have you taken any actions in your portfolio and Crown Lands to assist with that goal? Or would you just be waiting to...
Not in particular, but with Crown Lands, operationally, I don't know whether there's been any action taken.
So, I mean, obviously we'll work with our colleagues around whole of government type commitments, but as I mentioned before, we already have a partnership with national parks in many respects. We're collegiate portfolios. We have handed parks, we have handed parts of the reserve through over to national parks to manage. The one I can remember in most recent times was Killalea, which is now being managed by national parks. So, you know, we will follow directions of the government of the day, but we already do work in that way with our environment portfolio colleagues.
So no actual proactive role. So I suppose with the land audit process that's been undertaken, has there been any kind of proactive nomination in relation to that process?
Well, part of the profiling of land will make recommendations. I think Leon could probably best advise on that in relation to if land is more suitable for other purposes.
Wouldn't consider that.
Wouldn't consider it.
So with this, and I know I've had some conversations with Mr. Walker, but if in terms of, as part of that land audit process, if lands have got threatened ecological communities, has there been any process to say, rather than just strike those out because they're not appropriate or suitable for development, has there been any kind of proactive process to say, well then, perhaps these lands are more suitable to be considered for the protected area network more broadly?
So that would be up to the existing government landowner to determine that.
So is the land audit process then not necessarily speaking to, is that conversation not happening? It's siloed into...
In respect to this particular area you're talking about, the purpose of the land audit is to identify land that's suitable for primarily residential uses. It's not. It's eliminating land that has, for giving your example, environmental issues or considerations that need to be protected, but it's not then proactively doing anything else with them.
Thank you. So in questions taken on notice at last estimates, I received a response, details identifying individual lots as part of the land audit are cabinet in confidence, understandably, but is the number of sites that have been processed as part of the audit that have threatened ecological communities, is that considered cabinet in confidence? Or can the number of sites be identified? Can I be told the number of sites?
Can I take that on notice?
Thank you. I'd be very grateful. And if that's the case, if that is can information also be provided about the audit statistics in terms of pollution statistics as well?
Yeah. So we definitely have those issues included in the criteria. I don't know if the team are tracking in terms of their filtering those specific issues to be able to give you a count quickly, but we could do it.
Thank you. Minister, what's the timeline for the completion of the land audit?
Oh, look, the land audit is ongoing work. I don't think we have a complete. We have a deadline at this stage, but it's ongoing, and we'll just be releasing land as it goes in certain blocks.
And so with that, are you notifying where you're coming up with contaminated lands and so on? Are you notifying the EPA or other agencies, or are they already aware of these issues on our lands?
Yeah, no, well, I think...
So the land audit, the first filter looks at public information, and so if a site is identified as being contaminated on EPA's register, all it's doing is picking that up and identifying that it wouldn't be suitable for a residential...
doing any new work?
Well, no, so it's only when a site is identified as potentially being suited for residential use, and we do more site-specific due diligence that it might identify that there's contamination on the site that wasn't previously known, and if it was of a nature or serious enough, then we might trigger further reporting on that site.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the Coffs Harbour foreshore redevelopment? I don't know if anybody's asked, but what's the plan with that? What's the latest? Are you planning to put a rezoning proposal, or have you decided that it's actually a really bad plan and the community doesn't really want it and the council would rather the land be used for other purposes? Where are you up to, Minister?
Yeah, just in relation to the Coffs Harbour, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation about the site. It's the site right next to the rail track. It's not. There's a road beyond that, and then you have the foreshore area.
Yeah. No,
now,
I've been to the site a number of times and stood with community, and they don't really want your development there.
Well, I'm not really convinced of that, but yeah, there's but Property and Development New South Wales is, and I'll give you a full, complete answer on this, is continuing to lead the New South Wales government's revitalisation plans for the Coffs Harbour Jetty foreshore precinct. It has the capacity to meaningfully deliver on important planning policy aspirations, namely evolving the regional tourism offering and economy, as well as delivering much needed housing supply. Now, much of the precinct is currently inaccessible for public enjoyment. Residual railway land is fenced off and separated from public access, while gravelled areas provide overflow parking. These do not reflect the potential of this foreshore. The land, importantly, the land has not been developed for profit and revenue any profits, any revenues that are generated from that site will be reinvested back into that precinct. That's I think it's important to appreciate that. And the community is and always has been at the heart of the master plan. We encourage people to have their say again when the rezoning proposal progresses to public exhibition, which is, I think it's anticipated later this year. That's correct. Yeah. So, yeah, that's where it's at the moment.
Any affordable
I'll pass
housing?
to the opposition. Sorry, Ms Henderson, but
right.
it was well over time there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll pick it
Thank
up.
you very much. Minister, got a bit of a segue with the land audit there. So
just before we start, I'd just like to answer a question. The question was taken on notice before.
No, we can do this at the
No,
end.
no,
I'll
do it now. We'll get it out of the way.
We're not going through with questions on notice.
Sorry, Minister, we'll do it. We can do it at the end of your session. I'll allow some time at the end for you to wrap up and come to us with any
Right.
before one.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, with respect to the land audit and your evidence to Ms Higginson there, the Premier had indicated previously that it would be completed within months. You say that it's now ongoing. It's sort of, we talked about Tony Barber before. This is a bit of lamb chops play along. It's the audit that never ends. So, Minister, now that you've gotten through and have actually identified 4 sites, when will the first home be developed as a result of the land audit?
Look, I mean that's a pretty cynical type question.
Minister, it's a pretty quick question. When will the first home be developed?
The New South
when will
Wales,
the keys be available?
My job is to deliver land so we can build homes on now. For 12 years, you have plenty of opportunity. Plenty of opportunity.
So, Minister, your answer is that this is not your job. Is that right?
No, it's not my answer. It's not my answer. But it was definitely not your job.
You
neglected that for 12 years.
So,
this is the problem.
Minister, you've come out.
We've taken on that
simple
task.
question. So
we've taken on that task.
You can't give me a time frame,
because
Minister.
of your inaction for 12 years.
Thank you for the display, Minister. But Minister, so you don't have an answer with respect.
Mr. Fowler, stop. Purely for the benefit of Hansard, can we return to question, answer, not question, answer over the top of each other. Okay? I don't know how Hansard would transcribe any of that. I would just probably say it will come out as, catfight ensued, perhaps. Can we give each other a bit of space to actually answer and ask questions, please?
The question of when the first home is going to be built as a result of I can't give you a date on that.
Okay,
But
thank you, Minister. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, you've indicated that 30,000 homes will be delivered over the next 4 years as part of this audit. Is that just the land for the 30,000 homes identified, or are you actually promising to deliver 30,000 homes constructed, keys indoors, by July 2028?
30,000 homes would be delivered on this on the surplus government land that we're...
So it's keys indoors constructed by July 2028. That's the market. Thank you. Now, Minister, there's been mention of 44 sites. So far you've announced 4. When will the other 40 be announced?
They'll be announced in due course.
Okay. Will they be announced in stages, in tranches?
Yeah, there'll be tranches, and it'll be beyond the 44 after that. So, that's a work in progress.
Okay. Minister, so you've announced 4 sites. One of those is 301 Samantha Riley Drive in Kellyville. Why was the parcel at 301 Samantha Riley Drive, Kellyville, listed for sale through Collier's, Sydney West, with expressions of interest to close on Wednesday the 13th of March 2024?
Can't answer that question.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. You had no knowledge of that before? You didn't step in to stop it being sold off or marketed by Collier's West at all?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much was paid to Colliers to market this property?
I've got no idea. I'll take it on notice.
Okay. Can you also take on notice the final cost of Colliers for marketing the property? Mm-hmm. With respect to 301 Samantha Riley Drive at Kellyville, does that also include the parcel at 301B, or is it just 301?
I don't have particular...
We can take that on notice.
We'll take it on notice.
We'll come back to this afternoon.
So many properties.
Okay. Minister, given that your EIE for the Kellyville Bella Vista Todd proposes to increase heights on the site to 67.5 metres with a floor space ratio of 2 to 2 on a site that's more than 21,000 square metres, why are you only proposing to deliver 75 to 83 new homes on that site?
Based on its current zoning,
we'll take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice.
Okay. Now, Minister, you've indicated that Homes New South Wales will be developing this site. 50% are to be social and affordable homes. What's the breakdown for social and affordable on the site?
Take it on notice.
Okay. Minister, will the affordable homes be managed by Homes New South Wales?
I think in terms of on that particular site, I'll take that on notice too.
Okay. Well, we've got a lot of
I don't know whether final decisions have been made with these things.
So, Minister, who's the current entity that owns that site there at 301 Samantha Riley Drive in Kellyville?
Take it on notice. It's really specific detail.
Well, Minister, it's budget estimates. You're the Minister for Land.
I'll take it on notice. Well,
you're the land audit king.
I've got the title holder, or I've got every single bit of detail on.
Mate, you've only got 4 sites. It's not like I'm asking you to go through thousands of them. These are the 4 that have been announced. So you'll take on notice as to who's the current holder of the site?
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
Okay, so now one thing you should be able to answer is this site is supposed to be developed by Homes New South Wales, is that correct? That's what was in your press release?
Yep, okay.
Okay, take my word for it, good. Glad you're across the detail. So in terms of that land, will that land be transferred to Homes New South Wales, or will it be retained by one of the existing, or its existing landholder at present? Or?
That transaction will be determined.
So that hasn't been determined yet?
Sorry, do you want me to do?
Yeah.
So for homes that will be developed by Homes New South Wales, yes, they will take title to those sites.
They will take title, okay. Yeah. Now, what's the accounting treatment for this transaction in terms of the title? Has there been any valuation done of the property in terms of its accounting treatment?
That question would be best targeted to the Treasurer.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have an answer with respect to that. Is there any work that's been undertaken by Property and Development New South Wales in taking a land valuation of these sites that have been announced as of yet?
Property and Development New South Wales facilitate the process valuations are actually performed by Value New South Wales.
Okay. And will there be any budgetary impact for either entity as a result of the transaction from its current holder, who, look, I'll have a stab at it, I suspect is probably Sydney Metro, to Homes New South Wales? Will there be a budgetary impact at all?
Well, I think
the simple answer is yes.
Yes. Okay. And what will that budgetary impact be?
That's another good question for the Treasurer.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will put those questions to the Treasurer then. Now let's turn to another one of those sites. So North Everleigh, you've indicated there that there will be 500 homes. And are you still proceeding to develop all of the 10 hectare Redfern North Everleigh parcel of land?
that's...
The announcement was specific in regard to the clothing store site.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about with respect to the rest of the 10 hectare site?
A decision hasn't been made in respect to the balance of the site.
Okay, so we've got no confirmation in terms of diverse housing, startup hub and entertainment precinct, the town square and public parkland in the area? No?
No, not at this stage.
Okay. So those other sites, have they formed part of your land audit at all? So that being the paint shop site and the carriage works precinct?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Yeah.
It is likely that we reviewed that. I'll take it on notice and come back to you later.
Okay. So the former government's plan for the clothing store was for 600 new homes. Why has this been reduced to 500 under your proposal?
That would be a good question to ask Minister Jackson.
Okay. So nothing to do with you. Okay. Now, with respect to Homes New South Wales developing the site, 50% again are to be for social and affordable. Do you have any idea in terms of the breakdown on that site at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. And with respect to the private homes that are to be developed on this site, will that be undertaken by Homes New South Wales, or will you be putting that out to market? What's the proposal for that on the site?
Well, if Homes New South Wales choose to undertake it and take the
So
site.
that's a decision for Homes New South Wales?
That's a decision for Homes New South Wales, and you will give them the time to make that decision.
Okay. And now, Minister, with respect to Camden, another one of those sites, do you, and that's the parcel at 72, 84 and 86 Menangle Road at Camden, do you know
Just
what...
housing, just a single dwelling housing site, is it? Or?
No, well, Minister, this is
Yeah, well,
order.
I'm not across
Do you
the
know
profile
what's
of
on
each
that site at the moment?
Look, what I do is I deliver the land order through.
Okay, you deliver the land,
land,
other
and
people
then
do... Okay, I get it, Minister.
Yeah, so you're asking questions.
Okay,
on
well, I'm asking,
specific
you've got
blocks of
4
land
sites. I'm not
that-
going through, it's not
Yeah.
that hard. So, Minister...
No, well, it's not in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
But this is one of the government's key initiatives, the
Yeah, it's
land
delivering
order. This is something
land
that
order,
the
that's
Premier
right, put the
said would be
process in
complete
place.
within months. He
And we're-
tasked
and
you
we're
with
doing
delivering
that,
it.
yeah.
We've got 4 sites now.
Yeah, but...
I would have thought the 4 sites you might be across, but anyway.
Ask me how many rose gardens are on the site, you know. Like,
So, Minister,
seriously.
72, 84 and 86 Menangle Road in Camden, what's presently on that site?
I don't know what's on the site.
You don't know what's on the site?
No.
You've got no idea. You've got 4 parcels of land. This is your part. This is the land
thousands
you've
of
made
parcels
available.
of land that we're assessing. I can't know
Order.
what's on
Sorry,
every single
Minister Camper.
site.
Minister Camper, a point of order's been
There's
taken.
4 of them.
Order. I'd have to hear the point of order by Mr. Murphy.
It's a matter of procedural fairness. The member's asking the Minister a question, the Minister's answering the question, then the member's speaking back over the Minister during an answer, sometimes after it, making his own commentary on the answer, which is really unhelpful, disorderly, and he ought to be called to order for that.
I won't give him a formal call to order, but I will ask him to allow the Minister to answer his question in full and try and keep the snide remarks to a minimum.
I've been suitably chastised, thank you. So Minister, let me inform you that currently it's a parking site for staff and visitors of Camden Hospital.
Yes.
Are there any alternative plans for parking at Camden Hospital?
Look, you'd have to ask the Health Minister. I mean...
Well, Minister, you've identified this site and you've said it's surplus to use. Wouldn't you think that there would be potentially, alternative arrangements for...
And the relevant agencies have the owners have defined it as surplus to use. So if you talk about hospital parking, ask the health minister for it. Just put it in your pocket and ask it later.
Okay, so you know nothing about it. You've got nothing about
no,
the parking
no.
for the area, nothing for the nurses and
Leon,
the people
you
who
got any
visit Camden
insight
Hospital
on
at all?
that?
Yeah,
Leon,
so
Richard?
the Minister's correct. I mean, for each particular site, we engage with the owning entity. If in this particular example it was being used for parking, they'll have identified other ways to satisfy that parking requirement.
Okay. Well, we'll ask the Health Minister and see what the future is for the good people of Camden using that hospital facility. Minister, with respect to the WestConnex dive site, Parramatta Road at Camperdown, when you say that the WestConnex dive site will be delivered in partnership with the private sector, what do you mean by that?
Well, exactly that. It'll be delivered in partnership with the...
But what does that mean? Does that mean you'll sell it? Does that mean that you'll retain it and they will develop it? Does it mean you'll have an expression of interest process?
It could mean a mix of both.
You've made no determination as of yet?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, and does that fall in your bailiwick to make that determination? No. Whose responsibility is that?
So the delivery agency will make a call on the most efficient and effective way to deliver
Who is the delivery agency?
And this is a particularly large site, so there's a mix of uses possible on that site.
So who's the delivery agency?
It could either be Property and Development New South Wales or
Which
Landcom.
is you?
Yep.
Okay, or who else?
Landcom, I just said.
Okay, or Landcom, okay. So nothing has been said about it being Landcom at this stage. Aren't you effectively just selling the site whole as bolus to private developer interests?
No.
No?
Well, we haven't said that.
You're ruling that
we
out
haven't
now,
said
or
that.
what?
We haven't said that, but I mean, essentially, it's about getting a housing outcome at the end of the day, and if it's got to go that way, well, decisions will be made after.
Doesn't this break
after
your no privatisation pledge?
First preference has been given to Homes or Landcom, and then from there.
Okay, well, you've outlined in your press release, Homes New South Wales doesn't get a look in here. There's no social and affordable. It's not going to Homes New South Wales. So I guess you've said it's either Landcom or it is Property and Development New South Wales. If it is Property and Development New South Wales, will you be developing the site or will you put it to market?
It's a large and complex site, and a final decision has not been made on the configuration or the components of what will be developed, but it will include housing.
Okay, it will include housing. That's good to know. And when will that decision be made?
That's a work in progress.
Okay, so we've got 4 sites. We've, got one that no decision's been made on what's going to happen with it. So this land audit seems to be going swimmingly so far. Now, Minister, you've said that, your Minister for Housing as recently as March said that the government is committed to 30% social and affordable housing in all developments on government surplus public land. It was also part of your Fresh Start plan. Why is there no social and affordable on this site?
Because we're looking overall, our target's 30% outcome.
So your policy's changed and it's an overall
that's
target now
a
rather
position
than
we've got,
all public land. It's an overall target now.
It's an overall target. Yeah.
Okay. So, Minister, when it comes to this site, RPA literally is just down the road. It's a stone's throw away. Why wouldn't you have any key worker housing as part of it? Why wouldn't you have any affordable housing as part of it in a conveniently located site, particularly for health workers at RPA?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't got the full definition of what's going to be there yet. So, I mean,
you've already said, in terms of your release, you've said it's a private market operation. You've put no social and affordable housing on the site.
Yeah.
Why did you make that determination for a site so suitably located close to RPA?
The site's been provided by our land audit, and the decision's made.
Did you make the decision, or was that made by somebody else? Was it made by?
That decisions.
Minister,
you explain how it works.
It could include key worker housing. A final decision has not been made on the elements of the housing that will be included on that site.
Okay. And will those private homes be built to sell or built to rent?
I think.
Minister?
I think Leon just advised that the key decision hasn't been made. Final decision hasn't been made yet.
Okay. And Minister, just with respect to some other issues with Crown Lands, which Jackie might be able to help me with
Yes.
coming to.
Sorry about that. Minister, from the 1st of July this year, concessions for Crown Road enclosure permit fees began to be phased out. Prior to the 1st of July, landholders eligible for a concession paid $173 annual permit fee. Then beginning in the 1st of July this year, permit fees will progressively increase to $595 annually per year from the 1st of July next year for holders of a single permit, and the year after that, 1st of July 2026, for holders of multiple permits, and thereafter it will be CPI adjusted, which represents a 243% increase. Obviously, Crown roads are numerous in rural New South Wales. I wanted to draw your attention to Claire Buckley of Highland Grange in Jindabyne. She has 9 Crown Road enclosures on her property, meaning permit fees will increase from $1,384 to $5,335 off the bottom line. So the Department of Lands and Property recently began phasing out concessions for Crown Road enclosure permit fees. What are the concessions for?
Right. Well, since 2004, enclosure permit holders have been granted concessions to reduce their annual rent to $180 per year, costing the government and taxpayers approximately $9.6 million a year in foregone rental income. Now, from 1st July, Crown Lands commenced phasing out concessions for enclosure permit holders with one permit over a 2-year period.
Yep.
For holders of multiple enclosure permits, concessions will be phased out
Minister.
over a 3-year period.
I literally just said that. My question was, what were the concessions for?
Under the Crown Land Management Act in 2006, the department is required to apply statutory minimum
Minister,
concessions.
Minister, we'll redirect. We'll redirect. He's restating what she's already put to it.
I'll hear the plaintiff. Sorry, there has been a point of order.
The Minister was in the process of answering the question. He's entitled to do it in the way that he sees fit, and he shouldn't be interrupted immediately with commentary.
I withdraw the question.
I'll redirect it.
Yeah, look, there has been specific advice around redirecting from the clerk, even though there's nothing in the standing orders that says you can or can't do it. It has to be in keeping with the procedural fairness policy that was adopted. So I guess that thing about allowing a gap to make sure the Minister has finished his answer, noting that you've withdrawn the question, do you want to ask something else?
Yeah. Okay. Minister, yesterday before budget estimates, the Agriculture Minister refused to rule out the sale of the Agricultural Research Station lands as part of the review of New South Wales research strategy, headed up by Mary O'Kane. As the Minister for Lands with an interest in the land used by the New South Wales Agriculture Research Stations, will you rule out selling or transferring the land that these research stations use?
I'm not across the...
Got no idea about the agriculture research stations?
Well, no, so I mean, it's a matter for Tara Moriarty.
But it falls under Crown Lands in terms of this land and
there's been no conversation about selling those lands.
Would you like me to answer generally about the sale of Crown
We'll come back
lands,
to you.
or-
Where our time's expired, so we'll come back to you this
Okay.
afternoon, Ms. Hayes, on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll pass to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Almost afternoon, but just scraped in. Minister, are you aware of escalating anti-Muslim and anti-Sikh hate speech that is occurring in parts of Sydney, the increasing fears for safety and security within these communities, particularly what I've been told is discrimination faced by caste-oppressed communities, including the rising incidence of caste-based racism and bullying experienced by kids at school in New South Wales?
Look, I have been aware of certain issues within the communities in relation to that, and we do work hard with Multicultural New South Wales to identify where there's certain tensions within the community, and we try and work with those respective communities to try and get on top of the on top of the tension.
Okay, so what does that mean when you say you're aware? That's good. And what are you doing as Minister for Multiculturalism with those communities when you say you're working with them to address the tension?
Well, when we're I mean, on many occasions you've got to identify, what is real tension and what is just maybe two or three vocal individuals, and get across and engage with both communities. And on many occasions, in terms of religious tension, we do. I'm very pleased to say we've got our faith council that we've appointed. We try and work with members on our faith council to work through the respective communities and to work together towards trying to quell any difficult situations. And Joe, have you got anything else to contribute there?
Ms. Thurman, we're aware of the tensions. Sorry. Good afternoon. We're aware of the tensions, and I think at times these tensions become problematic, particularly with foreign government ideals and so forth, that can disrupt our social cohesion and community harmony in New South Wales. I think first off, we condemn any form of Islamophobic behaviour whatsoever. We condemn any form of attack based off someone's faith, their culture or their language. It has no place in New South Wales. With respect to caste tensions and Muslim tensions or tensions within the Indian community, is there a specific reference point that you can steer us towards as to how we can potentially answer the question more specifically?
I certainly can. I was just interested, firstly, to see the Minister's knowledge of the issue, to be honest, as Multicultural Minister, and also I think you've been asked questions about this in the past, and I'm aware that the community has also contacted you seeking assistance. There was a community consultation report released by the Federation of Ethnic Communities Council of Australia. This is in May 2024. This was in collaboration with the Australian Human Rights Commission, and it revealed that caste was being taught as a beneficial construct apparently in the New South Wales Public Schools Special Religious Education Syllabus, and that report also found that as a result of that characterisation, children from caste-oppressed groups were being subjected to caste-based racism, and there was an increased incidence of caste-based bullying in New South Wales public schools, which of course is incredibly troubling. So that's a report by FECA. You mentioned to my question earlier that maybe a few individuals. Clearly it seems a little bit systemic according to this report. So what are you doing about addressing those tensions?
Well, if it's in relation to what's being taught in schools, I think it's something we need to address with the Minister for Education, Deputy Premier.
Are you aware of this report by FECA? Have they contacted you? The Federation of Ethnic Community Councils of Australia, that's well and truly within your remit.
Yeah, no, I haven't personally come across that particular, whether my agency has.
We partner with the Ethnic Communities Council in New South Wales. They haven't raised it as a concern with us.
Minister, are you aware of a discrimination complaint that's been lodged against Multicultural New South Wales and Parramatta Council at the Australian Human Rights Commission in relation to the platforming of far-right Hindu extremist groups that have contributed to the ongoing vilification of Muslim and Sikh communities?
I'll pass
yeah,
to Joe.
thanks. It was made aware to us this week that a complaint was lodged with the Australian Human Rights Commission. I'm advised that Multicultural New South Wales hasn't received any formal correspondence or notification from the Australian Human Rights Commission. So it's interesting that it already got its way to the media before it got to the Human Rights Commission. That's ultimately a matter for the Human Rights Commission, and I have no further comments to make on the matter at this time. And we're obviously supporting the well-being and welfare of our staff member that's been mentioned in that complaint as well. And can I just say that there's never been an instance where, if that complaint had been raised with us, that I wouldn't have looked into that complaint in in a fair and balanced manner. So, it's ultimately now a matter for the Human Rights Commission, and we'll work closely with them at the right time.
Okay, well, just firstly, when you said hit the media, was that in relation to my questioning to you, or when you're saying this? That,
we
that
received a
pity that
media
it's hit the
inquiry
media?
90 minutes after we were told that it had been lodged with the Human Rights Commission, and no information submitted to us from the Human Rights Commission.
So in December last year, and just let's address if you were aware of it, statement, you would have acted on it. So my colleague, as I understand, my colleague Abigail Boyd asked you in budget estimates last year, Minister, whether you'd meet with community leaders to address these concerns, these widespread concerns of discrimination against, again, Muslim and Sikh communities by Hindu nationalists largely. Has that meeting occurred?
With Hindu nationalists?
No. With the communities who are expressing concern about the discrimination against them, leaders of those Sikh communities and Muslim communities.
Well, I've engaged with Sikh and Muslim communities, but in relation to those specific tensions,
with respect, Minister, it does sound as though you're not, you haven't really been working too much in this space. All of the questions that I have asked you on this issue, it's almost as though you're unaware of the tensions, you're either unaware or they're not a priority for you.
I focus on keeping harmony within our community, and I engage with all faith or ethnic communities on a regular basis, and I attend all of their events. And if there is a chronic issue between two particular communities or two faith communities, I look to the Faith Council to assist me through that process, and we will. And I think from a positive perspective, some of the issues that other states have had hasn't. I think we've managed to particularly.
Has this issue been addressed and raised at the Faith Council? Are you aware of that?
I can assist there.
Yeah, you've attended all.
Ms. Foman, a couple of things. First, the Minister has representations on the Faith Council from the Hindu community, the Sikh community. He also has an advisory board member of Sikh faith. He has members of the Shia community in New South Wales and the Sunni community in New South Wales. This hasn't been raised through the Faith Council, to answer your question specifically. We are aware of a number of meetings had between officers in my department and concerned individuals about this. We take those really seriously. I think anything that threatens our social cohesion and community harmony in New South Wales is something that is deserving of the focus and attention of this agency.
Thank you, Mr. Lepostre. I've got about 40 seconds left. I've got 40 seconds left. Thank you. I can come back to you. I'm sorry to do that to you. Okay. Minister, will you discuss with the Education Minister, Prue Carr, about the FECA report and the issue with bullying in terms of caste at public schools?
Absolutely, most happily.
Thank you. Thank you. My final question, I wanted to see what you are doing in relation to the reports that the Ramadan night markets at Kamper are at risk due to their popularity and increasing costs. A recent report on that issue stated that a New South Wales government spokesperson said it was currently considering funding for the Ramadan night markets and other important cultural and religious events. Just wondering what that entails, if you could share anything with us.
In relation to Ramadan nights, I think they're considering changing the framework or whatever, and in terms of the funding of Ramadan nights, that's historically been funded by Destinations New South Wales and partly from Multicultural New South Wales. But we're on target to deliver record funding to in terms of community events and multicultural events across the state. So we'll be announcing probably around October. We'll be making that decision in relation to where we'll be.
Yeah, Ms. Fairman, to confirm that there was a program for the last 2 years funded by Multicultural New South Wales to partner with the Ramadan Nights Festival. I agree with your sentiments. It's a wonderful festival. I met with the CEO and the Director of Canterbury Bankstown Council as recently as last week. My understanding is that there's another government grant program at the moment that they're exploring. That's really for them to talk to the specificity of that and for a different minister. But we've reassured them that we very much value and greatly appreciate all the efforts that they go to through that program, and that as soon as the grant program opens in October, as the Minister just said, we'll be directly in contact with them, encouraging them to apply.
Okay, thanks, Minister.
Thank you.
That's my time. Thank you.
Ms Hurst?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've just got some more questions in regards to the Las Vegas trip. According to disclosures on the New South Wales government website, the flights for yourself and your Chief of Staff cost $30,000. I assume those were first class plane tickets?
Business class.
Business class, okay. Did you receive, and according to the disclosure, you spent $522.15 Australian dollars on food for the 8-day trip. Was this including the food expenses for your Chief of Staff?
Yes.
Yes. So that, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. That works out at about $30 a day.
Didn't claim a lot of it, just paid out of my own pocket.
So you just paid for a lot of it yourself?
Paid out of the pocket. If we were going to an event where there was food at the event, sometimes you would go, when we visited UFC, they might have a wrap there for lunch or whatever.
So you received
I'm pretty low because I'm trying to keep my weight down. So I've been trying to keep my weight down, so I was very careful. And
that's why we didn't bring your
I did so many steps in Las Vegas. Wherever you go, you're doing like 15 to 20,000 steps a day to get from one place.
So, Minister, did you receive any free or complimentary meals during your trip? Is that what was the is that why the cost was so low?
No. I paid for things out of my own pocket. There was. As I said, I went to events where there was food within those events, or the luncheon, or there'd be nibblies, and I'd pay for myself, or Ed would pay. Did you shout me, Ed? Ed shouted me on a few occasions too.
Were any of the free meals that were provided during your trip paid for by the NRL, Racing New South Wales, or Peter V'landys himself?
Not Peter V'landys, not Racing New South Wales, but there was an event, a launch event where we had lunch. So whoever paid for that would be NRL.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have anything to do with Racing New South Wales. That's a different minister.
I just know that I understand that's a different minister, but I understand that the Las Vegas trip with the NRL also included a lot of people from Racing New South Wales. That's why I posed that question.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with them. I'm not across the industry that much. Yeah.
Did you receive any free or complimentary tickets to events while you were there?
There was an event no, not me personally, no, but I think Chief of Staff visited the Sphere, an event at the Sphere, the Sphere, and I went to a UFC event. I was a guest at the UFC event.
Okay, so the UFC paid for your ticket for that event?
Yeah, I was asked to attend to watch a fight within there. It wasn't a large stadium. It was their little boutique.
It was a small
facility
event
there.
And what about the Sphere event? Who was that provided or invited by?
The operators of the Sphere, I think. Yeah, I'll take that on notice. I can't
take that on notice. Thank you. Did you want to jump in?
You got more, or?
Probably just for other ministers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in quickly, just continuing our conversation around volunteering and switch tactics in terms of multiculturalism. You might pass to Mr. Laposta if need be. Obviously, multicultural groups are obviously largely volunteer-based as well. I'm just interested if there's any work being done in that space about increasing volunteers. and ensuring that volunteers don't drop off in our multicultural groups.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with anything specific, but Joe, you might.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in before,
Yeah.
but I talk too much as it is. So, yes, we've partnered with, and it just got sent to me before, we partnered with the Centre for Volunteering because I think at times there can be a misconception that multicultural communities don't volunteer as much as, I don't know, culturally and linguistically diverse people don't volunteer as much as other different groups. And we partnered with the Department of Communities and Justice and with the Centre for Volunteering, and there's a great report that I'm happy to sort of share and table with this group that's about the contribution that our multicultural society makes to volunteering. So it is something that is front and centre in our thinking. I think they surveyed over 830 different representatives. It's divided into two parts. The first part gives voice via focus to the groups of the sector representatives who identify as being part of a multicultural society, drawing on the focus group's learnings. The second part reports on the findings of an online survey which took a sample of 835 responses from a broad cross-section of New South Wales residents on their volunteering experiences with specific regard to multicultural intersections. To answer your question, the report observed that for volunteers from multicultural backgrounds, acts of giving are culturally embedded and develop deep community connections and support systems. For multicultural volunteers, these support systems created a sense of belonging and societal engagement which extends far beyond the immediate multicultural community. And I see that in my own sporting community where I volunteer on a Sunday morning, the very rich and deep and different groups that volunteer every weekend.
Can I just expand on that? I know last year when I attended the Harmony dinner, and there was a lot of awards being given out to well-deserving individuals and businesses, but in many cases, those individuals were doing their work in a paid position.
Yep.
Has there been any thought given to opening up a separate award section for specifically volunteers in that multicultural space?
Minister, I think that's a great idea. If it's something you're willing to entertain.
No, yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, excellent.
Yep, thanks for your suggestion.
No worries. Always happy to offer suggestions and have them received in a positive light.
I think, just to clarify, I don't want there to be a misconception that the majority of people that win awards are paid. Many of them run their weekend language school, or they run community groups and so forth. By and large, I think the majority of them do it for passion and love and cohesion as opposed to financial sort of remuneration or responses, but very happy to think about a standalone category with the Minister's blessings to focus on volunteers particularly.
Yeah, I think just to encourage that, that passion and drive and keep it going, because obviously a lot of volunteers fall off because they just get burnt out.
Yep.
And we want to be able to encourage them to keep going and encourage others to, I guess, pick up the torch or carry the mantle when those people do eventually, drop off and want to pass it off to someone else.
I think it's an excellent recommendation, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I will pass to the opposition unless there's more questions from Ms Hurst.
I'll throw in a few more.
Okay.
Just going back to the turf and the synthetic turf. So since the last budget estimates, I'm just wondering, Minister, if there's been any changes or actions to address those community concerns around the health and environmental impacts of synthetic turf, or are we just waiting for those reports from the other minister?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're just waiting on the guidelines, as what we said earlier. Yeah, I think there's not really much more I can provide in relation to that.
Okay. Ms Jones, while I've got you, at budget estimates, at the last budget estimates, I asked you about the Her Sport, Her Way strategy, which actually expired on the 30th of June, and you indicated that your office was working on an updated strategy. Can I check where that's up to and what we can see
Yeah, no, we made
Well, Minister's
provision
more
to
than
continue.
happy for you to make
But,
an
yeah,
announcement.
if you could give the updated version of the current, thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, I am very pleased to say that the next version of our Women in Sport strategy is pending release, and it's quite an exciting time, and actually really looking forward to the release of that document in the coming months. So I do want to also just say, though, that the time in between has also been really well utilised by the Office of Sport and also through the government, particularly around grants that have been issued, particularly around Level the Playing Field, the $30 million grant that went towards, I think I've already touched on it, but went towards facilities for women and girls specifically. And also, I mean, even today, for instance, I've got some of my sector performance team, particularly that team who has been involved in Her Sport, Her Way, and also the next version of the Women in Sport strategy. They're currently talking to around 200 teenage girls out at Cricket Central, talking about the important issue about teenage girl retention in sport. So the work is always ongoing in terms of the women in sport space, and we do really look forward to the release of the next strategy.
And quickly, Minister, have you been involved in that updated strategy yourself?
Yes, I have. I think Karen would vouch for me here throughout whatever funding, whatever programs, whatever initiatives we're putting out there. Women are at the forefront in the welfare of women. Women, not just women and girls, but not just on the pitch, but in administration as well, in refereeing. I mean, right across the board, and a lot of our funding and initiatives, the criteria is always that they need to meet a minimum level. Minimum requirements to actually, in relation to addressing, an equal level of representation and facilities and support in sport.
I'll just support the Minister on that and say that the Minister and his office have been very clear in terms of the direction that we need to take the Women in Sport strategy, and as the Minister's already communicated, everything from grassroots participation all the way through to sport administration, coaches, officials, or volunteers even, around making sure that there is good female representation through all aspects of sport. And there's also been a number of funding opportunities available, also instigated through the Minister.
Turn to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, how many times have the Faith Affairs Council met with you in the past 6 months?
I've attended two of the meetings. I really take that on notice. I could have been three. I can't.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
Three. Yeah. Hello, Wes.
G'day, Minister.
So, you came for your birthday.
Yeah,
present.
making a special cameo appearance just for you.
I can assist there, Mr. Fowler, if that helps.
Just for you.
Since the council's inception with the initial 12 appointed members, there was an initial meeting held on the 27th of September, and then I think the Minister's right, there was 3 subsequent meetings.
So when was the last meeting?
Oh, it was July the 4th.
Okay.
July the 4th, and it was excellent. At the Minister's direction, we had the Police Commissioner come to the Faith Affairs Council and talk to them around...
I didn't attend that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So,
you were busy?
Thank you, Mr. Leposta. So,
No problem,
Minister,
Mr.
during any of these meetings, was the Equality Legislation Amendment Bill listed as an agenda item?
Not in my presence.
Not in your presence, but Mr. Leposta, for any of the other meetings?
Can I take it on notice? I'm not sure if it was listed as an agenda item. I think it was raised and there was a course of action, but can I just take that on notice and I'll come back to you this afternoon?
So, Minister, has that bill been raised with you as part of that Faith Affairs Council meeting?
Not at the council meetings, no.
None of them. So it's
Not
never
at the
been
meeting,
raised.
not at the.
Just allow me to check the agenda.
Yeah, but
I'll check the agenda and we'll have an answer
whether it
for you
was
shortly.
on the agenda or not, but have the Faith Affairs Council raised that bill?
Well, members of
have
the council, yeah,
have raised concerns with you about that bill. And what were the concerns that they raised with you about that bill?
Oh, the typical concerns that you'd get from faith community in relation to the Equality Bill. But it's an issue that's going to be dealt with through the Attorney General. It's the Attorney General's work.
And to that point, have you set up a meeting for the Faith Affairs Council with the Attorney General, or was he present at any of those meetings?
Well, I mean, the Equality Bill's not our bill, so.
But let's be frank, you've got a lot of stakeholders who are interested in it.
It's a topic of conversation that we're on, but at this stage, I'm not sure.
Just from a procedural point of view around the Faith Affairs Council, there's 19 different groups. They have divergent views. They're not a homogenous group, obviously. With regards to the Equality Bill, there's a range of different views that sit around the table about that proposed bill in its various different forms. It is unusual for the Faith Affairs Council to specifically request or write to the Minister unless there is universal agreement on something. What the role of the Faith Affairs Council is to understand what parts of government are tackling.
With all due respect, I'm not asking about writing, I'm asking about the conversations of the meeting, and I'll continue to direct them to the Minister, but we might return to this later on.
Sure.
Minister, have you directly passed on the concerns that have been raised with you by members of the Faith Affairs Council to the Attorney General?
Elements. There hasn't been a real strict meeting and dialogue in relation to it, but I mean, there's been conversations with one of my staffers that's engaged with some elements of the
nothing like knowing the minister's going out and fighting for you.
Chair, I've let this go a few times, but the Honourable Wes Fang keeps
only just
interjecting with comments that are redolent with malice and just unhelpful, and he ought to be called to order.
Yeah, and the members of the Faith Affairs Council, members of the Faith Affairs Council know who to converse with in my office in relation to it, and any connection with the Attorney General's office or advice from there, that will happen, at some stage. But we're not in a position where we're really.
So Minister, in the spirit of good suggestions that are being offered in this committee, and your openness to them, do you think it'd be an idea to have the Attorney General or other relevant ministers come before the Faith Affairs Council for their consideration of pertinent issues like this in the Equality Bill?
Or the Faith Council's recommendations, maybe. Yeah.
Can I just
be put to the Attorney General?
Can I just pause there, Mr. Kamper, and have a ruling and remind the honourable member that interjections are disorderly, and
even when they're funny,
even if some people find them funny, I will call you to order if it continues. That is your warning. You may proceed again, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Minister. Have any other ministers come before the Faith Affairs Council during your time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No? So you said you had the police commissioner there. You didn't have the police minister there at all?
I wasn't there for that event.
Okay.
No.
The police minister hasn't attended?
There, no. The chair of the Faith Affairs Council makes requests in terms of the agenda item. So under their terms of reference, the minister can't tell the Faith Affairs Council what they should discuss. They come and they say, we would like the opportunity to liaise around this issue or this issue. Sorry, that was the point. I took too long before. But when they request something through the Secretariat, if the Minister if they request that they would like someone from the AG's office or DCJ to come and talk to them around this bill, then there's nothing stopping the Minister at his discretion from facilitating that. But they haven't put that request forward. They didn't request the Police Minister to attend. They requested the Police Commissioner to attend to talk about some of the ways that she and her team operationally manage some of the issues that have sensitive intersections with faith.
So if the Faith Affairs Council were to put the Equality Bill on the agenda, do you think it'd be a good idea to have the Attorney General attend, or a relevant minister for whatever item it might be that the Faith Affairs Council list?
Well,
is that something you'd be happy to take up with your colleagues?
I'm happy to take on board, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, but by the same token, it's not to say that, any recommendations or even dialogue in connection with the Attorney General or his staff, his key staff, in relation to these issues, conversations can be held and opinions can be passed on.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, your government has committed $85 million over the next 4 years, including a record ongoing investment to Multicultural New South Wales. Could you please tell me what the record ongoing funding that Multicultural New South Wales will be receiving towards operational expenses, please?
I think it's
Come on, Mr. LaPosta, where's the note? It needs to be quick.
Yeah, of
Good
course,
afternoon,
of course it is. Yeah.
Mr. Fang.
Okay, and I'm fairly pleased to say that we've locked away operational funding and locked away the forwards for 4 years. I think it's a,
Could you
as I said, it was a record.
please answer the
It was a
question?
record,
Very direct question.
Look, I like to give a complete answer. So, Multicultural New South Wales will receive an additional $85 million in funding over the next 4 years, a record ongoing investment by the New South Wales Government. Now, in 24-25, Multicultural New South Wales overall budget is $71.6 million.
It says 71.3 million here in the budget, Minister.
It might be operating versus CapEx and OpEx. We've got a small amount towards CapEx. That might be the difference.
So,
It might be $300,000 of
okay,
CapEx.
thank you.
Sorry.
Well, the budget overview said that there's a $73 million in a permanent boost.
Anyway, the 24-24, it's, as I said,
So
85 million over the next 4 years, 27.5 in 24-25, 15.2 per annum thereafter. Programs are delivered by Multicultural New South Wales to support our diverse community.
Could you please
A further
table that,
12 million
Minister?
over the next 4 years has been provided to Multicultural New South Wales through the Premier's Department for delivering the internationally acknowledged compact program.
If he holds it up
recognising
a bit
the importance
higher, I can read the back page
socially
on the screen.
and cohesive communities.
Minister, would you mind tabling that information, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So, just in terms of the record funding that you speak about, adjusting for inflation, our budget figure would have actually sat at 73 to 74 million, accounting for inflation. I'm just wondering whether your claim about boosting funding accounted for that.
I think
I can help there. Thank the member for their question. The funding was fixed term funding. So one of the challenges for our agency has been having ongoing funding for things. So very grateful for the previous government in terms of the initial investment that was made. Very, very appreciative of the current government for now making us, I think, the highest funded department in the country in terms of tackling issues that impact on social cohesion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The investment is twofold. There is a component of the investment that's about a programmatic funding, which I think the Minister was going to lead us down in terms of multilingual New South Wales, social cohesion and so forth, which I'll allow
And just
him
on
to
that,
talk to.
that's actually delivered through customer service, not through...
Multilingual New South Wales?
Yep.
No, that's our interpreters and translators. That's a new investment that the current government has made in providing whole of government translation services and interpreting services through our department at
So
no
that
cost.
wasn't previously undertaken through customer service and Service New South Wales?
No, not to the best of my knowledge. That was something that was initially started off the back of COVID, in terms of government looking to improve access to timely information to our linguistically and culturally diverse communities, and something this government has sustained and grown in terms of the investment whole of government. So if you think about information after the back of a flood, there was serious challenges around communities in Liverpool getting access to the same timely information in language that could build an awareness as there was to communities in Camden where they knew where the evacuation centres and everything was in terms of government support.
I understand why they are necessary and why they were implemented under the coalition government. I just wanted to check the details of where they're being funded and who is actually delivering those services.
Sure.
So I think if you want to continue.
Sure. Minister, conveniently, your government decided to release the Multicultural Media Review and Policy Report 2023 a week after your February budget estimates. I'm glad we prompted you onto that. So we were unfortunately unable to ask you about the details. Are you aware that following its release, many key independent multicultural media outlets are unhappy with the government's report?
Well, I've been in 2 meetings with the with the multicultural media units in relation to this whole review, but the New South Wales we're committed to supporting a sustainable multicultural media alongside with Minister Dibb. That was published in 24, delivering on election commitment to review New South Wales government advertising with independent multicultural media. Now, I met with Emma on the 26th of March this year and again on Monday the 12th of August, together with the Minister for Customer Service. We have addressed a number of issues with Emma and that they have raised with us. We've got a very transparent process where we sit, the Minister Dibb and myself, together with all of the relevant officers, as we go through that review. The greater transparency in multicultural media channels used by New South Wales government agencies. DCS is committed to increasing the consideration of press and radio spend through contract management with the New South Wales government media buyer, encouraging government agencies to use multicultural media through developing tools like communication playbook to educate government communication managers on effective communication to multicultural audiences, delivering online briefings for New South Wales government communication staff with more than 500 staff in attendance, building a national communications community of practice, delivering a media landscape webinar about the importance and value of traditional multicultural media. That was attended by 370 government communications professionals.
Thank you, Minister. I might redirect
in terms of this is the work we've been doing with that, and it's all still in progress, and that's the intention to try and make sure that we are hitting the mark and supporting multicultural media groups, but we also want to make sure that we're getting some value out of our back.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, one of the concerns that was raised directly with DCS during the review referenced the Victorian Government's position where advertising spend was increased to 15% and excluding translation services and expenditure with SBS. Your government has since settled on a 1.5 increase from 7.5 to 9%. As this spend still includes SBS and social media platforms, independent multicultural media say that they will not benefit from this increase at all, particularly with rising operational costs. What's your government going to do in response to ensure that independent multicultural media is supported in New South Wales?
Look, we're going through this process, and we're going through this whole review process. We're putting an enormous amount of effort into making sure that we're able to establish the right spend that's required to get out and communicate to our ethnic communities. I believe we're doing it the right way. It's not about just throwing money or grants to multicultural media. And so that was something that that was requested. It was modelled around what happened during the COVID period, where there was a whole heap of money, just lump sums thrown to operations, and really that's not the way we want to go about it. We want to make sure that our ethnic media is actually connecting up with the communities that we need to deliver messaging through to, and this is part of this process is getting that right. Our spend, we've increased it. I mean, a percentile, they're saying we want an extra percentile. They were saying they were getting nothing, and they said, well, what do we want? An additional 7% on nothing, or additional 5% on nothing. So here we're talking about what's actually getting to them, and we're working.
Okay, so Minister, are you able to advise?
Joe's been active in
Minister,
in this
are you able to advise how much has been spent on traditional multicultural media in the last 12 months?
I haven't got that number in front of me, no.
I think it's 9.8% of the total advertising spend. In terms of what the cost breakdown is, that's probably a question best directed to the Department of Customer Service and Minister Dibb.
Those figures?
No, we don't. And I think it's important to delineate that Minister Kamper's role is an advocacy-based role. So he's there to advocate on behalf. These really are matters for Minister Dibb and the Department of Customer Service around the whole of government advertising spend. And it wouldn't be appropriate for myself or Minister Kamper to comment on how those programs are rolled out. What we do know, though, is through the Minister's leadership and our support, and he was transparent with the commitment in the lead up to the election around 9%, and they've delivered that now through Cabinet, and that's now, I think the spend has exceeded the 9%, 9% is about 9.8%. But the other thing that we're doing as a whole of government thing through the Department of Customer Service is reviewing how they structure their advertising campaigns. There's a lot more structure in terms of, as the Minister alluded to, how government campaigns are. That's an exercise that we need to build a better awareness and understanding of the Greek Herald, as you mentioned, Indian Link, Chinese Daily, Reti Italia,
Thank you, Mr.
Sunrise
Apostle.
Daily.
We might head back to it this afternoon.
And we have David Jiang on our advisory board too, that provides advice to the Minister on behalf of these groups about what is and what isn't working, Mr. Farley.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Oh, thank you. Minister, noted this morning you gave an answer to a question. You read it verbatim, I suspect, off your sheet, about projects in regional New South Wales. You mentioned Kamper, Tuncurry, Albury and Tamworth. Did you commence those projects, Minister?
I'll just pass it on to Mel, not across the detail.
Was that, Ms. Hawes, was that commenced under the previous government?
The MOU was commenced under the former government.
Thank you. Minister, in relation to that, can you provide an update as to where those projects are at the moment?
Oh,
We did that this morning, yeah.
Yeah,
but
you got
we're
that?
happy to.
Yep.
And so whilst the program of cooperation with, as it was Land and Housing,
Yep.
started under the previous government, it's continued.
Yep.
And more projects are underway as sites are assessed for their feasibility for potential regional housing supply.
Okay. So have you spoken to the Mayor, for example, of Kamper, who's screaming out for additional land for Snowy 2.0 projects and other infrastructure projects are being rolled out there? And these programs that were rolled out under our previous government are still nowhere to be seen under this government.
So the approach was agreed under the previous government. The projects are continuing and the pipeline of further assessment is continuing.
It's 18 months now, Ms. Hawes. How
Yeah,
long are these people going to have to wait?
So the projects move from feasibility assessment through to planning, DAs, etc., and they're
Yes.
at different stages. So
Yes.
as I said this morning, if you're after a response as to when will construction begin,
Yep.
that is a question best put to my colleagues in Homes.
Okay.
They are all at varying stages of planning approval at this point.
Minister, how many regional projects have you got underway to release land in regional New South Wales?
I couldn't give you a number.
Well, there'd be a mix.
Do you
There's
have
some in
this?
Crown
Is
Lands.
regional New
and
South
then-
Wales land release a priority of yours?
It's part of the mix. It's part of the.
Part of the mix,
It's going to be
okay,
part of the
thank
land
you.
release.
I want to move on quickly because I've only got a short amount of time
Well, just
left.
quickly on that,
Can
are any of the 40 remaining sites you've identified in regional New South Wales?
Take that on notice.
Take it on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Minister, can you advise when the successful tender of the Dubbo Regional Sports Hub will be announced?
That's. Are you familiar with that information, Karen?
I am familiar with that project, Minister, but in terms of actual tender documents and any announcement around that, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. The project. We asked about the project in November last year. Can you let the community know when construction is going to commence and shovels will be in the ground?
Through the Minister, I'm happy to take all of that on notice and provide you with project timelines.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just probably
Nothing's
take
changed.
the last couple of minutes. Are you able to provide an update on where we're at with the land acquisition review, if possible, and if it requires significant detail, I'm happy for you to provide it on notice.
Look, the government, led by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, commenced the land acquisition review in 2023. The land acquisition review includes a legislative review of the Land Acquisition Just Terms Compensation Act 1991, the Just Terms Act involving New South Wales Government and public consultation, and a review of the whole of government approach to acquisitions. The department is considering stakeholder comments, legislation in other jurisdictions, and public feedback from a discussion paper published for consultation. The review aims to eliminate uncertainty and complexity in the legislation, clarify legal rights of landowners and obligations for acquiring authorities. A discussion paper with themes for consideration was published, inviting public input from the 22nd of March to the 3rd of May 2024. Following the review, recommendations will be presented to the government for consideration, targeting late 2024. The review will not affect current or recently completed negotiations. The review seeks to improve the Just Terms Act and the whole of government approach to acquisitions to help landowners understand requirements and negotiate compensation just more effectively. The government framework emphasises helping individuals understand their rights, providing support throughout the process and assisting with relocation.
Thank you. Obviously, we might have some follow-up questions as that progresses. Thank you.
Yep.
There is about 2 minutes left. Is there any other further questions from anyone before I throw to the...
Very happy to take it up. Minister, in the first round of Safe Places for Faith Communities program, 103 community and faith organisations received funding. Who had a role in assessing which applicants would be successful? Was that you, or was there a panel? Or
there was a panel. There was a process put in place.
My goodness, extensive, very extensive, and we brought all different parts of government to help us.
Well, we might come back to that at the end. Minister, did you have any role in making any of the assessments or approving the final list?
No, at the end of the day, I got the recommendations. Well, that came through the assessment process and embraced that.
And just for complete transparency, the minister got a brief. He signed the approved brief.
Sure. And Minister, would you be able to provide this committee on notice, of course, with those 103 successful applicants?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. And how many applicants applied under this round that were unsuccessful?
Off memory, I can't.
Just give us a sec, Mr. Farley. I'll find it. No, it wasn't. That's different grant.
We can come back to it in the afternoon, Mr. Laposta. And for the first round, the initial $3 million that groups were going to have access to was increased to $5 million. Is the government going to consider increasing the funding available for the next round to ensure that as many organisations as possible can improve security to their places of worship and other facilities eligible under the program?
It's a budgetary related question, Mr. Farlow. There's an amount in the budget for this year. I can take the specifics on notice in terms of how much it is, but it was part of the MIN's
15 million.
Yeah, government commitment of 15 million over 4 years, not 15 million a year, 15 million over 4 years. So we've delivered the first tranche of funding, which was $5 million, brought forward because of current issues in community, and absolutely can take it on notice and check in terms of what our budget amount is for next year, or this year, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Payne?
With 4 seconds to go. Minister...
Say happy birthday.
Yeah, no, I will say happy birthday, Minister. Happy birthday. Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Feng.
You know, I mean, I was surprised to hear you were 60, but I mean, happy birthday.
That's very useful.
Oh yeah, look, I should I do that now?
Ministry hasn't been kind to you.
Did you want to, unless the government has specific questions, I'm happy to give you time to clear some of the decks.
Can I clear this up?
Oh, come on, come on, Murphy, mop up for him.
Mr. Fang,
just
any questions you've already taken on notice, if you want to clear the decks.
I did it. It was just in relation to the business insolvencies. I wish to provide an answer to a question I previously took on notice in relation to, as I said, business insolvencies. Business insolvencies have increased amid challenging economic conditions, including business cost pressures and weakening consumer demand. We've seen increases in the rate of insolvencies for the last 3 years, 2 of which were when the coalition was in office. So for the benefit of members, here are the numbers. During 21-22, there were 1,903, an increase of 20% on the previous year. In 22-23, there were 3,282 insolvencies, an increase of 72% on the previous year. And last financial year of 23-24, there were 4,634 business insolvencies, an increase of 41%. It should also be noted that insolvencies were dramatically reduced during the COVID-19 pandemic due to business support such as JobKeeper. Businesses that otherwise may have gone insolvent during this time could have been kept afloat due to the level of financial government assistance during this time. These numbers are clearly concerning, especially when we think about the number of small businesses in the state and their contribution. New South Wales is home to some 850,000 small businesses. Small businesses in New South Wales pay more than 75.9 billion in annual wages and salaries to employees every year and contribute $535.6 billion to annual sales and service income. Small businesses comprise the overwhelming majority of all businesses in New South Wales, around 97%, and employ 1.8 million people in the private sector, which is about 43% of the state's private sector workforce. The challenging trading conditions also having an impact on business confidence. The New South Wales Small Business Commissioner's Momentum Survey tracks small business confidence. Confidence levels remain subdued amidst challenging trading conditions, despite recording a modest improvement for a second consecutive month between May and June, increasing by 1 percentage point to 26%. Rising input costs, including freight, fuel, government fees and charges, insurance, materials, rent, utilities and wages, together with staff shortages, interest rates, compliance burdens and weaker customer demand were cited as factors weighing in confidence. It's just some data because you're looking at percentiles and data. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the government? Is there any other questions that have been taken on notice?
3.5.
Mr. Fang, are there any other questions that have been taken on notice we want to clear up before, or we can do it after when we come back from lunch?
Yeah, great.
Yeah, thank you. All right, that
It's good to
concludes
see that get you
our,
off the bench. It was good to see.
concludes our time with the Minister. We thank you, Minister, for your time. Please take the cupcake that's been kindly provided for you.
Who can I thank for the cupcake? Is it the collective
You can
or?
thank,
Me.
don't thank me.
Definitely.
You didn't
Definitely
thank
not you, Wiz.
You didn't thank the chair.
See you in a year. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your birthday. The rest of the witnesses will come back at 2 o'clock after lunch. Thank you. Well, welcome back to this afternoon's session with the departmental witnesses. We'll kick off with questioning from the crossbench. So I'm looking at Ms. Con, if you're ready to go. I'll pass it to you.
My questions are for you, Ms. Jones. I was hoping to follow up on the Level the Playing Field program. I understand that it was oversubscribed, which is excellent.
Yes.
Will it be extended or repeated next year?
There is no funding allocation to continue the Level the Playing Field grant program this financial year.
Okay. The primary objective of that program, as I understand it, was equitable access for women and girls, and there was an additional objective to increase utilisation of sport facilities for people with disability, First Nations people, LGBTQIA plus people, and people from culturally and linguistically diverse communities, which is a huge remit. How many of the projects that were funded address those additional objectives?
Wow. I will have to take that on notice to go through each one of those. It was part of our guidelines and part of the assessment criteria, so that element was actually given a weighting in terms of the assessment, and in terms of those projects that were successful, that covered off on that area or that had a high score in that area, I can come back to you.
Thank you.
On notice for that.
I expect you'll take my next question on notice as well,
Okay.
but similarly, I'm really interested in the projects for construction of new or upgraded universal designed change rooms, toilets and parent and child change areas or creche facilities. I understand those projects were eligible,
Yes.
and I'd be keen to understand how many funded projects provided new or upgraded universal design facilities, but also how many unsuccessful applications there were. for
Again, I can
universal
take
design
that
facilities.
on notice. I think it's important to make the distinction between female-friendly facilities and universal design. So universal design is an architectural term that is means that the facilities will actually be highly accessible regardless of disabled access or whether it's for women and girls, and ideally you want all the facilities universally designed, and I'm pretty confident that if not all, then most of the facilities that were successful in that grant program would have met that criteria. But specifically around female access and prioritising female access, both successful and unsuccessful, I'll take it on notice.
Well, thank you. I was also interested to see there was a project that was awarded funding, which was in Shellharbour. There was a $2 million project at Francis Ryan Amenities Upgrade that was subsequently withdrawn. Where has that $2 million now been reallocated? So
When we went through the process of assessing all of the grant applications, obviously they go through a pretty rigorous assessment process where, as I've mentioned already, they get ranked and they get scored. And with that, obviously those that fall within the funding limit are the ones that then get recommended through for funding. But we have also created a reserve list. And a reserve list means that if there are any projects that don't proceed, or if there are any surplus funds, then those reserve list projects may be considered. I think it's important to know that the Level of Playing Field grants, the funding agreements were only really settled in June this year. So we are still seeing and still gauging some of the projects and where they're up to in terms of delivery. So we're waiting to see whether or not the full program will be fulfilled. As you've alluded to, Shellharbour has since communicated to us that they won't be proceeding with the application. After we've waited a period, we'll know what that sort of leftover money kind of looks like, and then we'll move towards the reserve list.
Okay, great. So all of the leftover funds will be reinvested in projects that were unsuccessful?
That's still up to the Minister and the Minister's consideration and final approval of that, but that's the intention.
Great, thank you. I was also hoping for an update on the organisation support program, which we've talked about extensively before. How are those organisations going with their progress under that scheme?
Yeah, so under the organisation support program, so that's the program where this current government significantly increased the funding towards that program. Previously it had funds of $2.4 million allocated to it. Last year it increased to $5 million. This year it's actually increasing to $10 million. As part of the increase in funding, we also took the opportunity to look at restructuring the program. How it actually works, of all the 96 state sporting organisations, they are put into categories, if you like, depending on their participation numbers and their size, as to how much funding that they are eligible for. That actual scheme hadn't changed for a number of years, and so we took this opportunity to revisit that. We've spent the last few months recategorising state sporting organisations.
asking them for information to support what category they should be in. That will then determine their level of funding. We are now in the process of settling that, and state sporting organisations should expect to hear from the Office of Sport very shortly around where they've fallen into in terms of categorisation, and then how much funding they are eligible for. We also tightened up the criteria around eligibility, particularly around introducing some accountabilities for them. I'm pleased to say that some of those accountabilities are around women in sport and making sure that they improve their women representation, particularly on their boards.
Great. And that work that's nearly finalised, will that be publicly available once it's finalised?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So all the organisation support program is available in our annual reports, and we'll continue with that progress, that stance.
Thank you. And what's the expected time frame?
The organisation support program, we are expecting for that to be released in the coming months.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about viewership. You've mentioned previously that one of the barriers to equal pay and equal sponsorship, or some of the issues that are outside of the direct control of the Office of Sport, are really dependent on viewership. And I understand there were a couple of very good small projects recently, like the Olympic viewing live sites.
Yes.
Is there any other work underway to support viewership?
Yeah, so actually nationally there's been a lot of work around the visibility of women's sport, and also in particular the media reporting on women's sport. I do actually have to commend our Victorian colleagues. They were the ones who actually produced a report around the visibility of women and girls in the media, women and girls sport in the media, and particularly the level of commentary that was provided around those. That has actually provided a really good database for everybody else across the country. And on top of all of that, we alluded to in this morning's session, we are on the cusp of releasing our new Women in Sport strategy, and I am pleased to say that the commercialisation of women's sport, and in particular having more broadcast, more accessibility, also then leading to higher attractiveness around sponsorship, is definitely a focus area in our new plan, in our new strategy.
That's really great to hear. And for those live viewing sites, I know they're so popular and appreciated by the community. I know that outside of Sydney, some local councils have done a similar initiative in their local areas, but are there any plans for the department to support that sort of work outside of Sydney?
So we don't actually support that work. We encourage it, absolutely. And if anybody is interested in live streaming the Paralympic Games, which start first thing tomorrow morning, I would strongly encourage them to do so, not just for our para-athletes, but also for the girls and the women who are participating in the Paralympic Games.
Thank you. Just in my last couple of minutes, I'm trying to understand the process for certification of football grounds. So I understand there's a process to get certification under FIFA to hold soccer matches. And it's been brought to my attention that particularly for new synthetic turf fields, there are some clubs and councils that are not pursuing that recertification because of the costs involved. How does that process work, and is it something that you have any input into?
No, we don't have any input into that. As you mentioned, it is something that's controlled by FIFA, and then it sort of filters down through the federated sports model into Football Australia and then into the state sporting organisations for football. I suspect that there would be different categories. So whether or not they are planning on hosting international type events through to national events, through to state events, through to community events, in terms of what type of grading the actual pitch would need to have. But any further questions on that in terms of cost implications, I can take on notice and see what I can find out for you. But ultimately, it is something that is for FIFA and Football Australia.
Thank you. And in the past, there have been grants from the Office of Sport to a handful of facilities to build or to renew synthetic turf. Will that continue to be the case moving forward?
Yeah, so like I mentioned this morning, we don't actually have infrastructure grants available this year, but those infrastructure grants that we have approved in previous years, obviously they're all under construction, so we won't be doing anything retrospective to those. We do await the the final synthetic turf guidelines. Once they are actually out and endorsed, then of course the Office of Sport would comply with those.
Thank you. In the very last sliver of time,
Sure.
what involvement have you had with the draft guidelines process from Department of Planning?
We have been involved. We have been consulted in the development of those guidelines and also through the formal consultation process too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you. I think these questions are probably best to Mr. McLaughlin. At the last estimates hearing, I was told that there was a process of setting up a privacy auditing compliance team that would monitor and enforce conditions of the new licensing agreements regarding property sales data provided by Valuations New South Wales. Are you able to provide an update on that team and where that work is actually going?
Sure. Thanks, Ms Hurst. So since the last budget estimates period, the team has been established. An audit framework, if you will, has been developed and audits are underway of Tier 2 licence holders, with Tier 1 licence holders scheduled to be audited in the next couple of months. And I look forward to sharing the findings of both those audits at some point in the future.
Thank you. How many full-time equivalent staff are part of that new team?
There's 4 full-time equivalent staff in the privacy and data team.
Thank you. And what kind of powers of enforcement will those team members have if they find someone breaching conditions of the new licensing agreement around privacy?
So the rights afforded to the Value General and by inference Value New South Wales are outlined in the licences. So some of those things or actions that Value New South Wales could take, depending on what was found or not found, range from, in the simplest terms, a letter to address concerns that may be occurring, to, in the most severe terms, termination or suspension of licences.
Okay. And with this team, or Valuations New South Wales generally, will they, if they received any complaints regarding has the team or Valuations New South Wales more generally received any complaints regarding misuse of personal information so far?
Yeah, we've received, I guess it depends on the definition, but we've certainly received inquiries or complaints. But I think it's important to clarify that we've only received those from one party as opposed to, when I say complaints, it's not numerous parties complaining. Yeah.
Okay. Is it, sorry, just to clarify, is it one party making several complaints about different, or is it all one case?
One party making numerous complaints, yes.
Numerous complaints, yeah. And can I ask what action has been taken on those complaints?
So I think that would be something that would be predominantly confidential in nature, given that the complaints are confidential per se. What I would say is that whenever a complaint is received, we have a complaints and feedback handling policy, and it's managed in accordance with that. But broadly speaking, if a complaint is received, it's investigated or it's reviewed, and depending on the nature of the complaint, it's either deemed, what would be the word? The threshold would be met for further investigation, or the threshold would not be met. And on most instances, the threshold would not be met in the ones that you're probably referring to. However, as I said, a team has been established. There are audits underway of licence conditions to investigate whether or not those conditions are being complied with. And outside of that, until that audit is completed, which should be in the next couple of months, I couldn't say any more.
Okay, no, thank you. I'm just wondering as well what steps have been taken to make the public aware of this new team. Has there been anything set up that might direct the public to that relevant unit so they can actually quite easily report concerns?
Yeah, so we do have I'm pleased to say that we've completely refreshed the Value General's website, and it's somewhat of a milestone, so if you don't mind me saying, we've completely refreshed it, reduced files on the website, and removed 800 PDFs, some dating more than 30 years ago. So the user experience and customer experience for people to inquire or make a complaint to Value New South Wales or the Value General is streamlined on our website. On there are details about how you can make a complaint or inquire about an issue. And separately, we obviously have a call centre team in conjunction with Service New South Wales and receive about 50,000 calls per annum about a variety of things, and depending on the nature, contacts are logged, complaints are lodged and addressed.
Great, thank you. And also, since the last estimates hearing, has there been any engagement with other jurisdictions about what they're doing regarding the use of personal information in this space?
So we've obviously, I think I did outline this in previous estimates,
We have
but we
spoken
did.
a bit about it before, but I think
Yeah.
I flagged it with you that, some jurisdictions were taking a different approach, and I think
Yes.
you're sort of saying that, we would start to look into them.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's that. Yeah, so in terms of my answer, Ms. Hurst, so in previous estimates, I did say that we had done a benchmarking exercise to a degree with other jurisdictions, and where we had arrived at is, in our view, leading those jurisdictions both in how the licence is set up, the terms and conditions, and also the pricing arrangements, and on similar sized jurisdictions. Since the last estimates, though, we have been consulted by other jurisdictions, both from a Value New South Wales perspective and a Value General perspective, who meets with her counterparts, I think every quarter or every 6 months. And I am aware that both WA and Queensland are doing reviews, but those reviews are in their infancy, as opposed to in New South Wales, a review has occurred. We're in a new licence period with a 3-year trial, and at which point, following those 3 years, I think we may be committed in the Joint Standing Committee on the Office of the Value General that a further review of the 3-year trial period will occur by the Value General and Value New South Wales.
Great, thank you. My next questions, I think, are probably best directed to Mr. Laposta, but correct me if I'm wrong. It was announced in July that the New South Wales Government has committed $6.5 million over 4 years to develop the Migrant Workers Centre.
Yeah.
Can you tell us where the work is up to on setting that centre up?
Thank you. We are working at the moment across the government. There's a couple of different parts of government that need to be familiar and understanding with this centre, because it sort of intersects with a couple of different parts. It intersects with a safe work component, an industrial relations component, a migration law component, and then still trying to ascertain as to whether it's got responsibility to interrelate with community legal centres and so forth at the moment. So the different parts of government have already met once, and we've got a subsequent meeting, I think, coming up in the next week or so, where we're going to then start to build the parameters around the process that government will run to ensure that, whether it's a successful group or partnership or however it is, that there's an open and transparent process to determine who is successful in delivering that on behalf of the government.
Okay. Do we have any idea at the moment where it will be based, or how many staff are likely to be employed, or is this too early stages?
I think it's too early.
Yeah. Is it also too early to sort of get an idea from you around the key functions of what that centre will do, what kind of services they'll be offering?
Yeah, I sort of just touched on that before. So it's as you're probably aware, judging by the line of questioning, there's an argument to say that those that are recently arrived migrants, or have language barriers or have cultural barriers, don't necessarily understand some of the practices, the established practices that exist in our business communities that are there, particularly those that are working in, say, primary manufacturing jobs, or jobs where there is a greater likelihood of implications on their health or so forth in terms of the roles that they play. I also sit on the Anti-Slavery Committee with Dr. James Kikane, and there's an overrepresentation in terms of our migrant communities, particularly temporary visa holders, in terms of acts of modern slavery and so forth, and people not being paid fairly for work. So a component of this is about determining all of the things that you were just asking before, and we're just not at that point in terms of understanding exactly what the need is that's there. Very pleased that there's been an announcement. All parts of government are committed to working to deliver the announcement. We've just got to go through a thorough process before we sort of make any public commitments.
Just on regards to what you're saying, is there consideration at this point in regards to having some kind of advocacy or legal advice services as part of this in these early stages? Is that sort of on the table?
Well, so to that point, you've got legal aid that provides lots of that, and you've also got community legal centres that provides that. So part of our responsibility is to determining where is the gap, or where is the breakdown, or where are some of these challenges, and then who are the right partners to piece together to do the work.
Yeah.
So I think all the questions that you're asking are things that we're asking through this process as well to determine the specifics on it.
And sorry to keep pressing when I know it's early stages,
That's
but
okay.
will there be an idea of whether or not we're looking at grants as well in this space, or is the centre more likely to be about advice and support based?
Yeah, I think it's the latter.
So
Yep.
more about advice and support.
Yeah, I think it's about finding the right group of partners that can deliver the need, as opposed to a grants program that's going to empower a series of sort of small players to, because you run the risk if you go out with a sort of a smaller grant program that they're not necessarily connecting the dots to deliver the need that the acting multicultural minister, Minister Jackson, and the Premier made as part of their announcement.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Further the opposition.
Thank you. Ms Hawes, I was wanting to pick up on some questions that I asked the Minister around the Crown Land enclosure permit fees. My first question was around what the concessions are for. Like the phasing out of concessions has begun, but which concessions remain and which ones are being phased out?
Yeah, thank you. So under our Act, we are required to apply what is called statutory minimum rent, including for enclosure permits. So these permits, for the benefit of the committee, are essentially a piece of public land that might be within, say, a pasture. So the concessions that were applied were done over a long time ago. They're a legacy sort of setting. They're not for a particular purpose that I can sort of advise in a contemporary way. They're a legacy piece. And as I said, we are obliged to charge statutory minimum rent.
Mm-hmm.
So we have moved forward to meet those obligations, but we're doing it in a phased way, recognising that those prices have been at that concession level for quite some time. So there's been a 2-year phase-in period for people with one permit and a 3-year period for people with more than one. We also have hardship provisions, and people can contact us if they're struggling to meet the requirements or they want to do something different with their permits.
Mm-hmm. So the statutory element of that, where are those fees set out?
I can get you that it's a section of our Act, 6.2, where it says that the department is required to apply statutory minimum rent.
Okay, so it requires legislative amendment to change the requirement?
That's the base setting as a rent.
Okay.
But we have a concessions policy for hardship and those sorts of issues.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the baseline setting that's in our statute.
Okay, so the concessions for hardship, are they on the website? Are they publicly available?
Yeah, our concessions our concessions policy is publicly available, and that goes through those concessions and their availability for people.
Mm-hmm. So if somebody is unable to pay for this increase, and it could be quite large in the many thousands of dollars, and they're not able to pay, what is the process for their application, or how is that determined?
Yep, they are obviously able to contact us, and when we set about changing the setting to revert to statutory minimum rent, we contacted people and provided contact information and advice about where to go if they needed to talk to us about it.
Okay, so what are the pathways that people can pursue if they can't pay?
They can surrender their permit.
Mm-hmm.
They can. Some people choose to purchase the piece of land,
Mm-hmm.
so that is available to them. They can talk to us if there are particular hardship. They're in particular situations of hardship and they might need more time to pay, say a phased-in time, more time to pay, that kind of thing. So there's various options, but really people should contact us with their individual circumstances.
Mm-hmm. And are you aware where that additional revenue is going? Will that go to consolidated revenue, or?
No, part of our budget requirement is that the revenue that we are required to raise an element of revenue for the purpose of reinvestment in the estate. So revenue we generate through leases, licenses, and these permits is used for core land management activity. So it might be bushfire mitigation, it might be asset renewal, it might be contaminated site cleanup. There's a range of normal activity, our BAU, that we would use the revenue for.
Okay, so it goes back into the department. So do you have an idea of how much additional revenue will be generated from the shift?
Yes, but I might need to take it on notice because can't see it right in front of me. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I do have it here. So these settings have been since 2004, and in total that's about $9.6 million a year in revenue from having the concession applied, bringing the fees below statutory minimum rent.
Okay. And so how much revenue are you anticipating in this budget year, also 25, 26, and then 26, 27?
That does depend. The first batch of invoices have only just gone out, and we have seen, people making inquiries. So it really does depend on how many people might opt to buy that parcel of land, seek to purchase it. So I can't set a definitive sort of figure till we've seen the response to the first batch of invoices.
Is there an estimation in the budget at all?
I have to take that on notice because, as I say, the invoices have gone out along with communications to people. It's a matter for individuals to assess whether they want to do something different, for example, purchase that parcel of land.
Okay. Well, if you could take it on notice, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yep.
And also, you may also wish to take this on notice, how many people have been contacted with regard to the change?
We have sent out communications to, I think it's around 20,000 people.
Okay.
And we've had, we've obviously got comms established for people to call us. So we've been taking calls and talking to people who might be deciding whether they're going to purchase that piece of land. But the comms have gone out to at least 20,000 people.
Okay. And do you have an understanding of urban, rural, regional, remote breakdown?
It is across the state. These exist. Most of them, obviously not many are in metropolitan areas, but they're across the state. But I can get that information for you if you're after a sense of what areas have the greatest. Yeah,
that would be excellent.
I
Thank you
don't
very
have
much.
that to hand.
Understand. Thank you.
Ms Hawes, how many Crown land claims were unresolved as of today? How many are, I should say?
Do you mean Aboriginal land claims?
No, Crown land claims.
Yes, but Aboriginal land claims on Crown land,
Yeah.
So just while I find my note with the most up-to-date number, I can report that we were very proud recently to settle one of the oldest land claims, in fact the oldest land claim still on our books, which dates to the date of the statute, which was Brewarrina, a series of land claims in Brewarrina. So we are working through a number of these legacy issues, but that was quite an achievement for our agency to settle one of the oldest that we've got on the books. So in terms of land claims, it's just over... Yeah, so the land claims statute, as you know, provides a statutory right to claim, and it is inherently a dynamic process. Claims come in. The current figure is 39,729 claims on the books. As we've talked about before in these sessions, that doesn't necessarily mean 39,000 individual parcels of land. There are many, many temporal and spatial overlaps in the land claims across the state.
And Ms Hawes, how many were resolved in financial year 23-24?
So we resolved 474 in terms of fully granted, refused or withdrawn.
Okay. And
we
how
also,
many...
sorry, I should say we also have a number that we were asked to hold the assessment for at the request of the Land Council network. So I think that's around 250.
328.
Yeah, that we were asked to
Sorry,
hold. So
could you say that again, Ms Fishman?
You got that figure there?
I've got it in front of me, 328 at
Thank
the
you.
request of the Newswalk.
328.
So the amount, there's the amount that we actually finish, and then there's a whole number that are pretty ready to go, but they're waiting for further direction from the land councils.
Excellent. And of those 474, how many were granted? You said fully granted?
I've got it if you want me to, Mel.
Ms Fishburn.
296.
296, thank you. Fantastic, thank you very much. And what consideration's been given to the backlog of outstanding cases, and what measures are being taken to ensure the number is continually being reduced?
Yeah, so, and I think we've talked about this pretty regularly as well. So as you know, we have increased the effort, doubled the size of the assessment team, and worked in a very different way with land councils. We have, I credit to the team, rebuilt relationships with land councils that were coming previously from a fairly low point of trust. We have a land council reference group. We have a new approach which prioritises assessment based on the priorities of the land councils. And a number of those priorities are around things like land that may be desired for housing outcomes or other important outcomes to the land council. So we've really changed the way we work. We're also working on, we got some funding in the last budget round, to look at a business case that could resolve more of those land claims at scale. So there's work underway on that business case as well.
Thank you. And when it comes to triaging Aboriginal land claims, how has work progressed regarding the contemporary prioritisation framework?
Yeah, thanks. So we have almost completed a prioritisation approach in consultation with our stakeholders. That's in the final stage of consultation with Newswalk. As I said, we've already adjusted our approach to work far more proactively with the Land Council Network, Newswalk and others to understand what are the priority claims from their perspective and work on those. And some of those have been for things like land that can support enterprise and business expansion or new housing development. So a range of things, as well as culturally significant lands.
Thank you. Now, of course, you'd be aware of the Audit Office report. It's found it takes on average 4.4 years to determine a claim, and it'll take around 22 years to resolve the backlog on current approaches and resourcing. Noting that there's an alternative pathway for the settlement of claims via agreement making and Aboriginal land agreements provided for by Section 36AA of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, what has DPHI Crown Lands budgeted for Aboriginal land agreement negotiations in terms of operational costs, number of full-time employment positions, and for land transfers in 24-25?
Okay, so fair bit in that question.
Yeah,
in terms of the audit...
Do you want me to break it down for you?
Yeah, well, if I miss anything, come back to it. But in terms of the Audit Office report, that's a couple of years old now, and we've implemented a number of those recommendations. We also are using, as I think you mentioned in your question, Aboriginal land agreements are available. They're legally available instruments under the Land Rights Act to enable the Minister to deal, transfer, exchange or lease land to the Land Council, and in doing so resolve Aboriginal land claims. And we have a number of those in train. The Brewarrina land claim I mentioned before was resolved through a land use agreement. Similarly, in Orange, we've done an Aboriginal land agreement that has had multiple parties with land transferred that has facilitated outcomes for the Land Council, but also for the local council and for the sporting ground at Orange too. So we do work and use the Aboriginal land agreements.
Thank you. And how much land, by both area and value, has left the Crown estate in the last financial year?
Do you mean by way of land claims or by way of everything, including...
By way of everything, in terms of disposal, in terms of land claims, yeah.
I'll need to take that notice because I don't have it aggregated here. For Aboriginal land claims, I think it's around 1,200 hectares.
Okay.
I would need to come back to you to add together the amount, which would be sales of enclosure permits, closures of small parcels of paper roads. That would be a significant undertaking to do that and bring it back. So
That's
I
fine.
don't have it.
I will put further questions to your notice and that, and a breakdown potentially that we might seek as well to assist you in that. Okay, Jackie.
Sorry, can I just add to your question about land? Aboriginal land agreements. We have 15 under negotiation and 7 have been completed and executed.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the interment service levy.
Yep.
Who is best? Are you also?
Myself, but also we can invite Jen Hickey, the CEO.
Thank you.
CCNSW.
I'm wondering what additional revenue the interment service levy generated for cemeteries and crematoria New South Wales since the 1st of July.
So I can't really answer that question right now because it's based on activity data that's happening right now, and we won't collect that, until October.
Okay.
And then invoice in November.
Okay, so is it what's the general pattern of reporting?
So for the larger operators, which are operators who have conducted more than 1,000 interments over an average of a 3-year period, they'll be they have been asked to provide quarterly levy payments. For everybody else, it's an annual thing, so that won't be collected until next July. Okay. Or actually, their activity report will come in next July, and then their invoice will be after that.
Okay, and how many are over that 1,000?
Most of them are over that, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have an understanding in terms of the revenue anticipated of how much you'll be generating this financial year and next financial year?
Yes, this financial year we've estimated that it'll be 5.05 million, and next financial year 5.15.
Okay. How much additional expenditure will go into regulating cemeteries and crematoria outside of the metropolitan area?
Oh, I don't know that I can break that down specifically, but I can tell you that all cemeteries will be licensed and are required to have put in their licence by the end of September. And so in terms of regulation, we'll be using our priorities to look at risk management and then saying which ones that we want to go audit, and there'll be that will be site visits as well as desktop audits.
Okay. Is there an understanding of what might constitute risk?
Yes, so you'll be probably aware of the 11th hour report and the IPART report, and from our complaints data and our own site visits, the biggest risks are poor record keeping to start with, and that's constitute people being buried in different graves than what's on the register, and also with the levy coming back, we want to make sure that the registers are right. Poor maintenance is a big issue. The interment rights and understanding what your options are, and also just what you're purchasing. So the new conditions require you to have a clear contract, and we've developed a model contract for operators. And so we'll be checking to see that, that they're using a better contract than they have at the moment. And then the pricing transparency as well. So just making sure that the operators are really being transparent about the prices they're charging, so people have options, and that they can compare prices if they want to.
Okay, thank you. And how many additional staff will the increased revenue allow cemeteries and crematoria in New South Wales to employ?
Yeah. So at the moment we have 14 FTEs plus 3 temps, which were brought on about December last year. And we, at full capacity, will be up to 23 FTE.
Okay. And how many of those will be in regional areas or outside metropolitan Sydney?
So we will... Yeah, so in terms of the staff, we have, I'm just trying to think now, we have 2 in regional areas of the 14 at the moment. But the idea is that the education and training team will be doing the site visits, and also the audit and compliance team will be out on the road as well.
Okay, so are you, whereabouts are those 2 currently?
Yeah, one's in Orange, and one is in... up north in Newcastle Bay,
Okay, thank you. And just finally, just confirming, so that 2 isn't intended to be increased with that increase to 21 FTE. Is that right?
Sorry,
So the 2 that you've got as regional members at the moment, that number isn't going to be increased with the increase to full-time staff?
Do you mean more people in the regions?
Yes.
Look, I mean, the workplace policy from DeFi is that you could work anywhere. So if we think that we need someone in the regions, we'll specifically target that, or if people apply from the regions, we can target that.
Thank you.
Now, the determination's been made not to increase the wall of the Wangala Dam. Is there still a commitment with respect to Reflections Wangala Water Holiday Park and the upgrade of that facility?
I'm going to need to take that on notice.
Okay. So no updates on the Reflections Wangala Water Holiday Park site then?
No, I don't have it. It hasn't come up for a while, so I'm sorry. I'm going to need to take that on
That's
notice.
right, no worries.
Could I also correct one of my previous answers?
Sure.
Because I think I advised you that it was about 1,200 hectares that had been transferred as a result of positive land grants. It's actually 1,989 hectares to 55 different Aboriginal land councils.
Thank you, Ms Halls.
Thanks.
And $37.8 million has been budgeted to deliver on the government's obligations under Indigenous land use agreements entered into with native title holders. Can you break down how that $37.8 million will be spent?
Yes, so I think it's really important to differentiate the land claims regime, statutory regime and system from native title. They are under different statutes. Native title is under a federal statute. The funding we secured in the last budget was for the purpose of implementing a number of Indigenous land use agreements, and they are negotiated under the federal regime to enable the coexistence of native title with other uses and activities on property. So the funding we have been provided in that allocation was around meeting commitments made in ILUAs that have been negotiated in the past and negotiating ILUAs that we need to negotiate now in light of increasing numbers of native title claims being determined through the federal court system. So we have a number of negotiations underway with different native title holders to enable that harmonisation of land use and rights and interests.
Thank you. And what obligations does the government have in this regard?
They are many and varied because they are negotiated with particular right holders. So in some instances there have been agreements negotiated that have involved a commitment to transfer parcels of Crown land. In some instances there have been commitment to construct minor works, for example a jetty that might facilitate access for that native title group to fish and access their traditional lands. That there are a range of different commitments made through that negotiation process.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might direct my questions to Mr. LaPosta. The Multicultural New South Wales Advisory Board, I believe you've had some changes. You've had 2 new members and 2 original members received reappointment out of a field of 250 people. Are you able to talk me through the process of how people are selected and approved to go on the board? Is there a panel that sits and oversees that process? People shortlisted, obviously people are shortlisted out of that 250 people, are they?
Yeah, good question. So the process that we ran last time, which I think we ran one, it's been a bit funny because, not in a humorous way, but more just it's been technically difficult to manage because with some changes to our advisory board, so just at a macro level, 16 people on the advisory board, Nick Caldis as the chair, myself as the CEO with an automatic place on the board, so 14 community leaders other than the chair. We've had these very sporadic appointments and renewals. So it hasn't been like 3 tranches of 4 people that have come off at various different times. It's been like someone expired in November 2023, someone expired in December 2023, all of these different things. So what we sought to do was to run an expression of interest process, as you said before. And through that expression of interest process, we've effectively built a talent pool of people that's there. We're also quite cognizant of people going through the effort, if they did it, say, 6 months ago, to then have to go through the effort to do it again. So we've got all of their details on file. When we're making a recommendation around suitability, we're trying to understand authenticity within their community, that they're actually what they say that they are, relationship current to Multicultural New South Wales or various different parts of government. Some of them are wonderful members of Sydney Local Health District or on their local health district boards or a part of mental health or DCJ or Office of Sport, multicultural advisory groups, all those. So try to understand what their existing level of engagement is. And then once we've done all of that, we put a sort of short list in front of the Minister. In this instance, and I can give you the sort of exact specifics in terms of how many were on that list on notice, but let's just for the sake of this conversation say there were sort of 40 shortlisted names, and we give the Minister a matrix of the skills that are on the board, the ancestry on the board, the sort of professional background of those that are on the board, and then talk about where we think there are shortcomings on the board or opportunities on the board. For example, if someone, as I used David Jiang as an example before, runs a very successful multicultural media business. And so we didn't have someone with that skill set on the board, comes from a great significant community, Vietnamese community down in Cabramatta, they didn't have representation. So that made a lot of sense in terms of having someone that brought different skills and came from a different community. I am so proud of how interested people are on our board, but obviously 250 odd doesn't go into 2 or 3 spaces.
No.
So inevitably you have 247 disappointed people that have gone through the process.
And can we just rewind a bit and talk about that anomaly? you called it funny, I'd probably just call it an anomaly where people are coming on and falling off the board in different time periods. Is there not a fixed
Yes.
tenure?
Yep, there is. 3 years.
3 years.
However, depending on... It's
Obviously, that doesn't take into account people resigning due to
correct.
personal circumstances,
So
etc.
one of our most recent advisory board members, that the minister was a youth member, her name's Esther Adienka, recently got promoted to be a senior member on our board, which was great for us in terms of youth members transitioning to senior members. Her circumstances have changed and she's moving into state. So she offered her resignation. So that happens from time to time. I think the other thing, just to give consideration to, is there's been lots of change in historically multicultural ministers. I think I'm up to my 7th in 5 or 6 years. And so with that, you've got to make sure that there's merit-based assessments with all of these processes, but there's been constant change sort of each time we've gone through one of those.
Is there a maximum tenure? For
9 years. Three terms of 3 years.
Okay. No problems. Is there anyone that is coming up to that 9-year maximum tenure?
No, but it's at the minister's discretion at the end of the 3 years whether he chooses to renew. So there's 2 more advisory board members that have their existing term expiring, I think, on the 15th of December this year, and the minister can make a decision as to whether he renews or not. And we currently have 2 vacancies on the board, so the opportunity for 4 spaces, up to 4 spaces before the end of the year.
Okay. Are these positions remunerated in any way, or is there any covering of costs? In terms of travel
in accordance
expenses?
with the GSE Act and the government's boards, and sort of, don't quote me on the exact terminology that's there, but they've got a certain classification. You know, in terms of at a high level, they're paid roughly about, standard advisory board members are paid roughly about $5,000 a year, which is a nominal contribution. Very few of them seek any sort of reimbursement over and above that, but if we ask them to chair regional community networks or other things, we obviously pay their travel costs, and they're paid a nominal fee for their time over and above their standard advisory board responsibilities.
Okay, that was a nice segue. Regional community networks, are they all fully subscribed in terms of membership?
No, they're not. So I would love to give a plug. I will get the advice in a moment on my phone in terms of the regions that have still spots that are available. But I was actually really pleased with the direction from Minister Kamper to increase to now have 10 regional community networks. So the sheer interest that we got in Sydney South and Sydney West, originally we'd had sort of South and West as a merged entity. We've separated those, so we have 10 different regional community networks across the state. The common question is, do they line up with every other part of government in terms of regional community networks? And the short answer is no. No one's regional community networks line up with each other. And even the other day when they showed me a map, I was like, why does that have a big puzzle square at the bottom there? And they said, oh, that's because that council's in and that council's not in, and all of those different things.
One day we'll get there.
So, well, we hope.
Maybe.
But the long and the short of it is, for us, it's really important, and your colleague, Mr. Fang's not in the room, but to have that regional representation, bringing the voice of lived experiences. And our intention is very much that government is on receive for information from leaders in community. So it's about how they can speak to the local police commander, the local manager from Service New South Wales, that the Business Bureau can use these as engagement tools as well. Department of Planning, Office of Sport, all the different parts of government can engage with the different community leaders that are right across the state.
Okay. And multicultural youth networks, same question, are they fully subscribed in terms of positions, or is there vacancies in?
So, great question. There's 3 members from each regional community network that sort of roll up to be the voice of youth for the multicultural, for Multicultural New South Wales. That group is chaired by the 2 youth advisory board members, which is sort of a nice, and we support them with sort of training and development and really wrap our arms around them to help empower them in that role. There's no spots left on the Multicultural Youth Network, but I'll come back to you in a moment and let you know the remaining spots that are available in a couple of the regional community networks.
Excellent. Well, I can indicate outside of that, I don't have any other questions for you, so it'll be up to the opposition as to whether they do or whether you can get a...
Oh, don't worry. We've certainly got questions from... We're not giving Mr. Lapostra an early mark yet.
Well, I tried to help you out there.
No, thank you, Chair. I always appreciate your support and stewardship of our space. And look forward to it, Mr. Farlow.
All right, just in the brief minute I do have left, I might turn to Sydney Fish Market, which I think is Mr. Gellibrand. Can I just ask some questions? What's been the total number of requests for variations over the life of this project? Happy if you have to take these on notice, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd probably seek a clarification first, just variations from the Sydney Fish Markets or from Multiplex or from...
Just in total, just broad total. I'm not after delineation between who asked for what. I just want a broad...
So, I'd be happy to take that on notice.
And just how many, when you're doing that, how many were accepted versus non-accepted, and what that total cost, obviously the ones that were accepted, what was the total cost of those variations? Is that...
Happy to do so, thank you.
Thank you. And also probably on notice, how many extensions of time requests or claims have been submitted by Multiplex, and what does that equate to in terms of total work days?
Certainly, we'll take it on
Does
notice.
that make
I'll
sense?
Tabulate it for you.
Beautiful. That's it for me. So I'll hand over to opposition.
Okay. Well, while we're at Sydney Fish Markets, let's stick with you there, Mr. Gellibrand. And in a sense, well, this might not actually be for you. This might be for others from either Service New South Wales or perhaps even to the Small Business Commissioner. Of course, with the discussions about the Sydney Fish Market and construction costs, there have been a lot of concerns about the effects on small business for their operations. What support is the government providing to mitigate the potential impacts on small business as a part of this redevelopment?
The only contribution I could make to that is to confirm that the existing subtenants of the Sydney Fish Market have got their rights and entitlements enshrined in an agreement for lease that was signed off by them in 2019. That went through their board, and they account for about half of the retail area being developed. The other half of the retail area is what we call the additional retail area, and the businesses moving there will be paying fully commercial rents in today's market effectively. That's the extent to which we're involved. Place Management New South Wales will be operating the building when it's completed, and they'll be managing the rents moving forward. And in terms of subsidies or support, I couldn't comment on that because we're solely focused on delivery.
Thank you. And Mr. Gellibrand, New South Wales Infrastructure, there's been reports at least that Infrastructure New South Wales denied the Sydney Fish Market's request for documents related to the construction project. And how is, what's your response to that?
Okay, we've received some requests from Sydney Fish Market under the GIPA Act, and they've been processed in accordance with that Act. Many of the documents that they requested related to the contract that the government has with Multiplex, as well as the administration of that contract. And Multiplex, when we liaised with them about the release of documentation, confirmed that from their point of view, most of those documents were commercial in confidence and related to their commercial position within the market, and they're entitled to make that claim. Accordingly, we went back to Sydney Fish Markets and indicated that those documents were being sought to be protected or withheld. I think that's probably the right word, protected, not released. And Sydney Fish Markets objected to that, so it's gone to the NCAT element of GIPA, which is still deliberating whether or not the documents should be released.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Gellibrand, from your knowledge, is it the case that only 2 out of the 38 subtenants have agreed to move to the new Sydney Fish Market at this stage?
I think the subtenants actually number 18 in total. The number you refer to we've got 18 subtenants that are involved in retail.
Okay.
Some of those also have arrangements for wholesale arrangements. And the actual signing up of those subtenants is the responsibilities of Sydney Fish Market themselves as the head tenant. And there is only a small number of them that have formally executed those documents. But thankfully, the majority of the subtenants have provided us with their designs for the future retail areas, and we're now incorporating those into the building arrangements.
Thank you. And this probably is not a question for you, Mr Gellibrand, but what specific measures is the New South Wales Government implementing to address the concerns of small businesses that have been raised in the context of the ongoing issues with the fish market construction, its delays and the impact on their business viability?
I'm happy to jump in.
Okay, terrific.
So it's Cassandra Grimmins from the Service New South Wales Business Bureau. So the Business Bureau is available to all small businesses around support, navigation and guidance, dealing with government compliance and regulation issues. In addition to that, the Small Business Commission has mediation services which have been offered to this particular cohort through this process.
Thank you. And Ms Gibbons, formally we asked the question of the Minister with respect to the Business Bureau and its continuing operations. Is it your understanding with respect to the Business Bureau that things will continue on as they are at this stage within Service New South Wales?
At this stage for this calendar year, yes, this is my understanding.
Okay. For this calendar year, not necessarily this financial year?
Oh, sorry, financial year.
Financial year,
yep,
okay.
Sorry.
Fair enough. No, I just wanted to clarify on that. Thank you very much while you're here. Now, with respect to, and this one might be one for the Small Business Commissioner, who I note is just behind you as well. Sorry to switch it around. Thank you for coming up. How are you, Mr. Lamont?
Good, thank you, Mr. Allen.
With respect, have you heard any commentary following the case of Loan Market Group Proprietary Limited and Chief Commissioner of State Revenue in their decision with respect to the retrospective application of payroll tax? Is that an issue that's been ventilated with you?
Yes, I have. I've heard from at least 2 industry associations that represent that sector.
Okay. And with respect to that, have you made any advocacy to government with respect to a position that they should be taking when it comes to the potential financial impact on small broking businesses?
Other than working with the industry associations themselves on how they might approach government, and I think I've also mentioned to the Minister that he would be likely to get representations on this issue.
Do you understand that the government is taking any action with respect to this at this stage?
Nothing has been confirmed with me.
Okay. Have you been asked for any advice on potential avenues that the government could take?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I am keen to follow up on the COVID-19 micro business grants and how they have been, or how the repayment of those grants is being administered. Just let you set up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Thanks.
So I'm curious to understand what the process is for determining which businesses are being asked to repay money and how those calculations of the quantity of money that they're being asked to return is made.
Yeah, and I might just start by acknowledging, as you said before, that, we do understand that businesses are doing it tough, and we absolutely, Service New South Wales want to make sure we really put them at the centre of what we're doing. The only reason we'll be getting in contact with businesses is for 2 reasons. First of all, we've yet to receive proof of eligibility for the money they received, because as you know, micro business grants were a self-declaration process. So we're following up to just get proof of that evidence. And the second reason, obviously, is if we've determined someone was ineligible.
Mm-hmm. So how many small businesses or micro businesses have you reached out to who haven't sent through their proof of eligibility?
I'll get the exact number on notice for you if that's okay, but we're sort of in the final 20% of businesses that went through that process. What we have done, as we talked about before, is removed anyone that we've been aware of that's been experiencing hardship. That could be an ABN that's no longer in operation. That's certainly for the businesses that operated in LGAs impacted by flood. For any hardship reason that we can ascertain, so we've not contacted those businesses, obviously.
Okay.
What I would say, though, is it's really important that businesses get in contact with us, because if you do, we will be able to find potentially alternate means to prove your eligibility. We can provide more time. We can connect you with independent business advisors that Ms Gibbons talked about there as well to help you get documentation ready. And as I said, we can really make sure that we understand that business's circumstances. So if you're under financial hardship, there are ways we can work through those things too.
Okay, and how many have been deemed ineligible?
Again, I'll get that on notice for you. I'll come back on notice if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. That would be excellent. In terms of those hardship provisions,
yep.
Who is making those judgments, or how does that calculation get made? Like, obviously, something like floods, you've got some postcodes that have been specifically affected, but yeah, what are some of the calculations or decisions being made?
Yeah, so I mean, we look at the eligibility first of all, which was of course $30,000 to $75,000. Businesses receiving 50% of their income from that process and having reduced by 30%. So we look at that to start with. We look at things like if people have had an ongoing income less than those amounts, for example, that would be one indicator. But there's a range of hardship indicators that if we get in contact with these businesses, we can walk through and determine ways through those things.
And is that information all public? It's all online?
We are progressively updating, I think, our website in terms of that process. I'll confirm that for you on notice too.
Okay, and there was the story recently in Current Affairs. Are you aware of that story?
Yes, I'm aware of that story.
Might have even started it.
Do you...
No, look, I can't comment on individual cases. I can say that all of those cases, we're working with those businesses to try and do exactly what I said, which is find a way through this process.
Okay.
Again, and if businesses always have a right of appeal, if in the end we do find businesses that are ineligible, there's ways to put in place plans for those things, lots of options. So again, it's really important businesses get in contact with us. Sometimes when we're reaching out also, it's important to know that we haven't heard from them at all, and there could be suspected fraud in some of those cases. So it's important that we do understand, that we're getting the money to the right people, essentially.
Okay. So have those businesses involved in that show now had their matters resolved?
One of those was resolved before that program. One I think has been resolved since, but was well in progress and has been worked on for quite some time. And I think there's one in the final stages of consideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Ms Jones, give you a second to get back into the game. No doubt you're aware that the 400-metre athletics track at the Sydney Academy of Sport is indefinitely closed. I discovered that as my children went off to zone athletics at Sydney Olympic Park yesterday.
Yes.
And have you seen the iCare assessment which recommended the track's closure?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are you aware that the track closure has seen a 40% drop in participation?
That has been communicated to me by the stakeholders, yes.
Okay. And Ms Jones, the Manly Warringah Little Athletics wrote to you on the 12th of June requesting an on-site meeting to be facilitated with iCare and posing alternatives. I understand you did reply to that letter, but no meeting has been forthcoming. Is that something you will consider to undertake on site with Warringah Little Athletics?
Yeah, first and foremost, I do want to say that we at the Office of Sport, we absolutely understand the disappointment around closing the athletics track at the Sydney Academy of Sport and the disruption it has caused to our stakeholders. When that closure did actually happen late last year, incredibly unfortunate and disappointing, like I said, but I have met with the stakeholder groups now a number of times. In fact, I think I've had 3 on-site after-hours stakeholder meetings to give everybody an update around how we are progressing with any sort of repair or remediation of the track. In terms of a meeting coordinated through myself, 4 stakeholder groups and iCare, we have attempted to do that, but to no avail at this stage.
And is the government committed to fully funding the necessary repairs?
What I've explained to the stakeholder groups is obviously our claim is currently with our insurers for assessment. We have had a draft geotechnical report that was submitted to us just recently. We are waiting for that report to be finalised. What we do understand is that the main factor for the track, or the damage to the track, has been flooding. We are aware that also these flooding events will continue, and so therefore we don't really want to repair a track without at least attempting to address the flooding issue as it stands, because otherwise we're throwing good money after bad constantly. And therefore, once we actually understand what the flood mitigation type works might look like, or what a track design might look like that won't get flooded, we'll then actually have to get some cost estimates. So we understand the difference between what the insurance claim total would be versus what the actual capital ask would be, and then ultimately, if there is a gap, that would be a consideration for government.
Thanks, Ms Jones. And Ms Jones, I understand from an article in the South Coast Register on the 8th of May 2024 that the $2 million Levelling the Playing Field program for the proposed Bob Proudfoot Pavilion was returned by Shellharbour City Council. Is that correct?
Yes, I think Dr Cohen was referring to that one previously in her questioning too.
Yep. And did the member for South Coast make formal representations seeking to amend the scope of the project before it was returned?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And since Shoalhaven City Council returned the funding, has the member for South Coast made any formal representations to you on the importance of funding for this project, or to the Minister?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice.
Fair enough, that's fine. Now, with respect to the West Ryde multi-sport facility, does the government remain committed to delivering the 5,000 square metre indoor courts and 29 outdoor netball courts as part of the West Ryde multi-sport facility?
If you're referring to a grant with PCYC, is that the one that you're referring to?
It could potentially be.
Okay. As I think I alluded to earlier on in today's session, we've got about 450
It's the old Marsden
projects.
High School site.
Yes, that's the one
Yep.
I'm thinking of. Look, we do actually have a grant commitment with PCYC at the moment in terms of delivery of a portion of that project. I understand that funding agreement is still in place.
Okay, thank you. Have you had any communication with the Eastwood Ryde Netball Association at all with respect to the delivery of the project?
Not recently. I think the last meeting I had with them was well over a year ago.
Okay. Do you understand that the City of Ryde Council at the moment is not investing any money into existing netball facilities in the interim because they're waiting for this site effectively to become available?
I'm not aware of that specific issue, but I'm happy to take it back to our grants team and see if they're aware.
Okay. And when can the netballers expect to be able to play at this facility? Is there any indication of that at this stage?
Yeah, again, I'd have to go through the funding agreement and have a look at the different milestones and in particular what components of the project we can actually control.
If you take that on notice, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms Jones. And now to Cars Park Pool. We're getting all over Sydney and New South Wales here.
Yes.
What's the current status of the Cars Park swimming pool rebuilding project?
It's currently with government. There's a strategic business case that has been prepared.
Thank you. And when is it expected that that strategic business case will be?
That's a matter for government.
Okay. There's no timeline on that?
Not to my knowledge, not at this stage.
Okay. And there's quite a lot of community concern about the delays with the project at this stage. Is there any timeline at all that can be shared with the community?
Not at this stage. Obviously, there is an election commitment of government. The election commitment went to the Office of Sport preparing a strategic business case. We've completed that. We are now awaiting a decision on that case.
What's the total budget for the rebuilding of Cars Park swimming pool, or is that something that needs to come through the business case?
It does need to come through the business case, and I think you'll find that the business case is also cabinet in confidence at this stage.
So there's no funding allocation that's been made to date?
Not to date, no.
Okay. Have you conducted any public consultation as of yet with respect to that project?
No, we haven't. We have engaged with the local council, but no, we haven't done any sort of stakeholder or community consultation.
Okay. But I take it through all of that, this still does remain a priority of the government and will be delivered?
It's an election commitment, so I would think so.
Okay. And the business case is to be completed. Now, Ms Mather, I might get you up for some of these. I don't know if you can, I might just in the interim, while you're coming up, ask Ms Jones if she's got any insight. There's been some reporting recently of an NFL game potentially coming to Sydney. Is the New South Wales government committed to beating out Melbourne and Victoria to secure the game?
I don't want it to be a hospital pass, but I will hand that one over to Kerry Nathan.
So what was the question?
This is about an NFL game coming to Sydney.
Well, there are a range of new opportunities that we're pitching on with Destination New South Wales, and that is one of the ones that we're interested in.
Okay. And this is for the 25-26 NFL season, is that correct?
It's to be determined.
Okay.
It's very early stage.
Okay. And is that being conducted by Destination New South Wales or yourself as Venues New South Wales?
Together.
Together, okay. There's no lead necessarily?
We're working together on it.
Okay, fair enough. And have you had any discussions with other cities or governments, namely London, who've successfully hosted NFL international games in the past?
No.
Okay, fair enough. And if you were to be pursuing this, would you want to sign it off as a multi-year deal with the NFL to host games in Australia, or would it just be a one-off event?
I think they're considering a multi-year opportunity.
Okay. And you'd be looking at hosting that at a core stadium, I suspect, rather than Allianz, or?
That's right.
Okay. And for an NFL-sized field, 110 metres long by 49 metres wide, would there be sufficient dimensions at a core stadium under its current configurations?
Yeah, in fact, Accor has hosted it 25
I was there.
years ago.
The Chargers and the Denver Broncos.
That's right,
but
exactly,
I guess
before it opened.
I asked that question in the sense because the stadium's configuration has changed since the Olympics, I guess, and it still could accommodate it?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. And has the government considered the requirements every team would need to practice the week before the game, and would there be any other facilities that would need to be used as part of this?
As I said, it's a really early stage pitch, so it hasn't been that level of detail at this point.
And is there any time of year that you'd be anticipating that this game would occur?
It would be in the sort of third, fourth quarter.
Okay, I think there's been some reports of it potentially could be in conflict with NRL finals at that point of the year. So is that something that the government's considering in terms of alternatives, or potentially even moving NRL finals to Allianz Stadium rather than Accor to host the NFL?
There just hasn't been that level of detailed discussion. They're really looking at a high level as to Australia versus other countries.
Okay, thanks very much. And the Los Angeles Rams have been assigned to Australia and New Zealand as part of the NFL's International Home Marketing Area Initiative. Have there been any discussions from the New South Wales Government with the Los Angeles Rams?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not sure.
Thank you very much. And back to the Accor Stadium roof issue that we discussed before. Ms Mather, you indicated, I think, before that due to media reports that you had decided to look at or you had undertaken to consider a fixed roof as part of that business case analysis. And you had noted that that business case was an initiative of the former government. Was there an additional budgetary allocation that was required in order to consider the fixed roof?
No.
No? It was done under the current the envelope that you previously had?
Yes.
Okay, and I think we also discussed before about the discussions of South Sydney, and I think we undertook maybe to come back this afternoon. So do you have anything further to update with respect to those 3 to 4 games? I think you outlined that South Sydney might be looking at being accommodated at Allianz Stadium rather than Accor?
It's more they have 3 to 4 games that are uncontracted that they play in other states or at other venues outside our network, and we'd love to host those opportunities either at Allianz or anywhere else in our network, in fact.
Okay, and when could we be looking at that potentially occurring? Is that as soon as next year, or?
It could be, but we've talked to them about one opportunity in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So to some extent it will depend on the NRL fixture.
Okay, thank you.
I'm curious about the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
That's
okay? Thank you, Ms Jones. Do you have the annual income that was generated by the centre in financial year 23-24?
For the Regatta Centre? No, I don't handy, but I will see if I can try to get that for you.
Thank you. So take that on notice.
Yep.
Have stakeholders raised concerns regarding blue-green algae blooms? And if they have, what action has been taken to address that?
Yes, yes, we are fully aware of the blue-green algae concerns, both at the Sydney International Regatta Centre and also at the neighbouring Penrith Whitewater Stadium. The blue-green algae blooms have become more frequent of late just because of the significant rain events that we've had. And what we're actually finding is that it's due to runoff into the local water catchment and the nutrient-rich water that's coming through the ecosystem, particularly in light of recent developments in the local area. For us, we have regular water testing that we conduct both at the Regatta Centre and at Penrith Whitewater Stadium. Obviously, the health and safety of not just the Office of Sport staff, but also of all the participants is of paramount concern to us. There's not much we can actually do around blue-green algae except for just manage the impact when it does actually come about because of the sheer volume of water and size of the water bodies that we're talking about. If we were to take any sort of chemical treatment or anything like that, it would actually have some devastating consequences on the local catchment and ecosystem.
Do you know how many events have been cancelled or postponed as a result of the algae blooms?
That for you. No, I will have to take that on notice. What I can say that kind of goes towards that question, though, is that in 23-24, the Sydney International Equestrian Centre lost an estimated of...
Equestrian Centre?
Sorry, Regatta Centre.
Thank you.
So the Sydney International Regatta Centre lost an estimated $90,000 in revenue due to event cancellations, and the Penrith Whitewater Stadium lost an estimated of $306,000 in revenue due to cancellations.
Okay, thank you. Are you working with the Office of Strategic Lands on this?
We are.
Is there some sort of master plan in the works?
Not to our knowledge, but it is absolutely a question for the Office of Strategic Lands.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Now, active kids vouchers, Ms Jones. In the 23 financial year, how many children were eligible for active kids vouchers?
In 23-24?
Yep.
Let me find that figure for you. Let me just find that for you. I'll take that on notice and I might come back to you.
Okay. How many... well, I might put all these on notice because I suspect you're going to have to take all of them on notice.
Okay.
Just trying to work out what that I can provide you that you might not need to take on notice, but I think most of these will have some. I might go back to the question we were asking before about the Levelling the Playing Field grant. Of course, with that grant being returned, are there other projects as well under the Levelling the Playing Field program that will not be proceeding? And if so, what are they?
Not to our knowledge at this stage, but like I said, those funding agreements were executed late in the last financial year.
Yep.
And so we are waiting on obviously first milestones and things like that to be achieved. So obviously if there are projects that are unable to proceed, then they're obligated to make us aware and return those funds back to government.
Okay. And with respect to that program as well, is there expected to be any underspend on that program?
Not in as much as that the program has been fully exhausted in relation to the actual allocation and then also the reserve list that I've mentioned earlier on today.
Okay, thank you.
So in relation to the Surf Club facility program,
yes,
I'm aware that the Copacabana Surf Lifesaving Club successfully applied for a grant that was $386,000, and they wanted to build a first aid room, a training room, and a cafe. And unfortunately, because of escalating costs, they had to change the scope of that and reduce the scope of it. I'm wondering if cost escalation regularly impacts projects. Is that something that's been happening more often recently?
Definitely over the course of the last couple of years, because I think it's a combination of matters, particularly for infrastructure projects of which are reliant on grant funding. Because as we know, these infrastructure projects can take some time to actually be completed. And so cost escalation is coming about mostly because of pressures that have been in the construction industry over the course of the last couple of years, also the pandemic's impact on all of that as well. And so when there are projects that have been impacted by cost escalation, we do encourage them to let us know as soon as possible. We do actually talk with them about reductions in scope and whether or not any sort of reductions in scope still achieve the objectives of the overall grant program. And in some instances, in fact, more often than not, we will get probity advice on the reduction in scope to see whether or not the actual fairness of the grant hasn't been impacted should we agree to a modified project.
So how, maybe you can take this on notice, about how many variations have been requested and then how many have been approved?
For the Copacabana project?
For the Surf Club facility program?
Yes, I can take that on notice.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Yep.
And in terms of clubs coming to you with variations, is there a way to give you information that you need to make these determinations that will be looked upon more favourably?
Not necessarily. I mean, what we ask for is a true account of exactly what is happening in terms of their project and how much money they do have, or what impacts cost escalation might have had on their projects. Everyone is a case-by-case basis. I suppose the leveler, though, is the fact that we do have independent probity advice that will actually go out and have a look at the grant, what was originally set in the guidelines around the overall objectives for that grant program, and then test whether or not any sort of modifications to scope would impact its either eligibility or the overall project outcomes in line with the overall guidelines.
Okay, and given, as you acknowledge, sometimes these projects can take a little bit of time.
Yes.
Is there a time limit on the requests for variation to come back to you?
We actually ask that requests for variations be submitted to the Office of Sport as soon as they are aware that a variation would be required. And in fact, as an organisation, we've actually improved our relationships with grant recipients so that we are touching base with them more frequently, so we can have more sort of in-time information. I'll leave my answer at that. It's incredibly important that they get in touch with us as soon as they become aware that a variation is needed.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the Sydney Academy of Sport and Recreation. How much funding has been allocated to investigate the cause of the track's deterioration?
So at the moment, that's all part of the insurance claim.
Okay. So how is that insurance claim being managed through your office?
So, yeah, obviously we make the claim through our insurers. They then assign a team to start the investigation work. We're fully cooperative around that. Like I mentioned before, whilst that insurance claim is running, we are also doing a piece of work in parallel to actually understand what the flood mitigation works might look like, or what an alternate facility build might look like, just so that once the insurance claim comes in, we can understand if there's a difference.
Thank you. How much time? We've got a couple of minutes.
I'll start at one. Sorry, as I say that, is the local sport grant program continuing the 20 to 25 financial year?
That's a decision for government.
Okay, so determination has been made yet. Now, that being the case, would any decision consider a change to the allocation of $50,000 per electorate?
I can say it definitely won't be increasing.
Okay. Definitive?
But of course, we always look at opportunities to improve grant guidelines whenever our grant programs are set for renewal.
Okay. So when will the outcomes of the program from the current financial year be advised?
They will be published in our annual report.
Okay. So nothing before then?
I can take it on notice for you if you'd like it before then, but I know that our annual reports are due in October. So.
Okay. Thank you. So watch this space. Ms Jones, at our last estimates hearings, you indicated the Office of Sport had not provided any advice as to the relocation of horse training facilities from Rose Hill to the Sydney International Equestrian Centre at Horsley Park, as the unsolicited proposal was in its very early stages. As the USP has now progressed to stage 2, what advice has the Office of Sport provided the Cabinet Office with?
Nothing has changed.
Okay, nothing has changed, so no work has been undertaken with the Office of Sport?
We still don't have visibility of the proposal.
Okay, no visibility. Okay. So you've done no feasibility at all?
No, we have not.
Have you had any meetings with the Australian Turf Club at all?
Not since the last budget estimates, no.
Okay. Okay.
Just back on the blue-green algae.
Yep.
I know that you said it was difficult to manage this situation, but what investigations are happening in terms of preventative measures? You're obviously testing the water, but by then, I mean, are there levels at which you can start any preventative measures?
No, not for the Office of Sport. The Office of Strategic Lands are the landowner of that whole precinct. Ultimately, if there was a solution to be provided, then I would imagine it would be some significant infrastructure type solution, and that's beyond the remit of the Office of Sport.
I think Mr. Walker is keen to jump in.
Well, I'm not sure about keen.
Wouldn't want to impugn any motives to.
Office of Strategic Land sits within my space. The question should probably come in through Minister Scully's session on Friday, but some money was allocated in the budget this year to look at the series of waterways in Penrith Lakes, and I know work's being done to look at how this issue can be addressed.
Okay, so in terms of the work that you're doing together, is there any work that's happening between the offices?
I think it's fair to say it's early days.
Okay.
The money was only recently approved, so it's been identified as a key issue.
And I can say that I know that our teams have been working together around identifying the issue and communicating the extent of the issue.
Okay, so there's no timeline at this stage in terms of having some milestones to hit for reporting?
Yeah, we can take that on notice, or you can raise it on Friday.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Ms Mather, last question, and I think we might be able to dismiss a few people if you'd like to come forward. It's been reported this week that All Elite Wrestling's Grand Slam Australia event has been secured by Brisbane for next year, and apparently beat out both Melbourne and Sydney. And was that something that Venues New South Wales was involved in bidding for, or not?
No.
No? Destination New South Wales event? Okay, thank you.
I just have one question for Mr. Wells. Just going back to the micro grants, I just wanted to understand in more detail what businesses are being asked to provide.
So there's some standard documentation that we suggested, I think, in the application process that would have proven eligibility. They would have been things like tax returns or business activity statements, etc. Again, if they're not available, you haven't submitted a tax return for a couple of years, there's lots of alternative ways to prove that documentation. So we can, I think that's on our website, but happy to come back on notice and provide that as well.
Thank you. Are you getting any feedback about that being quite an onerous task?
It's difficult for micro businesses in particular, there's no question, but again, if people get in contact with us, we can actually get some advisors to assist them put that together.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we will break now for 15 minutes. I have been indicated that we can dismiss Miss Jones from sport. You are free to leave early.
Before I do that, I just want to add some information to...
No, come back after the break.
It's the first time I've been excused.
Okay, did you
like
want
in class,
did
Joe,
you...
so you were the first one who wanted the early mark? You're the last one.
I reckon he was kicked out of halfway through the class. Miss Jones, you want to give us those answers and then I'll let everyone else
It'll,
who's getting
yeah,
an early
be,
mark know.
be very quick. This morning, Ms Hurst raised the Sports Climate Change and Legal Liability report and the fact that the Office of Sport had an F rating. The team have since had a look into that. And I can say that not only was it the Office of Sport, there was also the Australian Sports Commission, the Northern Territory Department of Territory, Families, Housing and Communities, and also ACT Sport and Recreation, who all also achieved an F rating. And it seems that it is mostly a desktop report. And I'm pleased to say that the team have since gone through those desktop factors. And I think our rating after our annual report and our new strategic plan is published will see us at a B.
I'm so relieved. Mr. Gellibrand, I can indicate that we no longer require you as well. Also Mr. Lamont and Mr. Wells. Just seeking clarification, Mr.
Well, actually, Mr. Lamont and Mr. Wells, do you mind if we just have some consultation within the 15 minutes and maybe right at the beginning you might be dismissed, but just allow us some consultation if that's possible.
Yeah, sure, no problems. All right, so definitely Miss Jones. And
I think we're sport we're definitely through. So yeah, and Venues New South Wales, yeah.
And Venues New South Wales.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Ms. Mather, Ms. Jones, and Mr. Gellibrand.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There may be more as we discuss in the break.
The Secretary will be in touch.
Not
with
you, Mr.
with
Laposte,
you
today.
individually in terms of questions on notice. We will return in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session. I'll throw to the opposition for questions.
Thank you. As promised, Mr Lamont, it's your time to shine. Mr Lamont, given small businesses' concerns over skilled worker shortages, what have you done in order to make recommendations to government to address some of these concerns?
Well, I would say skill shortages in recent history have actually softened a little bit according to our survey work. So we do a business conditions survey, which we've been doing since April 2020. During the COVID period, I'd suggest that the skill shortage pain that small business were reporting to us, and indeed supply shortages, were probably the top two priorities that small businesses were registering. We track skill shortages in the survey from month to month, and it's important to realise, I think, that the survey comprises about 600 responses each month, and there are small businesses that are chosen at random. So we capture those issues, I guess the issues that are being raised to us through the survey of concern, of which skill shortages is one of them.
And what are some of the other concerns that you're finding that are actually rising from small businesses as part of your Small Business Momentum Survey report?
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of things. The cost to business, so utility costs, insurance costs, general rates that they're seeing escalation in labour rates as well have been raised. Also the data itself, we're finding a pretty interesting trend, because remembering this survey is live, so a decision around the cash rate, which was raised earlier today, will trigger a response in our survey, and a negative response in the main in recent times. So we can track that. Obviously, discretionary spend in some sectors has also dropped. So retail, hospitality in particular, particularly susceptible to the drop in discretionary spend and the push that we've seen in interest rate pressures on households. So businesses cite those as primary concerns, particularly in those industries.
And Mr Lamont, your recent survey report notes that only 13% of businesses and respondents expect revenue to increase, whilst 38% expect it to decline. What advice have you provided to the government as a result of this?
Well, we continue to provide the advice, I guess, the importance of reducing the red tape burden wherever we can. In particular, I've made a number of statements around the importance of better regulation. So it would be naive to expect that regulation won't be a thing in the future, but that we accommodate particularly the cost pressures that are being experienced by small business at the moment in any new regulation, and of course look for ways to cut regulation that perhaps doesn't need to exist anymore. We see that as a really tangible way of actually improving business conditions for business, noting that macroeconomic factors, international factors will provide, I guess, some challenges for some time to come.
Thank you. And also with respect to the Small Business Charter, part of it is, of course, in having government agencies to procure more from small business. Are you tracking at all the small business tendering scheme and actually holding the government effectively to their promise to increase procurement?
Look, we're not tracking it as yet. I guess there's been, in my time, last 2-3 years, two strategies in respect to small business. Both looked at increasing the spend with small business. One of the issues that I pointed out previously was it's a good initiative, obviously, to look at faster payment terms and increasing the spend, but we also need to be conscious of the tendering requirements on small business. So we've had various parliamentary committees which we've provided evidence to on ways to practically reduce that. The Minister mentioned this morning one of the recommendations that we provided, which was to reduce or to absolve small businesses of having to have insurance at the time of tender. So that's something we're also tracking in terms of how businesses are experiencing that with new tenders and new procurement activities. But in terms of tracking the actual spend, no, we do not.
Thank you. You also, in your Small Business Momentum Survey report, identified rising energy costs as a concern for small businesses. Of course, there is the now federally funded energy bill relief program, $325 for small businesses. Are there any other initiatives that you've suggested to the state government that they could do to potentially assist small businesses with their energy costs?
Look, one of the issues we hear a lot, and this was captured in my review of the Retail Leases Act, many small businesses don't own their actual premises. So they're reliant upon the relationship between a landlord. There are some impediments under the current Retail Leases Act to provide the necessary incentives for both landlord and tenant to be able to share in the costs and benefits associated with making premises more energy efficient. So I identified a potential option in my review of the Retail Leases Act that would provide some practical support going forward.
Thank you. Have you done any investigation with respect to initiatives undertaken by other states, for instance South Australia, where grants between $2,500 and $50,000 are available for small businesses to invest in energy efficient equipment?
Look, we've looked at a range. There's been, over the last 10 years in particular, a number of initiatives. I guess the issue that we see, and I really want to labour this point, equipment goes so far, but a lot of the issues is around, can I put solar panels on my roof? Can I upgrade the network to actually provide for the power requirements that are required by new equipment? That we see as a potential to impact more businesses, more small businesses. As I mentioned, not all of them require major equipment. They're actually plugged into a grid or they're plugged into an existing service. So the potential to offer the option of renewables to reduce their bill, or other savings devices which generally speaking require retrofitting or an investment in premises, we see as a better way in the short term.
Has the government sought any advice from you with respect to the success of the 23-24 New South Wales Regional Development Trust loan program?
No.
No? Have you got any perspectives that you provided to government with respect to this program?
No.
Has any feedback been received from you, been received from businesses to you about that program?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, with respect, what work are you doing with the Small Business Bureau at present?
Look, we make referrals to the Bureau. I think it's still, from my perspective, it's still early days. But there are occasions where we work together on issues that are being faced by small business, and we often make referrals to the Bureau as well, and vice versa. They make referrals to us.
Okay. And what's the Small Business Commission's role with respect to the Small Business Charter?
We don't have so much of a role. I've been provided comments. I have provided comments on drafts previously.
Okay. You're not doing any monitoring in terms of the Small Business Charter and its outcomes at all? Okay. And have you provided government with any advice with respect to assisting small business with digital transformation programs and what they can do to support, particularly when it comes to cybersecurity concerns that small business may have across New South Wales?
Not necessarily in respect to New South Wales. I think we've made a number of submissions to federal committees and inquiries, but perhaps if I take that on notice and come back to you on that.
That would be helpful. Mr Lamont, I think that is all we have, unless my colleague, Ms Munro, who's looking at something at the moment.
I was just wondering about the issues around distribution network service provider problems. It's more of a federal issue, but certainly New South Wales SMEs involved in providing electrical services have been impacted by this. Is there anything that you're doing or the government is doing to assist these businesses that are being impacted by that federal legislation?
Look, not that I'm aware of. We've heard, and it may not be the same issue, we're hearing a little bit about new industrial estates. I don't know whether this is where you're going, but
no.
So we're hearing a little bit about that and the cost of infrastructure associated with being able to run equipment requiring three-phase power, and small businesses having to meet that cost up front. So that's the primary issue that we've been hearing about.
That is a different issue. This is more around the distribution network service provider owned entities that are basically exploiting what would be maybe considered lax ring fencing regulation in working together.
Okay. No, I haven't heard of that.
Right. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. I think we're at this stage happy to excuse Mr Lamont and
thank you.
Wish him all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Walker, we're just working across the table now. I know Mr McLaughlin's like, oh no.
Any opportunity?
We might come to you next. We'll leave Mr Laposta to the end, don't worry.
yeah, can I just...
So, Mr Walker, with respect, $5 million was allocated from the government to continue the land audit. Has all that money been allocated to Property and Development New South Wales?
Yes, Property and Development New South Wales is executing the land audit.
Yep. And so what will that $5 million be used for?
So it's a continuation of the program that started last year. It's initially paying for the team that is undertaking desktop due diligence, and then for sites that get shortlisted, undertaking the the physical due diligence specific to sites to confirm that they are suitable for residential use.
Okay. And with respect to that and the sites, what sort of physical due diligence actually is undertaken at that point?
It's a range.
So is that effectively going out on site and saying, yeah, we can build homes there? Or
it's a range of things: legal, planning,
surveyors.
Well, it might be contamination, environmental. Could be flood surveys. Yeah, it's a whole range of things to determine if it's suitable.
Thank you. And how much, and I think this question was asked of the Minister previously, but in terms of the suitability of locations for the sites, how much are you looking at regional New South Wales as well?
It's driven more by opportunity. So rural locations are very definitely within scope, but the priority or the focus to date has been metro locations. So TOD locations were the first areas that we looked at. The likelihood is that we'll be moving to Tahi sites next, but we are looking at regional sites as they are nominated by landowning agencies as well.
Okay, so in a sense, in terms of the progress, it was TOD locations, Tahi is next, and then regional is potentially the third tranche. Is that the case?
There will be some regional sites, but the focus will continue to shift. I think I mentioned at last estimates that New South Wales Government owns in the order of 280,000 parcels of land across the state, so we could be going for quite a while. So it's a rolling audit.
Okay. And how many sites have been assessed to date?
It's over 8,500.
Okay, 8,500 since I think it might have been 4 something.
Yeah, it was 4
last estimates or something.
Time,
so yeah. Okay, so about double the figure that we were at previously. Now these might be questions shared between you and Ms. Hawes potentially, and I'll give you some background, which is attached to it. Griffith City Council, along with partners Argyle Housing, a CHP provider, officially opened Griffin Green, demonstrating the capability to deliver actual affordable housing on the ground. Griffith City Council and Argyle have plans for other affordable housing projects, and in February this year they met with Mr Greg Sullivan of Land and Asset Management at the Department of Crown Lands, seeking to acquire 2 small allotments of Crown land to incorporate into their next project outside of the market value requirement. When the 8-step process they were given proved unworkably convoluted, including gaining Minister for Local Government approval, gaining Treasury approval to waive Treasury Direction 92.2, requiring market return for the acquisition of the land, and a budget allocation from Treasury to offset the market value of the land, Griffith Council considered instead acquiring the land leasehold. To date, there hasn't been any outcome. Does the government acknowledge that local councils, charities and other non-government organisations, not only by the nature of their business, but by being closer in touch with the communities and to local land resources, are especially well placed to identify and deliver affordable housing initiatives in New South Wales, including identifying opportunities to repurpose both Crown land and underutilised government land?
So I'll just start by saying that you do need to look at this as a separation between Crown land, because there's unique elements that Mel and her team need to satisfy.
Yep.
And then I can talk to the rest of it if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr Walker.
So, to the part about the use of Crown lands for housing, as my colleague Leon says, it's public land. So there are characteristics of public land and requirements on public land that don't exist on private tenure. And it's very rare to find genuinely vacant, unused Crown land. Generally, there are other rights and interests on the land. That might be an Aboriginal land claim under the state-based land rights regime, or it might be native title interests. So it is inherently more complicated, and we understand that. And that is why the partnership approach that I talked about this morning, where we are doing brokered agreements, particularly with Aboriginal right holders, is probably a more fruitful pathway for us to deliver housing land supply.
Now, with respect to those sites that might... Oh, sorry, Mr Walker, if you could perhaps address that question as well, in terms of...
Yeah, so for...
the identification from local government, effectively, of what they consider to be underutilised government land?
Yeah, so for land that's not Crown land, there is the opportunity for us to look at other mechanisms. It's still subject to formal approvals. You might recall that there's also a policy called the Community Use Policy, which remains in effect, that allows us to make land available to local councils and other not-for-profits subject to meeting certain criteria that could apply in this instance. So it would have to be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So I would add to that as well. There are situations where we play a role in Crown lands in brokering swaps. So, for example, council might have a depot on a piece of land that they want to use for a housing project, and we can work with councils and have to facilitate land swaps to create, positive outcomes and negotiate the different tenures and rights and interests that are at play on Crown lands.
And Mr Walker, as part of the land audit, is any work being undertaken to invite expressions of interest from councils about underutilised land that they might have that could be made available for the land audit?
I would consider the process different, but councils should be bringing those opportunities forward, and it's a good question for Minister Jackson. I understand that there is already good engagement between certain councils and Homes New South Wales, but it would be a good question for that portfolio.
Thank you. Ms Hawes, are you familiar with this Griffith City Council proposal at all? Or?
Not in detail, but as I say, I think you cited one of my exec, Greg.
Yep.
He works with a number of local government reps, councils, etc., and they range from projects like the Kamper housing project through to projects where we're helping councils relocate buildings and depots and infrastructure so that they can free up other parcels. So I'm not familiar in depth, but I'm not, we work with a range of councils on a number of projects.
So with respect to this Griffith City Council proposal, Ms Hawes, will you undertake to take the question on notice and potentially come back to the committee with further advice, and will you perhaps undertake to see if you can progress this at all with Argyle Housing and Griffith City Council?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr Walker, previously we had some discussion about who land could be made available to. It's only Homes New South Wales and Landcom that housing can be made available to? Is that in terms of the delivery agencies? Or?
It's a cascade. So Homes New South Wales first, Landcom second. It could go to other delivery agencies within New South Wales Government. So Property and Development New South Wales could be another delivery agency, for example. But there will be sites that are identified for divestment to the private sector for development, and I guess the terms of the divestment and the development pathway will be a case-by-case thing.
Okay. And how long is that process in terms of determining those sites and their pathway? So once a site has been identified, so for instance we've had the Camperdown site that's been identified, it's been announced that that will be a site for development. What's the process from there in terms of choosing how you will divest of that land or invite a private sector partner?
Yeah, look, it's going to be a case-by-case thing. I think, unfortunately, that site is a particularly large and complex site, and so it's probably not a great example of how long that process might take, and there are further government decisions required in terms of the development of that site. I mean, it could be as simple as low-density residential lots that can be developed straight away.
Go to the local real estate agent effectively.
Well,
and
I mean,
market
if Homes New South Wales Aboriginal Housing or their former Land and Housing Corporation wanted it, they could put a shovel in the ground tomorrow. Through to other sites that possibly need, to go through a planning pathway to get approval. So it's not a one-size-fits-all thing.
Thank you. In the 2022-23 year in review report of Property Development New South Wales, it stated that Property and Development New South Wales is leading government property framework policy reform to increase the adaptive reuse of surplus government property. Is this the land audit effectively, or?
It's not the land audit, but it's an enabler of the land audit.
Okay. What are the other items of adaptive reuse that are contemplated?
Well, the government property framework could enable the transfer of government-owned land between agencies for a range of uses. So it could be land from education to fire and rescue, for example, to build a fire station. So again, it's an enabling framework. It's still subject to review, however, a final decision hasn't been made on it.
Thank you. Might be it with respect to that. Mr. Walker, a few more questions. Just trying to look at Ms. Hawes. You might even be able to get an early mark, I think, perhaps. I think we probably, Ms. Hawes and Ms. Hickey as well, I think we can probably give you both an early mark, and thank you for your attendance here.
Thank you. Can I just complete? I took a few questions on notice and I have the answers.
Okay.
May as well do it now
Sure.
to save the teams.
Please.
Joe. So this morning, Ms Higginson asked me about biodiversity conservation agreements, and we have approved the use of Crown land for those agreements on 28 sites across the state. Mr Fowler, you asked me about Wyangulla Reflections
Yes, of course.
Holiday Park.
Tell me more.
Post the government decision not to proceed with the expansion of the dam wall, we have been working with Reflections and Council. So Reflections is committed to a short-term fix to the park sewage system, but more importantly, a review of future needs and expansion, which will lead to a master plan for the park, including its water sewage. So Council Reflections are working together on that matter, which explains why it had gone quiet from my perspective. So
is there any budgetary allocation for that work? Or?
Not from Crown lands, but okay. I can take on notice how that work
you.
is going and where it's up to. And last point was you asked about the number of land claims before, and I do really need to shout out to the team. You asked about the efforts we've made to accelerate progress in land claims, and I need to shout out to the team on this because in the last 3 years we've done more land claims and land grants than in the previous 40 of the statute. So I really need to acknowledge the team's efforts for that, and that unlocks so many opportunities on land that was previously stuck. So I just wanted to put that on record while I had the chance.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Hawes. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much.
Now, Mr. Walker, with respect to some of the budget items for Property and Development New South Wales, there's the allocation of $45.5 million property development program. What are the new works that are part of that program?
The projects that we have underway include the completion of works at Macquarie Street East. So that's the works to primarily the Registrar General's building. Sorry, I don't have the breakdown of the.
Okay. Could you take that on notice?
Yeah, I can take that on notice.
So that's the new works $45.5 million property development program. Yeah. And what's the residential housing Northwest Sydney Capital Works program, which is listed as an estimated cost of $17.2 million?
Yeah. So there's a parcel of land in northwestern Sydney that we're completing due diligence on to determine the suitability of that site for residential housing. Okay,
and that's what that program is?
Yeah.
Thank you. And the building refurbishment program has had a significant increase in the last budget. It was estimated to cost $12.3483 million. In this budget, it's estimated to the end of the 23-24 financial year at $37.245 million, nearly triple the allocation, and is estimated now to cost $41.05 million. What accounts for this increase?
So if that's to do with our office workspaces, so we're delivering 2 new buildings, one in Dubbo and one in Coffs Harbour.
Okay. And so is it a change of scope or is it a cost increase?
It's just these buildings take some time to deliver, so it's just working through the delivery pathway.
Thank you very much. And some questions were asked previously with respect to the Coffs Jetty revitalisation program. What's the current status of that program?
So we've lodged the documentation required for a planning proposal proposing a change of uses within that precinct. That's with planning for assessment. There's still the intention that there would be a public exhibition period later this year.
Okay, so later this year for the rezoning proposal to be on public exhibition?
Yep.
Thank you. And has the rezoning proposal been lodged now? Yes?
Yeah, so the documentation has been lodged and is being assessed.
Okay, and when do you expect that program to be completed?
The overall works to the whole precinct? It's a long-term program of works. I take it on notice, but it's in the order of 15 to 20 years.
Okay. And what's the total projected cost over the next 4 financial years?
I take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And what's the status at the moment of the Macquarie Street East precinct?
Yeah, so I touched on it. The works to the Registrar General's building are very close to completion. The funded works to this point were actually approved by the previous government, are what we call no regrets funding to remove the north annex and the records wing of the Registrar General's building. So I guess the
ugly building?
The unsympathetic additions to that building.
It's very diplomatic.
Well, I'm actually trying to pick up on some industry terms there. So,
thanks for imparting them on us.
The restoration to the facade is nearing completion. So that doesn't get us, there is insufficient funding to, I guess, reactivate the whole building. That's subject to another phase of work. We will be able to put in place, I guess, a meanwhile use for the ground level of that building until the future of the building as a whole is realised. There will also be public space created through that project. So I think the former Premier and the Prime Minister announced that an area of public space will be named in honour of the former Queen Elizabeth II. And the work on that is being finalised at the moment as well. So probably looking October, November this year for the completion of that work.
Great. And with respect to the Macquarie Street East precinct, there's been over the years lots of suggestions with respect to the entire precinct, potentially pedestrian footpaths. I think discussion of in London, the National Museum, I think, a pedestrian concourse. Is that something still being investigated, or is that being shelved now?
No, work on a museum business case has ceased. There has been support provided to the State Library of New South Wales in terms of completing their vision for the library. We've also done work on landscaping for the area in front of the State Library that could, I guess, improve the visitor experience to that location and probably make it a little safer for pedestrians and the like in that area. But the funding for that piece of work only carries us through to the approval stage. It doesn't take us through delivery. Money's also been provided through our program of work to the Royal Botanic Gardens Trust, I think it is from memory, to assist them with their adaptive reuse of the, now what's it called? The depot that's opposite the Catholic precinct, that's also opposite the Registrar General's building. So that's the limit of our work at this stage.
Thank you, Mr Walker. And Mr Walker, what progress has been made on the World Heritage nomination for the Parramatta Female Factory?
That's an ongoing process. That work is actually being led primarily by the Commonwealth Government and Heritage New South Wales. Our team is obviously facilitating and supporting as we can, given that we're the landowner, but yeah, it's being led elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. And Property and Development New South Wales Year in Review 2022-23 stated there'd be $231 million in savings and benefits in 22-23. Were those savings and benefits realised?
Yeah, so we're recording actual savings that we've realised in undertaking our work. Yeah.
Okay. And is there an updated target for 23-24 and 24-25?
I can take it on notice.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr Walker, I think that's it.
Can I?
For you, but
you asked a couple of questions this morning about sites.
Yep.
I can either try and close it out now.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Or,
thank you.
Do you still have those questions to hand, just to make sure I'm answering the right?
I can have some. Yep.
I think there was one in regard to Camden from memory.
Yep.
So
the Menangle site, Menangle Road site. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, Menangle Road, Camden. So there is the need for some of the uses on that site to be relocated to make way for the housing, but we're working with the local health district and Ministry of Health to affect that change. So car parking is part of that. And then I think you were also asking about
North Everleigh or Kellyville or
Kellyville.
Yep. 301.
So
and
it's actually quite a large site.
Yep.
And the process that was run wasn't actually in relation to the site that we're looking at as being suitable or part of the land audit. And it's Sydney Water that's actually the owner of that site. So.
Okay, Sydney Water. Okay, I was wrong with Metro.
Well, Metro does have easements running through the site, so that might be where the confusion arises.
Okay. So can you tell us, because quite legitimately it was advertised as 301 to 301B that was expressions of interest, Samantha Riley Drive. What was announced was 301 Samantha Riley Drive, Kellyville, in terms of the Minister's press release. What is actually the demarcation on that site? In terms of what forms part of the land that's being made available and then what is being retained by others or marketed by others, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I probably will continue to take on notice.
Yeah, if you could take it on notice as to what the actual parcel is, that would be helpful.
Yeah, because it's quite a substantial lot and it's a portion thereof.
Yeah, I think at least what was marketed was a 21,000 square metre site. So
yeah, because from the information I've got here, it's a 97,000 square metre site overall, and we're looking at 6,400 square metres of it.
So 97,000 square metre site, and you've got 6,400, is it?
Yeah, and that's why when you mentioned earlier, it didn't seem right that there was a relatively small number of dwellings coming off that. It's because it's a small portion of that overall site.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else you could provide on notice would be helpful as well, Mr. Walker.
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry? Oh, no, sorry. Mr. McLaughlin. Sorry, bro. Yeah. That's all right.
Hey, you're the chair.
He tried to let you go early.
You directed him.
I tried to let them go. I tried to let you go. It's blame the libs.
I should be the nicest to you of all, but anyway. No.
Oh, very good.
Mr. McLaughlin, just interested in terms of the valuation of properties. When a property is, what's the impact of a property when it's rezoned in terms of its valuation? So, for instance, let's say a site's rezoned to be from an R2 site to be an R4 high density site. When does the impact actually occur in terms of its revaluation?
That's a really good question, and it is a really complex space. So the former, I think 2 formers ago, Valuer General released a paper on this and the impact of rezoning. And if you can imagine, it is a bell curve that occurs, but it is predominantly dependent on the market.
Yeah. So it's effectively, is it dictated by once you have a site of, for instance, so a site gets rezoned from R2 to R4. Sure. At that point, is there any monetary impact?
Of course there would be.
But so again, you would change your valuation in your assessment based on that change?
So our valuations for land or for rates and taxes purposes are done at 1 July every year. But what I would say is in terms of zoning potentiality, a lot of the value is actually realised before rezoning occurs. And that's still in sense of the market takes that into account. So it could still be zoned low density, but it is obviously achieving a much higher price because of either announcements or potentiality in the market, and developers, obviously generally think about these things and can increase the value.
I guess that's the traditional approach, but I'll pick the Premier's own terminology, the largest rezoning in Australia's history, where you're getting a whole range of things that are universally being rezoned. Sure. So it's not necessarily working on the same speculative approach as it may have previously, where there's a site and people go, okay, in 5 years' time, that's going to become something, so I'm going to buy it now and maybe at an increased price, and then have a planning proposal to try and get it rezoned or expect that decisions will be made. But if a property is rezoned from R2 to R4, and you make an assessment from the next financial year, 1 July, as you were saying, was 1 July or 1 January, sorry?
1 July every
1
year.
July.
Yes.
1 July the next year. Is it assessed at that point effectively?
It's valued on the current zoning of whatever that may be at that time, and obviously the sales evidence for that zoning is used to value the land.
Okay, so would you make it a determination with respect to saying, okay, what are similar R4's sales in that area, for instance, or how do you make that determination?
Sorry, is the land still zoned R?
Okay, so the land's been zoned R2, so I've got a house, let's say, it's zoned R2. Sure. A change occurs, it then is rezoned R4. No sales have taken place in the area, for instance, on an R4. At that point,
seems like a very specific example.
Oh, look, to be frank, it's not that specific at the moment. It's fairly universal. Yeah, I've got to say, in a sense, with some of these TOD zones and the like, where there are,
So if it has been rezoned and there's no sales, and that's not very often, there are usually sales in the market, and particularly in a metro area, it's exponentially more unlikely that this scenario would occur. Yep. But that's where valuers would take into account adjustments or look further afield for like sales and then adjust that back accordingly.
Okay, let's choose an example of somewhere where I suspect there aren't too many changes. So my favourite of these sites in Shellharbour, for instance, where it's an R2 zone and then has been rezoned R4. Not too many, from my look at things, not too much sales data. What would you do in a situation like that, for instance, in terms of assessing the valuation after it's changed from R2 to R4?
Well, it would still be based on either if there aren't any sales, which I would doubt. No, I live quite close to Shellharbour, and there are quite a lot of properties transacting in Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, in Lake Macquarie certainly, but yeah,
and in Shellharbour. Yep. But if not, again, we would look further afield at similar zoned properties or make relevant adjustments. But again, it is based on sales evidence and appropriate adjustments.
Okay, thank you very much. And with respect to that, so then the sales evidence, how far afield do you look in terms of that?
You're probably going. I think we would need to potentially take that on notice. Yeah. Because obviously we do look further afield depending on the property type. Residential, it's generally not that far. But for instance, as you can appreciate, there's very
regional communities or something you're looking
or unique land uses in commercial type properties, those types of things where we would look a lot further afield. So it isn't one set rule, but I would say for residential, it generally doesn't. It's more rural where we would look a lot further.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. None further from us. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for your attendance here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Laposta.
Feel free to hang around in solidarity.
Yeah.
I was hoping to get value adders in for Mr. Farlow, but I'll find another time.
We've got the Office of the Value General Inquiry, so we can, get onto the value adders then.
Good.
Okay. Mr. Laposta.
Mr. Farlow.
I thought Ms. Munro might be ready to go for you.
I am ready.
Okay, go.
I wanted to ask about, I was asking you earlier about Multicultural New South Wales and the budget.
Yep.
I just wanted to understand, with the $14.5 million that's been allocated to over 4 years to boost social cohesion and countering violent extremism, how much of that is going towards the compact grants?
That's an excellent question, Ms. Munro, and I will give you an answer in a moment. So, a couple of things. There's I'm probably giving you too much information, but context. So, there was the announcement that Minister Kamper made about our budget, which is, I think, the record 85 million, 71.6 this year. And then outside of that, through Premier's Department, we're funded for 4 years for that $12 million. So when I think you just said 14.5, then 2.5 of that is almost funding that Multicultural New South Wales got, and then there's $12 million that the Premier's Department, in partnership with us. In terms of the compact program, it's $3 million in grants per year, which is up from last year, which is good. And then we have some auxiliary programs that sit around that as well. So it's gone up more than sort of 10% from last year. And then there's about $1 million, which sits around all of that as sort of ancillary programs that support the networking of the Alliance, which is now 80 partners strong and has engaged, I think, more than 40,000 young people in New South Wales. It helps us with our sort of digital resilience networks, off the top of my head as well, and then also helps us in evaluating the effectiveness of the program, because that's a really important piece when we're going back to Treasury to talk about its impact and justification for why it needs further ongoing and hopefully more funding. And then we've also got a campaign, an online campaign called Remove Hate from the Debate, which has engaged over 2 million young people, which we're in the process of working up a revised version of that as well, and very cognizant of the Australian Human Rights Commission in terms of their national review of the anti-racism framework as well, and thinking about how some of our work can interrelate with their work at a Commonwealth level as well.
I do have some more budget questions, but
sure.
Just because you brought up the Remove Hate from the Debate program, I understand that there was a review that was going to take place around that.
Yeah.
I think we were advised that it would be completed in the early stages of this year.
Yeah.
So has that program been reviewed, and is the new program underway in terms of being developed or being rolled out?
Yeah. It's yes is the short answer. Yes, we're in the final stages of refreshing that program to bring to market. The effectiveness of government campaigns are ultimately not determined by government, they're determined by how well they impact and build an awareness and understanding and hopefully influence behaviours within the community. I think with these things, you don't want the Commonwealth government coming out with some whiz-bang slogan and then the New South Wales government coming out with the slogan and the Victorian government and the Queensland government, and it's just sort of, and then there'll be, other parties that'll try and... So what we're trying to do is make sure that there's as much alignment as possible with universal messaging, and then thinking about how each part of government tailors their messaging depending on what their strength is. So a strength of the New South Wales government, as you both know, is we have majority control over things like education and transport and housing and all these things, and health. So how can we get our messaging as impactfully as possible through young people, through a digital campaign, through education and those sorts of things. So that will be brought to market very soon. And yes, I'm a bit like you, I'm a little bit impatient, so I would have loved for it to be done now. But the only reason it hasn't is because we're very cognizant of the Commonwealth timing.
So what is the very soon and Commonwealth timing looking like?
Well, we've organised a briefing of our New South Wales Advisory Board by the Race Discrimination Commissioner in September, which is very good. And my understanding is that they're aiming to have their Commonwealth framework done by October, which is exciting. And we're also very cognizant and thinking about an opportunity with the upcoming social media summit that the Premier Minns and Premier Malinauskas announced as well as a potential platform to be able to build on some of these things, but that's just still at concept stage at this stage.
Have you, just on that, have you requested involvement in that summit?
Yeah, we'd like to be involved.
And have you had any response about that?
I think that's being managed centrally at the moment, but through Premier's Department and the Cabinet Office, we're very actively involved in trying to make sure that the communities that we're here to represent are considered as a part of that, and that there's voice given to probably the same people that you're thinking of, young people, vulnerable cohorts, minority groups and other things, that they're not left out of that. So my team is doing some great work in collaboration across other parts of government, and I think that will be determined by Cabinet in the not too distant future.
Are you working with your counterparts in South Australia to put a case forward?
No, that's an interesting idea. We recently had a ministerial forum where we did some thinking around lessons learned, and we do lots of work in the language space with colleagues in South Australia. and our equivalents over there. I think it would be more prudent to see what the decision of Cabinet is as to whether it's endorsed, and then think about how we work across jurisdictions.
I'm aware that other interest groups in this area have been advocating to the government to be included and are having challenges in terms of having those requests responded to or considered, and my understanding is that they are trying to work with South Australian bodies to increase the chances of getting somewhere in terms of that involvement, whatever it is on the agenda, and ensuring that guests are on stage and in the room that represent those different communities. So.
Yeah, okay. I can't speak to any of that, but I know certainly we've been central as part of the discussion, the conversation, which is pleasing for us.
Mm-hmm. Just back to the remove hate from the debate conversation, how much funding and resources have been dedicated to the program?
So as I sort of said before, in terms of the exact breakdown, I'll need to take that on notice. But as I mentioned before, we have about $1 million outside of the Compact Grant program that's for ancillary programs, which includes remove hate from the debate.
Okay. Is that ancillary budget, so you've got the $3 million
for grants
and then the $1 million for ancillary?
Yeah, so that's about fostering that network of 80 different partners, and that will hopefully grow. And it's about establishing the community of practice where they can share best practice ideas in terms of tackling issues that impact marginalisation, disaffected young people, resilience building exercises, leadership building exercises, and a lot of interfaith and cross-cultural discussion as well.
So what's the extra $8 million for out of that $12 million that you...
Sorry, my apologies. $3 million a year for Compact.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So that's $3 million a year over the forward estimates?
Next 4 years.
Yeah, okay.
I can confirm that, Carmen?
Yep, thank you. In terms, I know you have said that obviously the remove hate from the debate program needs to be measured in some way. Do you have some specific metrics that you'll be looking to report against?
That's the precise work we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So, once upon a time, I think, as a general rule, not specific to the remove, you would talk about paginations or eyeballs or exposure or all of those things.
Sure.
I don't think that cuts it in terms of campaigns like this that aren't just about building awareness. They're about influencing choice and influencing behaviours. So awareness equals choice, it doesn't equal change. What we're trying to do is embed and support behavioural change to have more respectful, more productive online dialogue and discussion, as opposed to, as has been likened by some in our community, the sewer of hate that appears when there's very divisive topics.
If you crack this, then it'll be something that every government department and every marketing team across Australia will want to use.
And I hope that whatever we do isn't seen as an initiative of the government. It secures multi-partisan support, because every MP in their own right is a leader in the space. We're all tackling the scour of racism and hatred in our communities. So the more that we can build an awareness across all of our members of parliament would be wonderful.
So more specifically, can you explain some of the measures that you are looking at to measure that?
I can't, only because I have a small dedicated team that do all of this critical thinking, and I have not yet been briefed on where they're at. I'm very enthusiastic about being briefed on where they're at, but I'll take that on notice and get an update for you holistically as to where they're at.
Thank you. That would be excellent. There is $4 million allocated to bolster community connection and wellbeing. Where is that funding going in terms of programs? My understanding also is that it's just for this financial year rather than rolling over the forward estimates.
Yeah, so all of our programmatic funding, the budget very pleasingly resolved, and I sort of touched on this before, a lot of our funding, if you look at the agency from where we were when I started in 2019, we were a $23 million agency. So I often laugh with former Minister Dominello about what the scope of the agency was when he was the minister in its formative years, changing it from the Community Relations Commission to Multicultural New South Wales, and where it is today. But because of financial restraints and limitations, it was 2-year or 3-year or 4-year funding. All of that coincided effectively with the 30th of June 2024, And so the bid that Minister Kamper led, and I'm very grateful for his leadership, was holistically about looking at all of the program funding that we have, but also a considerable point, and I think we talked about this at last estimates, almost 40% of our staffing was tied up in that budget bid. Now, pleasingly, the New South Wales Government, with the support of Cabinet, has resolved to guarantee our finances around our staffing, which is great, so we can offer ongoing roles and employment and all of those different things. But in terms of our programmatic funding, it's only a one-year prospect. So we have to go back and demonstrate the impact and the outcomes of our funding for the next budget cycle.
So does that include the Community Cohesion Grants program, that $5 million? Is that just this year, or is that over the forward estimates?
Yep.
That's just this year as well?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Mr. Laposta, just to return to a question that we asked earlier and was asked to the Minister, and I think you contributed to, and that's just around the quantum of funding for Multicultural New South Wales. So the $73 million, I think, was put previously by Ms Munro, and that is in the budget overview, and I'll cite the pages for assistance. Page 43, Community Harmony, $73 million in a permanent boost in funding to support social cohesion and community harmony through Multicultural New South Wales. Yet when you turn to the agency financial statements in budget paper number 2, and I'll cite the pages of 4-1 and also 4-35, we come to Multicultural New South Wales, which has in the 24-25 budget $71.3 million in expenses, and you rightly pointed out before about the capital expenditure, which is $0.3 million, so that gets you to 71.6. Is there 1.4 million we're missing somewhere else, or is it an error perhaps in the budget overview? Or
I'm always looking for
or you
more,
want
Mr.
another
Farlow.
1.4 million?
I'm always looking for 4. So if the outcome of me being the last person standing at this table is that I can go back and try and find the extra 1.4, I will. The information that I've got is at 71.6 million, with the additional $12 million on top, as Ms Munro was asking about the compact program and our CVE work. Happy to take the specifics in terms of that on notice and come back to you around the differential between 71.6 and 73, but my number that I'm working off is 73 with Treasury.
73 or 71.6. Okay. Well, I'll give you to strengthen your arm, page 43 of the New South Wales budget overview, our plan for New South Wales, which says you have $73 million.
Great news.
So see where you can spend that 1.4 million.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
Becky?
I'm just thinking part of the response off the back of Wakely was to seek to provide a small and modest but important amount to the tune of roughly about $665,000 a year for the next 4 years. So that might be the shortfall in the 1.4, but I'll take the specifics on notice and come
take it on notice and see what you can provide.
Thank you.
And with respect as well to the $85 million which has been committed over the next 4 years. Overall, what other agencies and departments are seeing part of this $85 million? Do you have that information? I take it it's all not Multicultural New South Wales?
It largely is.
Okay.
It's about...
So for instance, so that wouldn't include things like the multicultural media spend that's being conducted by...
No. So great question.
DC?
People often ask me, like, what's success in your space? As I say to my team, and it's not a this year or next year conversation, success is when you don't need Multicultural New South Wales because every part of government thinks inclusively about the work that we do and captures and mirrors the community that it's ultimately there to serve with all of the different languages and faiths and cultural traditions and so forth. The whole of government spend is just that. It's all of the different parts of government. So it's about building for want of a better word, a competency or a capability across, and I'm just picking departments randomly here, but education or health or fire and rescue or Office of Sport or the Valuer General's Office, to make sure that when they're communicating more inclusively, not just about people like me that are fortunate to be tertiary educated, but people that might have been here 5 or 10 years that have low levels of digital proficiency and low levels of English proficiency. So our funding is very much our funding. The majority of our funding, Mr. Farlow, pleasingly goes to grants. So it's all about boosting capability and capacity in our community. It's either through festival and event grants, it's through compact grants, it's through partnerships with our peaks, things like Community Hubs Australia, Women's Hubs, our partnerships with our ethnic communities councils in Wagga and Illawarra and the Hunter and Sydney, how we support migrant resource centres, how we support other organisations that are out there doing excellent work. It's for a lot of our staff, with the exception of our staffing costs, it's an in and out. Now, there is a modest component which is part of, and this is where Ms Munro was asking before, around the multilingual New South Wales funding, which is the one-stop shop where if, let's say the government has to issue a really urgent and important campaign. Right now there's bushfires in southwest Sydney. If those disaster response agencies needed us to help them, we could make sure that we were able to support them with material that was translated or access to interpreters in language immediately with no cost to those individuals. If there's a whole of government issue around silicosis and we need to get into Greek communities, Macedonian communities, that's where that whole of government support can happen at pace. Coercive control, family and domestic violence, whole of government priorities, access to affordable and social housing. These sorts of things where we sit there and we think, okay, there should be no barrier. And it's something that we started in COVID and we've really built upon. When we need to get critical messaging to our communities, we don't want cost to be a barrier for government departments so they can access that central fund. But that's also about starting to change behaviours in government departments where they're thinking about this from the start rather than it's an afterthought. And so we almost use it as an exercise to say, okay, well, let's get this right now. But next time, our expectation is that you're budgeting for these things, not thinking about just doing them as an afterthought.
Thanks, Mr. Laposta.
Sorry, that was a long answer.
It was a long answer, but that's why we kept you to the end.
You're only keeping yourself here.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly ask, perhaps this is something you could take on notice, just the kinds of projects, initiatives or organisations that are receiving grants and money from Community Connection and Wellbeing Program, Community Cohesion Grants, and also the fund that is going to those significant state events that were referred to in the budget media release?
Yep. So significant state events, think Premier's Harmony Dinner, which we try and do as close to cost neutral as possible, but we're not quite there. The fact that I even mentioned cost neutral, there'll be people in my office right now shaking their head. We try and get sponsorship and other things, but there's an enormous amount of MPs that are always looking for free tickets, so we have to build that into our thinking as well from time to time. None in here, obviously. But
I don't think we're getting the invites anymore.
Oh, that's not... It's a balanced approach. Then you've got things like Diwali, Hanukkah event, Lunar New Year, Premier's multicultural events. So these sort of big events where it's about celebrating significant milestones in our community. Those sorts of things. That's where that fund comes out of. In terms of the grants and community connection and the wellbeing things, Ms Munro, happy to take some of those on notice. There's a whole series of them. And to be honest, the majority of them will be in our annual report because a part of it is restoring what we've historically done because some of it was previously funded. There is some opportunities to tweak some of the grants in line with new priorities. But things like our partnership with community hubs, that's something where we support 23 community hubs in New South Wales to empower migrant women, to give them a safe space in schools, to be able to help them in partnership with the Commonwealth and obviously Scanlon and community hubs for things like education, language proficiency, skill acquisition. They're pretty cool. So that's an example of some of the programs that we do.
Thank you.
Multicultural Capital Partnerships Fund. In the last hearing, the committee was advised that Multicultural New South Wales was still working through these groups and developing MOUs with the government in the delivery of public outreach programs upon completion of capital works projects. What's the status of those MOUs?
Yeah, I think... So these were... The multicultural capital programs were the ones that were part of commitments made to communities in the lead up to the election. Mm-hmm. So you had the $15 million for safety and security for religious institutions. Then you had the $30 million of capital partnership over 4 years. And then you had another about 1.47 one-off partners. So in the $30 million capital partnerships, we've got 11 recipients. And then in the small capital works programs, we've got 9 recipients that just receive under 1.7 million. Now, the status of each of those projects is varied, but I am reliably told by my team that almost all of those projects have agreements in place and have funding, some where their projects are completed, others where they're just starting some of their projects. So I've got 4 or 5 sort of detailed pages on that, but it depends on how much information.
Well,
Mr.
look,
Farlow,
if I could request that
to,
perhaps you could provide that detail on notice, that would be appreciated.
Unless there's anything commercially in confidence that I can't share with you, I can't see why I couldn't.
Okay, fantastic. And Mr. Laposta, since the last budget estimates hearing, have any requests been made by any organisation to receive additional funding as part of this program in order to complete their project?
I'd need to take that on notice because the question or the line of questioning that Ms. Munro had before for Ms. Jones, I think is systemic across all parts of government, which is cost escalation on projects. I think a number of projects were delayed because of the pandemic. Wherever possible, whether they've been Liberal national government commitments or they've been the current government commitments,
You've sought one of them?
we've tried to extend them as much as possible so that, say, the Malkite community, which was an election commitment in 2019, we've carried forward because we know the issues that they experienced because of flooding on the site, delays of COVID, all of those sorts of things. So I'm sure there has been a number of instances where communities have sought additional funds. They're always looking for additional funds. But if there's any specific to these partnership programs, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And now with respect to the MOUs, which you believe all might be complete now, will the government be making a public announcement to outline these public outreach programs and how the community can benefit from them?
Oh, that's really a matter for the Minister and the government.
Okay. But there's been no direction given to you at this stage with respect to that?
No, just get them done.
Okay, thank you.
I will go to the settlement strategy.
Yep.
There were a number of objectives that had completion dates of both April and June this year.
Yep.
Have they been completed?
Can I take that on notice? I think from memory there's about 150 actions in the settlement strategy. There was some challenges around machinery of government changes off the back of the election and subsequently since. With those machinery of government changes, there's been there's been movements from one part to another. There's also been reconfigurations of existing teams and it's been bedding them down. As an overall principle, Ms. Munro, the document is progressing well. I'm also pleased to say that this is a document that has been supported with bipartisan support from the previous government and the current government, which is, I think, very important as conversations, particularly around immigration and the settlement of humanitarian refugees and refugee-like cohorts becomes more and more topical. I'm very, very pleased and proud of the work of our team and the settlement team particularly in terms of having this document and their ability to collaborate across government. So with the specifics of those action items which were due to be completed, I'll take that on notice and come back to you. But overall, as a principle, it's progressing well.
Thank you. So will there be a document provided that does have updated dates for completion if the ones that were listed haven't been met?
Yeah, so that's in our interest. Our interest is to keep...
Will it be made public?
Well, you provide it to us at least.
That's right.
I'm happy to... I'm getting a yes.
Yeah, there you go.
There's a yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Can we just note who said yes? Just so that if we can bring him as a witness. For
Mr. Shaw's not sworn as a witness.
That's right.
So, yeah.
That's right.
So it's on you if it doesn't come back.
Very good.
Was there... What's the kind of benchmark to determine that items will be completed?
It's as I said before, there's so many different action items. So it might be about... And you know, this is where... And again, I applaud Minister Kamper. He's having a very robust conversation with the Commonwealth ongoing at the moment about how they move people during geopolitical crises, because our visa system is largely a product of the Second World War. And so when we've identified people as refugees offshore for processing, that it's quite a sort of relatively straightforward process in terms of Commonwealth government support and other things. But when they come through emergency situations on temporary visas, it becomes quite problematic. So, Ms Munro, to your question, part of the settlement strategy is about equipping government to understand the different types of visas that they come on, the different types of support systems that are available to them, and use the Ukrainian community as an example. Okay, well, they come on temporary visa class of whatever, but they're not actually able to get transport subsidies. So they can't get concessions for opals or other things. So the New South Wales government proudly steps in and supports that community with those things. Right now, we've got a potential significant impact in terms of geopolitical instability in the Middle East. What are the consequences of that? What are the visa types? All of those sorts of things. How does the New South Wales government, as it has, stepped in to support Gazans with free access to hospitals, free access to schools, and these sorts of things as well. So the reality is, and we learnt this lesson time and time again during COVID, whether they're Australian citizens or not, they're residents of New South Wales. And the New South Wales government needs to make sure that, within reason, if there's an authentic story to tell, that we're providing care and support to these residents here. Commensurate, we don't want to encourage the wrong people to come to Australia or the wrong people to be able to get benefits that Australian citizens should. But concurrently, the settlement strategy is about helping clarify right across government who's entitled to what, and then how to get better at supporting those groups. And largely, it's about fast-tracking people into skills, qualifications and employment so they can stand on their own 2 feet as quickly as possible.
So is Multicultural New South Wales responsible for ensuring that the list is essentially being ticked off?
Yep.
And in terms of the other partners that are responsible for specific aspects of that work, Multicultural New South Wales is still overlooking.
We hold them to account.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And we've also got a government integrated settlement planning committee, or GISP for an acronym, which is Government Integrated Planning Settlement Committee, or Government Immigration Planning Settlement Committee, or something, that we partner with the Premier's department and we co-chair that arrangement, and that helps hold all governments to account around matters pertaining to immigration.
In terms of the GROW pilot program, it looks like there's no ongoing funding, and that funding will come to an end in November this year.
Yep.
Could you explain what the settlement strategy objective resource New South Wales Growing Regions of Welcome pilot program sought to achieve?
Yep. So at a very high level, what it sought to achieve was to connect, and this is just in, simple's the wrong word, in general terms. What it sought to help was to support people that wanted to work but couldn't find employment in Western Sydney or didn't feel a sense of belonging in Western Sydney to resettle into regional areas. So it was about encouraging for want of a better term, a more welcoming regional centre, and it was about connecting employers such as the Kotzer silo manufacturer at Walla Walla, who's a shining example of this, with a skills and a talent base in Western Sydney, and then encouraging those people to then see places like Walla Walla or Albury or Leeton or the outskirts of Wagga or Narrandera as viable hubs to be able to relocate their families to and then make a positive contribution to those regional areas. It was always a pilot program. I mean, the investment that we made is a very, very modest investment when you think about the hundreds of millions of dollars that the federal Commonwealth government invests in settlement and planning. So it was about how do we make these regions as welcoming as possible. Now, I don't have the figures in front of me, but roughly about 30 families have settled in these. Pleasingly for us, some of them are, doctors and lawyers and other things. They were less about sort of primary manufacturing or agricultural roles. Some were, but they were also about really important skills that these communities needed. That program is being evaluated at the moment, and then my hope is, and I'm down in Melbourne on Friday meeting with the Department of Home Affairs, it's to take those insights and then help them shape better settlement outcomes.
So on that review, I understand it's an independent review. It started in February, I believe. Is that going to be made public?
A version, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that will be delivered?
Unsworn witness? By the end of the year.
Okay.
And we've also got Professor Shergold who's our Coordinator General of Settlement, who's been doing it ever since Mike Beck put him in the job in 2015 or 16, in the role. So part of that was the continuity to help use the professor to advise us and then to help influence the Commonwealth Government and other things. I mean, if you just look simply at an example that occurred, you look at a place like Armidale where nearly 500 Yazidis were settled. That was done with very little planning. So if we're going to start to have a conversation about any location in regional New South Wales, we need to make sure that they're equipped, they've got the schools, the hospitals, the soft and hard infrastructure. That's what the pilot's about, helping inform.
Yeah, and hopefully the review will be instructive as to what should happen next.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think that might be it from us, Mr. Laposto. So you get a slight early mark.
Can I answer the Chair's earlier question?
You can't help yourself, can you?
Well, no, because then we don't have to do it on notice. And it's also a good plug for our regional community networks. And I know everyone in this room cares greatly about our regions. So I'm advised that there are still vacancies across the state, in particular in our regional community networks in New England, Lower Murray, North Coast, Riverina and Western New South Wales. Some of those vacancies are general members and some are identified First Nations positions. Remembering being a multicultural New South Wales doesn't exclude our First Nations people. They're a very important part of our multicultural society. And some are designated youth positions between 18 and 24. Our regional community network chairs are tasked with targeted recruitment. But that said, if there's anyone watching today's session or anyone in the room that has contacts or relationships there, please just connect them to our community engagement team, communityengagement@multicultural.newsouthwales.gov.au, and we're happy to individually reach out to any member in those areas that might be interested and encourage them to apply.
Okay, well, let me just turn to my, in case of emergency, questions that I can ask. No. You're free to go, Mr. Laposta. Thank you very much for sticking it out and
thank you all.
The good humour that you did it in. So thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Secretary will be in touch with any questions you didn't get us answers to.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
No problems at all.